The Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Workforce Incentive Bill 2020. Resumption of debate. Resumption of consideration of the bill and the question on the amendment moved by the member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the member for Deakin.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Deakin moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Brisbane has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all the words after reading be omitted with a view to submitting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane be disagreed to. I'll put that question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to. I'll put that question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put that question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. I've also received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of amendments moved by a minister to this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill. And I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? I call the member for Fairfax.
Is granted.
And I call the question. The question is that the amendments be agreed to.
Government amendments 1 and 2 as circulated together. Thank you, Speaker. This is a sensible government amendment, and I would like to say that the government has listened. There has been some discussion. I'd particularly like to thank Senator Rice, in particular, who we've had some very productive discussions with, along with a number of crossbenchers here in the House, the member for Mayo, as well as the member for Goldstein, the member for Kooyong, the member for Fowler. What this really seeks to do is extend the legislation, which was due to end on on the 30th of June 2023 for this boost in the income bank for pensioners to extend it to the 31st of December 2023. We've heard, and this is a government that listens, we've heard from the community that a good 12 months to see if this income boost is to work, and we believe it will, is a good period of time to allow to support this trial. This was announced at as a workforce incentive policy at the Jobs and Skills Summit, and as I said, through a discussion, consultation, we believe that this is a sensible amendment. The timeframe for the Work Incentive Bill ceasing at the 30th of June 2023 allows the Department of Social Services to assess the uptick in workforce participation by older Australians and those receiving eligible payments, and to analyse the trends across labour markets. As a government now responsible for addressing, of course, what is a difficult budget position, we believe that our measures do need to be responsible and meet its clear objectives. We must be responsible, and that's why we do have a time limit on this measure to assess its impact and assess its success. But the 6-month extension is a sensible one, and the government will make this amendment today. This will allow new age pensioners and other eligible pension recipients of age pension age who are coming onto their pension from the 1st of July 2023 to also benefit, so allowing what will be a relatively smooth transition if those pensioners do want to continue to do some more work. And it means that from the commencement until the 31st of December 2023, not the 30th of June, age pensioners, disability support pensioners and carer payment recipients over age pension age, as well as certain veteran entitlement recipients over qualifying age, will have $4,000 credited to their work bonus income bank for use during that year. With our amendments from the commencement of the 31st of December 2023, age pensioners, disability support pension and carer payment recipients over age pension age, as well as certain veteran entitlements over qualifying age, will have, of course, they will have that credited to their work bonus. Once passed through the House and the Senate, all existing eligible payment recipients of age pension will receive the automatic top-up of their work bonus income bank. So I think this is a sensible amendment, and I ask for the support of the House. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Deakin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We will support this amendment. It's quite unusual for a government just 6 weeks after introducing a bill to amend it in this fashion. We congratulate the government to some extent in listening to what the opposition has put forward for a number of months. Sadly, the government's dragged its heels on this. Workforce shortages have been present and getting worse for months and months. We saw the government drag their heel on introducing this bill to start with. They've now had to swallow their pride and move this amendment today, to which we will support. It still doesn't go as far as the Coalition's announcement in June, where we put in place the superior work bonus incentive to allow pensioners to earn up to $600, doubling the $300 amount that's currently in place. As I said yesterday, in moving our amendment to this bill, pensioners need the certainty in many instances to be able to enter into arrangements with employers and others. So we do congratulate the government for backflipping on their hard date of 30 June, which was always inappropriate. We outlined from the beginning that it was inappropriate. We still think that the government should give itself more flexibility and more certainty for pensioners by having a measure such as this, indeed the Coalition's superior measure, as an ongoing measure that is assessed every 12 months, as opposed to having a hard cut-off date here of 31 December. But a hard cut-off date of 31 December is better than 30 June. We appreciate the government swallowing its pride and moving an amendment to its own bill just 6 weeks after they introduced this bill. They could have just taken our policy that we announced in June. They could have listened to employers. They could have listened to pensioner advocacy groups who for the entire duration of this government have been asking for movement on this. Indeed, the first two schedules to the bill as first introduced, again, we congratulate the government for taking both of those schedules from a bill that the former coalition government introduced in February. They hashed Schedule 3 to the bill, which was the only new part of the bill. I suspect that this amendment goes part of the way to trying to deal with the errors that that initial bill created. So, look, the opposition will support this. It still doesn't go as far as the coalition's superior policy that we announced months ago, but we will always support improvements on bad policy. This is an improvement to what was originally put in place by the government, and we will therefore be supporting it today, unlike the government who, in the last sitting period, voted against amendments to a bill that were agreed in the Senate that would have entitled pensioners to the benefits largely of Schedule 1 and 2 to this bill. They voted against that in the last sitting fortnight and yet bring forward this bill in this sitting fortnight. It makes no sense. It's made pensioners wait longer than they needed to. This is already late. The government's already dragged its feet on this, and the workforce shortages and the disincentives for pensioners to work additional hours have been getting worse and worse by the month. So we will expedite that process now by certainly not moving any further amendments or dividing on this bill. We'll support it, but really the minister and the government's got to get better at moving quickly on these sorts of issues when they arise in our economy, because businesses cannot wait months and months and months for bills to be brought forward, and then they can't wait for the government hashing their own bill, requiring amendments like we see today, and a government voting against amendments that were substantially passed by the Senate and making pensioners in Australia wait even longer. So we'll support this bill. I want to thank all of the groups who have helped inform coalition policy, which has led this debate, which has really pushed the government to moving. Yes, they've been slow, I would say to all those groups, but imagine how much slower they would have been had we not got on the front foot and collectively pushed the government into the right direction here. So we'll support these amendments, and again I want to thank everybody who has contributed with the development and the leadership of coalition policy in this area.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. My apologies. I'll give the call to the member for Brisbane.
I just wanted to rise to thank the Minister for circulating this amendment, which I'm happy to indicate the Greens will be supporting. It reflects close conversations and negotiations between the Minister and Senator Rice's office, and we feel this is an improvement to the bill. I also just wanted to thank the National Seniors for their consultation and advocacy on this issue. This change to the bill reflects their willingness to fight for a better deal for all older Australians. And we're going to keep fighting for a fair income support system that provides support to everyone who needs it. And there are other changes we will keep fighting for, but this amendment is an improvement to the current bill, and we support it.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
It's leave granted. I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2. Australian Crime Commission Amendment, Special Operations and Special Investigations Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker, and I rise as the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs to express the Coalition's support for this legislation. The Australian Crime Commission Act establishes the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the ACIC, Board's powers to authorise special ACIC operations and special ACIC investigations. This bill makes a series of technical but important definitional changes to provide greater clarity regarding determinations the ACIC Board take. The main change is replacing the current definition of federally relevant criminal activity in subsection 4.1 and replacing it with a new definition of federally relevant crime. The current definition of relevant crime in subsection 4.1 is also amended. The bill also makes minor consequential amendments to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement Act 2010 and the Telecommunications, Interception and Access Act 1979. The bill will ensure the Board can continue to make the necessary determinations to authorise special ACIC operations and investigations to occur by simplifying the determination drafting process and making it easier to understand. These changes reduce the multi-layered definitions that currently exist, which add unnecessary complexity. And I want to make the point very clearly in this debate that the Coalition will always back legislation that appropriately supports the work of our law enforcement agencies. The ACIC's purpose is to protect Australia from criminal threats through coordinating a strategic response and the collection, assessment and dissemination of intelligence and policing information. It does an outstanding job of collaborating with domestic and international partners to deliver real outcomes against Australia's most significant transnational serious and organised criminals, like we saw with Operation Ironside last year. The ACIC's work includes the collection, assessment and dissemination of intelligence and policing information and the provision of national policing information systems and services, as well as providing a nationally coordinated criminal history checking capability. Through the ACIC's assistance to our law enforcement partners, more than $3.1 billion of drugs and precursors have been seized, helping keep Australian streets cleaner and safer. I'm very pleased that in the March budget we provided $116.8 million over 2 years to the ACIC to increase intelligence outputs and drive more disruptions, seizures and arrests by partners, and to support the National Criminal Intelligence System, which will provide a national unified picture of criminal activity, further equipping Australian agencies to disrupt TSOC. I was very proud, as the Home Affairs Minister, to see firsthand the pivotal role the ACIC plays in our national security apparatus, and I have paid tribute many times in this place to the men and women who work in our national security agencies. Strengthening our national security defences has to be our #1 goal. That's what this legislation does, and we support it for that reason. And the ACIC plays a very important role when it comes to intelligence and information sharing. And it would take much more time than we have available today to run through the list of the vital work that is undertaken by the ACIC. But among some of those things is the National Wastewater Drug Monitoring Program, which commenced in August 2016 and provides leading-edge, coordinated national research and intelligence on illicit drugs and licit drugs, with a specific focus on methamphetamine and other high-risk substances. Wastewater analysis is widely applied internationally as a tool to measure and interpret drug use within national populations. The program gives us valuable insight into trends in drug consumption across Australia and can identify new sources of threat. By analysing the findings of the program, government, law enforcement, health, education and community organisations are able to engage in a national conversation about drug trends and develop targeted policies. I know that this program is something that is viewed as incredibly important by the Chief Executive Officer of the ACIC, Mr Michael Phelan. And I do want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the massive contribution Mike Phelan has made to law enforcement in Australia. Mike is retiring this week, so I would like to place on record in this place the deep appreciation we in the Coalition have for the work he has done over many years in helping keep Australians safe. He has been CEO of the ACIC since November 2017. But he started his life of public service with the Australian Federal Police in 1985. He was appointed Director of the Australian High-Tech Crime Centre in 2004 and was promoted to Assistant Commissioner later that year, undertaking the role of National Manager, Border and International Network. In September 2007, he was appointed the Chief Police Officer for the Australian Capital Territory. He served with distinction and was awarded the Australian Police Medal in 2008. In 2010, he was promoted to Deputy Commissioner with oversight of the AFP's high-tech crime, forensic, intelligence, serious and organised crime, counter-terrorism and protection operations portfolios. He has made an enormous contribution to our law enforcement and national security over many decades, and it was my great honour to work with him during my time as the Minister for Home Affairs. Mike was and remains passionate about the serious threat that illicit drugs and organised crime pose to the Australian community. As he said in Senate estimates last night, he views it as the biggest threat we face as a nation. Certainly I, and I'm sure all members of this place, wish him well in his retirement and thank him most sincerely for his contribution to law enforcement. Speaker, as I said at the outset, the Coalition remains very determined to support any measures this government brings forward that strengthen our national security and law enforcement agencies, because we are committed to keeping Australians safe and secure. The Coalition has a strong record on that. It's in our DNA. So whether it's the Attorney-General or the Minister for Home Affairs bringing forward legislation, we will judge it on whether it makes Australians safer and support it accordingly. I'm pleased to commend this bill to the House.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Move that the debate be adjourned, Speaker.
The question now is the debate be adjourned. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that the Australian Crime Commission Amendment Special Operations and Special Investigations Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
And I call the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Education Legislation Amendment 2022 Measures Number 1 Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Aston.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Coalition will be supporting this bill. The purpose of the bill is to give effect to 5 measures introduced by the former Coalition government, and then a further new measure by the new government to cease the 10% discount for the upfront payment of student contributions. 5 of the measures which I'll go through were introduced by our government, measures which I put in place when I was Education Minister, and we introduced those into the Parliament in February, but they lapsed by the time the election came around. I'm pleased that the government is picking up those 5 particular measures, which I'll go through in a moment, and then they're adding a further measure which I'd like to discuss as well in terms of our particular position on them. But to go through each of those 5 measures to start with, they were a group of really miscellaneous, disconnected measures. The first was to extend the fee help loan fee exemption to apply until the 31st of December 2022, with retrospective effect from the 1st of January 2022. Now, for those who don't know, the fee help loan fee is the fee which typically the private higher education providers ordinarily pay and have been paying for quite some time. It's about 20%, which is added to the fee help debt which a student has to pay. During the pandemic, we waived that additional 20% loan fee which was applied, and we made the decision at the end of last year to extend that exemption again, in effect waiving that 20% for a further 12 months until the end of this year. So those higher education providers took on good faith that measure and didn't apply that fee, and I'm pleased that the government is now reintroducing this particular measure to make it lawful through this particular bill. This will actually help approximately 30,000 students in the process. The second measure, Mr Speaker, is to support the development of micro-credential courses by extending fee help eligibility for students accessing these. Now, this is actually a substantial measure in this bill because, as you know, the government provides effectively interest-free loans to students to study at a higher education institution, be that a public university or a private higher education institution, typically for full degrees or for a diploma or for a certain length of course, typically of 6 months or more. And it hasn't tended to follow that the government would subsidise a course through an interest-free loan for smaller units of study. This measure will introduce an interest-free loan to students to undertake smaller units of study known as micro-credentials. So it still needs to be a credential which a higher education institution can say and qualify you for that credential, but it could be a credential which is from a course as little as 1 week. Typically it might be for a month-long course, but it means that a student doesn't have to find the upfront money to pay for that study, and instead they can get an interest-free loan from the government to undertake that unit of study in order to be able to complete that course. And I think that's particularly important right now when we have labour skills shortages, because we want people to upskill in particular areas to be able to take the jobs which are available, and typically they may only be courses of a month long in duration or 2 months in duration or even smaller. And so a really important measure here which I was pleased to introduce, and I'm pleased that the government is following through with this particular bill to see this in place. It provides, the bill provides $32.5 million in order to achieve that and to deliver those courses to both domestic and indeed international students. And I should say that scaling up these industry-focused micro-credentials was actually one of the key recommendations of the University Industry Collaboration in Teaching and Learning Review, which I set in place when I was Education Minister. So very pleased to see that this is being put in place, the most substantial measure, I think, in this bill. And I'd certainly say that micro-credentials is going to be the way of the future in higher education, and this is a step in the right direction. Complementary to this change is the third measure, and the bill clarifies the status of enabling courses in the context of lifetime student learning entitlement. Now, the student learning entitlements is a lifetime limit on the amount of Commonwealth support a student can receive through a Commonwealth supported place, and that's currently 7 years. This clarifies the fact that if you're doing an enabling course, which might be a course such as essay writing or even English language courses or the like, that won't count towards your 7 years of Commonwealth-supported place entitlement. So just an important technical amendment there to clarify that particular measure. The next measure also makes further technical changes, requiring students to provide their unique student identifier to their higher education provider on or at the time of a place offer to the eligible Commonwealth assistants. Now, again, highly technical amendments here, non-controversial, but it just certainly makes it easier from an administration perspective to put this in place. And so we propose this, and again, I'm pleased that the government is following through on it. Finally, in terms of the measures which the Morrison government introduced, which is being reintroduced here, is a further change is to clarify the requirements for New Zealand citizens who want to access HECS help and fee help. And the measure basically says that for a New Zealand citizen, if you want to access HECS help or fee help, then you have to be resident in Australia for the duration of the unit of study. Now, that brings consistency across the ditch between New Zealand and Australia, such that you have to be a resident here, just as an Australian resident, if they want to get the equivalent assistance by studying in New Zealand, has to be a resident in New Zealand. So again, I don't think it's particularly controversial. It has support from both sides of this chamber, and it has a start date on the 1st of January 2023. I will say that there was a further measure introduced in the bill which we introduced earlier this year, which lapsed, which isn't in this bill, and that was legislative changes for the Help for Rural Doctors and Nurse Practitioners initiatives that provides a debt reduction for rural doctors and nurse practitioners who reside and practice in regional, rural or remote Australia. I have been assured, though, that that particular measure, which is an important one, will be dealt with in a separate bill later this year. So I look forward to seeing that particular measure in a separate bill, and we'll support that measure if indeed it replicates what we supported at the beginning of the year. Last but not least, and this is the new measure, is that the bill gives effect to the government's election commitment to end the 10% higher education contribution scheme, higher education loan program HECS help discount for upfront payment of student contribution amounts from the 1st of January 2023. Now, for those, just in plain English terms, what that means is that for some time there has been a mechanism whereby if you pay your HECS fees up front, you will get a 10% discount on that HECS fees. Now, that's been put on, it's been taken off, it's been put on, it's been taken off over the years. As it stands presently, you only have to pay $500 of your HECS contribution up front to get a 10% discount on the total HECS amount for that year. We introduced that particular measure through the Job Ready Graduates package back in 2019. Now, the government has decided to remove this measure through this bill so that students will no longer have that choice. They will no longer have the choice to pay $500 up front and in the process have a full 10% discount on their HECS contribution for that year. Now, I think ideally that measure would stay in place, but we're not going to stand in the way of that measure going ahead. It does have a very significant savings attached to it of close to $144 million, and given the context of the budget whereby the government is increasing the deficits year on year over the next 4 years in an extraordinary manner, we do think that this is a savings measure which we will support in this particular context. So that's the 6 measures, Mr Speaker, that are outlined in this bill. As I said, 5 of which are identical to the measures that we actually introduced, but which the bill lapsed, and so we're pleased that those measures are being reintroduced. There is a measure in relation to the rural doctors and nurses that is going to be introduced in a separate bill in a few weeks' time, which we will support should it replicate what we introduced at the start of the year. And then there is this new additional measure getting rid of the 10% HECS discount, which was an election commitment, and we're not going to stand in the way of that proceedings, given the significant savings which that provides to the budget. Mr Speaker, we won't stand in the way of this bill. In fact, we'll be supporting this bill, given the arguments which I've just outlined.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
I move that debate be adjourned.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I declare the Education Legislation Amendment 2022, Measures No. 1, Bill 2022, is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
I call the Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Privacy Legislation Amendment, Enforcement and Other Measures Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's no contention on this side of the House that we need to do more to ensure the privacy of Australians is protected. As the digital revolution becomes embedded through all the ways we conduct businesses and engage in life in common together, data has become almost a currency of its own, a new type of asset that can be traded, given, and in recent weeks has reminded us, stolen. On this side of the House, we invested significant time, money and work while in government to advance online safety. We're strongly in support of action to address cybercrime and to ensure greater responsibility and healthy practices when it comes to the storing of people's private information. However, we're very disappointed with the way the government is handling this legislation and with the pattern that's emerging of the Albanese government's decisions to clean up PR blunders and then holding inquiries or consultation that is nothing more than a box-ticking exercise. To be discussing this bill when a Senate inquiry is currently underway and due to report in a fortnight, and when a 2-year substantial review of the Privacy Act is very soon to be delivered, and to completely ignore what has been learned from these processes, indicates the attitude of the government to lawmaking. While we don't oppose this bill because the data breach incidents of recent weeks cannot go unattended, I want to indicate that we will be considering the findings of the Senate inquiry and the concerns that have been raised by submitters carefully in the coming days, and we hope that the Senate scrutiny properly will be given. It may result in amendments made in the other place. The reason we must take action to more carefully guard people's privacy in the online space has been made very evident through the recent headline breaches that have affected Optus and Medibank customers. 30 years ago, someone could have their wallet stolen from their pocket and the losses would be substantial. Cash would disappear, cards would need replacing, a child's photo gone forever. It was a fear we all guarded against. Today, the theft we're more likely to experience is online, and our capacity to prevent it is minimal. It can happen without our knowledge, without any fault of our own, and its consequence can be extraordinarily far-reaching. Again, there's the risk of financial loss, the nuisance of passwords and identification being replaced, but as we've recently seen, it can have far more damaging long-term consequences, as privacy is thoroughly and in some cases permanently invaded. Businesses no longer simply possess our phone number and address, significant as that information is. They may also have our fingerprints, our Face ID, our preferences, our email history, our shopping habits and our relationship information. This is extraordinary information that can be used very effectively to improve the standards of care or service we receive, but it also makes us very vulnerable if that data is mismanaged or taken without consent. The Australian Cyber Security Centre Annual Cyber Threat Report from 1 July 2020 to 30 June 2021 highlighted that self-reported losses due to cybercrime totalled more than $33 billion during the 2020-21 financial year. In 2013, the estimated cost of cybercrime in Australia was $2 billion, according to the 2013 National Plan to Combat Cybercrime. The growth in the impact of this area of criminal activity is extraordinary. Based on those statistics, we're looking at more than a 15-fold increase in less than a decade. Outside of the dollar value of the crimes is the incalculable cost of people whose personal information is taken without their consent. I want to turn to some of the recent breaches we've seen. On the 22nd of September, Optus reported a cyber attack which resulted in a data breach in which the personal information of as many as 9.7 million of its customers was affected. Just a few weeks after the Optus hacking incident, Medibank reported another cyber attack, resulting in another major data breach. Initially, Medibank suggested the breach was restricted to its budget option, AHM, and to international students' insurance. On the 25th of October, however, Medibank revealed that the hacker had access to the personal data and medical information of as many as 2 million Australians. Even that starting figure has risen, with Medibank confessing that, in fact, almost 10 million Australians' data has been exposed. Although these two data breaches have triggered the most media attention, we should not overlook the millions of other Australians who've had their personal data compromised. On 19 October, mydeal.com.au, a subsidiary of the Woolworths Group, reported a cyber attack after 2.2 million of its customers had their names, email addresses and phone numbers exposed in a data breach. Before that, on the 17th of October, Vino Mofo, an online wine dealer, reported a cyber attack, resulting in a data breach of more than 500,000 of its customers. At risk of exposure are the names, dates of birth, addresses, email addresses, phone number and gender of its customers. On the 30th of September, Energy Australia too reported a cyber attack. That fallout was a data breach of 323 residential and small business customers, with customer names, addresses, electricity and gas bills, phone numbers and the first 6 and last 3 digits of their credit cards included on the accounts breached. Jim Arenas, the husband of Mary Jane and the father of 2 young children, is a small business owner of the Elstonwick Cafe and one of the 2.1 million Australians whose data was exposed when Optus was hacked in September. A few days after the Optus breach, Jim had $10,000 stolen from his account. It was a significant sum of money for the young family. Nor did the hardship stop there, because it was soon followed by fraudulent applications for credit cards, online shopping vouchers and personal loans. The combined worth totalled more than $60,000. Even more withdrawals followed from Jim's account. He and his family have lost more than $40,000 from tele-withdrawals. "It's just destroying us," Jim said. In the Australian Cybersecurity's most recent annual report to June 2022, the warnings were clear. Cyberspace is a battleground, and Australia's prosperity is both attractive and vulnerable to cyber attacks. Indeed, Australian organisations have been indiscriminately targeted for malicious cyber actors. Organisations and businesses must take the appropriate steps to protect the privacy and vulnerability of those Australians who vest their trust with them. I want to look at the Coalition's record in government in proactively addressing issues of privacy. We were proactive in addressing issues that come with rapid technological change we're seeing. This is particularly so under the leadership of my colleague Karen Andrews as Home Affairs Minister, and I can commend her for the substantial work done in this space. Yeah. In 2020, the Morrison government announced a $1.6 billion cybersecurity strategy. That funding was directed in large part to agencies to enable them to recruit and enhance capacity in the cybersecurity field. Among the measures included in that strategy, the Australian Signals Directorate was funded to hire 500 more cybersecurity specialists, and funding was also allocated to enable small and medium businesses to prepare themselves for cyber threats. The Coalition also undertook legislative reforms that enabled agencies to better investigate and prosecute online offences. Among those reforms were the Surveillance Legislation Amendment Identify and Disrupt Act, which gave powers to key agencies to engage online with criminal networks, allowing our AFP and Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission to collect intelligence on criminal networks and take control of the online accounts of alleged offenders. As organised crime moves online, we gave the police the ability to follow them there and track them down in the places where they were operating. Without this power, it's like telling the police they can only enter a house where the crimes are being committed if they're welcomed in when they knock at the door. If we want to see online criminal activity dealt with, we have to give our agencies the ability to do their work, and I'm pleased to say that in government the Coalition did that. In June last year, we saw what was possible when police are given the tools they needed to do their job. Operation Ironside was an extraordinary accomplishment of the AFP and state and territory police. With the assistance of international law enforcement agencies such as the FBI, more than 200 offenders and 100 organised crime members were charged after encrypted messages being used by criminals were decrypted. The operation ran over 3 years, and in that time, through Operation Ironside, 3.7 tonnes of drugs, 104 weapons and nearly $45 million in cash was seized. The AFP also acted on 20 threats to kill through the operation. As the AFP made clear at the time, many criminal networks use other encrypted platforms to fuel serious organised crime in Australia. That's why in government we made sure the agencies had the tools they need to intervene and apprehend these criminals. We also signed an agreement with the United States to allow Australian and US law enforcement agencies to obtain certain electronic data more efficiently from communication service providers operating in the other's jurisdiction, thereby significantly reducing the time taken to obtain information relevant to ongoing informations. The agreement under the Cloud Act and access to the electronic data enables agencies to prevent, detect, investigate and prosecute serious crime, including child sexual abuse, ransomware attacks, terrorism and the sabotage of critical infrastructure over the internet. Not only did we empower agencies to deal with traditional criminal activity that is augmented by online tools and systems, we also dealt with crime that's unique in the cyberspace. Throughout our national plan to combat cybercrime and our ransomware action plan, we tightened legislation to ensure that those cybercriminals would feel the force of the law and again ensure that agencies have the funding they need to do the essential work of tracking down and prosecuting cybercriminals. When the ransomware action plan was announced, then Home Affairs Minister Karen Andrews said the plan would introduce a new standalone aggravated offence for all forms of cyber extortion to ensure that cybercriminals who use ransomware face increased maximum penalties, giving law enforcement a stronger basis for investigations and prosecution of ransomware criminals. that it would introduce a new standalone aggravated offence for cybercriminals seeking to target critical infrastructure, to criminalise the act of dealing with stolen data knowingly obtained in the course of committing a separate criminal offence, so that cybercriminals who deprive a victim of their data or publicly release a victim's sensitive data faced increased penalties, to criminalise the buying or selling of malware for the purpose of undertaking computer crimes, and to modernise legislation to ensure that cybercriminals won't be able to realise and benefit from their ill-gotten gains, and law enforcement can better track and seize or freeze cybercriminals' financial transactions in cryptocurrency. This was coupled with the 2022 National Plan to Combat Cybercrime, endorsed by state and territory police ministers. A key measure of that plan was the opening of the new Australian Federal Police-led centre dedicated to combating cybercrime online. The new centre, the Joint Policing Cybercrime Coordination Centre, based in the AFP's New South Wales headquarters. All of these measures have placed Australia on the front foot in dealing with cybercrime. I now want to look at the bill and how it fits into the broader picture and turn to some provisions in the bill. This bill essentially seeks to make those companies that hold data more afraid of data breaches. It seeks to scare them into better practices by increasing the penalties for data breaches and giving the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner more enforcement powers. This may be warranted, but when submissions to the Senate inquiry only closed yesterday, the committee is yet to report and we're yet to see what the 2-year-long Privacy Act review has found. It's very difficult to determine whether this is or is not the case. We need to ask ourselves some key questions. Would this bill have prevented Optus and Medibank's data breaches? Would it prevent a data breach from a small business who's completely confused about the data it needs to maintain and who's ill-equipped with the systems to properly manage that data? Will it encourage better practice or the avoidance of transparency? Now turning to some of the particular provisions. Item 14 of the bill inserts proposed section 13G3 into the Privacy Act to set out the penalty for serious or repeated interference with privacy by a body corporate. This increases the maximum civil penalty to an amount that is greater of $50 million, or 3 times the value of the benefit the body corporate and any related body corporate obtained from the conduct constituting the serious or repeated interference with privacy, if the court can determine this value, or 30% of the adjusted turnover of the body corporate during the breach turnover period for the contravention, again if the court can determine the benefit of this value. In October 2021, the Privacy Act Review discussion paper released by the Morrison government acknowledged there could be a benefit in more clearly identifying the type of conduct captured by serious or repeated interference with privacy, which is the conduct that applies to those increased penalties. This would increase the clarity for the OAIC APP entities regulated by the Privacy Act and the courts. Though that idea is not taken up by the bill, the proposed maximum penalties in this bill are identical to those proposed under the Australian Consumer Law and the Treasury Laws Amendment More Competition, Better Prices Bill, which passed both houses in October. In this way, the government has adopted Recommendation 16F of the ACCC's July 2019 Digital Platforms Inquiry final report, that the maximum penalties for serious or repeated interferences of privacy under the Privacy Act should be increased to mirror the penalties for breaches of the ACL to achieve effective deterrence. Tougher penalties may have an important deterrent effect. It's important that thinking shifts across the Australian economy when it comes to the storage of personal information. The imposition of significant obligations on companies holding personal information should see that information treated as a liability rather than an asset. Stronger penalties may make businesses more likely to take the necessary steps to protect the personal information they hold, instead of considering data breaches to be a cost of doing business. It's unfortunate that these particular thresholds have not had appropriate scrutiny, however, and that considerations like the significance of the breach are not also being considered, including possible unintended consequences when applied to smaller businesses. Alongside the introduction of tougher penalties, the bill also increases the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner's enforcement powers to ensure greater compliance from foreign organisations. Currently, the Privacy Act has extraterritorial reach to any foreign organisation that has an Australian link, which is enlivened by satisfying 2 criteria. First, that the organisation carries on a business in Australia or an external territory, and second, the organisation collected or held personal information in Australia or an external territory either before or at the time of the act or practice. Item 10 of the bill repeals the existing paragraph 5B3C, which would leave carrying on a business effectively the only requirement for a foreign organisation to have an Australian link. I want to look at the Notifiable Data Breaches Scheme. Under the Notifiable Data Breaches Scheme of Part 3C of the Privacy Act, Any organisation or agency covered by that Act must notify the OAIC and take reasonable steps to notify affected individuals when a data breach is likely to result in serious harm to the affected individuals. Entities covered by this scheme are also required to prepare a statement for the Commissioner under Section 26WK of the Privacy Act. That statement must include information on the kind or kinds of information considered. Item 17 provides that a reporting entity must include information about the particular kinds of personal information involved in an eligible data breach as opposed to just the kinds of personal information. In practice, what this means, for example, instead of notifying that contact information has been involved in an eligible data breach, which is one of the categories of personal information in the OAIC's online notifiable data breach form, the reporting entity must state the specific kinds of contact information, which may be, for example, home addresses, phone numbers or email addresses. The bill contains enhanced information sharing powers. As in the Online Privacy Bill exposure draft, new powers are created for the Commissioner to share information with law enforcement entities. The bill requires that the information is only shared when the receiving entity has appropriate mechanisms in place to store the information and that information is only used for the purpose for which it was shared. There are powers to disclose certain information that's in the public interest. Again, as in the Online Privacy Exposure Draft, the bill gives the Commissioner power to disclose information acquired in the course of exercise of their functions and is satisfied that disclosure is in the public interest. As noted in submissions received on the Online Privacy Bill, there may be benefit in the Commissioner consulting impacted entities prior to making a disclosure. As I've outlined, there's no doubt more needs to be done to protect the privacy of Australians. As I've also said, the contention we have with this bill is that the government is yet again failing to give due consideration to the implication of this legislation by properly consulting all impacted stakeholders. There's no doubt that we need to do more to protect Australians from the kind of data breaches we've seen through Optus and Medibank, but there's also no doubt that making laws without proper consideration is a bad principle. This government seems more intent on turning consultation into a PR exercise and nothing more. The Privacy Act review that's due to be presented to the Attorney-General before the end of the year includes, among other things, consideration of whether the Privacy Act effectively protects personal information and provides a practical and proportionate framework for promoting good privacy practices, the impact of the notifiable data breach scheme and its effectiveness in meeting its objectives, the effectiveness of enforcement powers and mechanisms under the Privacy Act and how they interact with other Commonwealth regulatory frameworks. This review should surely be feeding into the legislation we are debating. There have been substantial concerns raised about the bill by some of the people making submissions to the Senate inquiry. I wanted just to touch on a couple of those. The Australian Institute of Company Directors raised concerns that the increased penalties may be crippling for businesses who are themselves victims of the attack and suffering substantial financial impact from the crime itself. The bill risks taking an attitude that business is in collusion with cybercriminals, businesses being asked to shoulder the burden of crimes that they are victims of. This approach needs to be more carefully thought through, and we need to see evidence that it's genuine negligence that is the cause of these privacy breaches. In government, the Coalition took a strong approach that focused out on stamping out the crime rather than making victims pay. This should continue to be the first priority of the Albanese government's approach on these matters. The Institute of Company Directors also raises the concern that this will disincentivise open, transparent reporting of breaches. Their submission states the bill focuses on strengthening the stick or deterrent elements of the Privacy Act. What's absent from these reforms are measures to support Australian businesses in building cybersecurity resilience and data management practices. This also echoes concerns raised by the Council of Small Business Organisations of Australia. In their submission they state, and I quote, "Small business owners are time poor. They often have fewer financial resources readily available. COSBOA recommends the government focuses on educating and upskilling small businesses so that they feel empowered to take ownership, voluntarily upskill their staff and ensure safe data collection, data storage, removal of unnecessary data and ongoing risk mitigation occurs. Greater resources need to be invested in making practices more effective. For example, making it easier for small businesses to remove unnecessary data. When small businesses send out an email newsletter, there's a voluntary unsubscribe button. It should be an unsubscribe and remove me from your database button, so that if the database is compromised, the individual will not be compromised. Small businesses should not feel that they have to retain data for any longer than is necessary or that they're obliged to collect unnecessary information. Small business owners and staff simply require greater clarity about what that information they should be collecting and retaining. The introduction of a small business privacy code, including a best practice guide and checklist for compliance, would be a helpful solution. The Business Council has also raised a number of salient points in their critique of the bill, which point to the need for wholesale reform, not band-aids. Among the numerous recommendations of the Business Council are a few I think that are worth noting. A request for the government to undertake an urgent review of the various laws and regulations that require either directly or indirectly businesses to collect and hold information about Australians. Streamlining of the reporting requirements for privacy and cybersecurity breaches to ensure the focus remains on protecting Australian citizens, not navigating bureaucracy and mitigating the potential liability issues for government. And a request that the government continue to prioritise cybersecurity and privacy, including addressing cybersecurity skills challenges and progressing the option of digital identity to allow for data minimisation across the public and private sector. The opposition is supporting this bill at this stage because we believe more needs to be done to deal with data breaches. However, we note that the government has rushed this through to give the appearance of taking these matters seriously after having failed to act quickly when the Optus data breach occurred. This does not mean that the job is done. As the Information and Privacy Commissioner Angeline Falk stated in her submission to the Senate inquiry, I quote, "The government's ongoing review of the Privacy Act is intended to ensure our privacy framework empowers consumers, protects their data and best serves the Australian economy. The OAIC has engaged closely with the review since its commencement in 2020, and we've made 2 substantial submissions to the Attorney-General's Department with over 180 recommendations for reform designed to strengthen the privacy framework to prevent harms to individuals and that benefit the community and economy overall. Wider reform through the Privacy Act is necessary to ensure that this framework is proportionate, sustainable and responsive to emerging privacy risks into the future." The few measures contained in this bill are not a complete answer to Australia's privacy challenges. We want to see the government tackle this issue head-on in the coming months. As such, I move an amendment that's been circulated in my name that all words after that be omitted with the view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House expresses concern at the government's approach to this bill and calls on the government to give due regard to ongoing consideration of the bill by the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, give due regard to concerns raised in relation to the application of the bill to small business, and agree to a review of the bill following implementation to consider the effectiveness and appropriateness of measures.
Is the amendment seconded?
It is seconded. I reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barara has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate be adjourned.
I put the question that the debate be adjourned. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that the Privacy Legislation Amendment, Enforcement and Other Measures Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
I call the Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 5, Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging all those veterans and Defence Force personnel who keep us safe, who have served our nation so proudly and honourably, and say thank you. Thank you for what you've done for this nation. Thank you for what you've done in service to this nation, whether it's been through natural disasters, floods, fires, COVID assist, or in wartime operations. On behalf of a grateful Parliament, we say thank you, and I hope that this bill goes that little bit further in supporting you. The Coalition strongly supports the government's commitment to expand the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme. The amendments to this bill are an additional incentive for recruitment in expanding the ADF and meeting existing recruitment targets. Initiatives like this can directly contribute to retaining skills and talent within the ADF, which is critical in the current geopolitical climate. We support measures that will reduce the cost of living for current serving and former ADF members. Measures like this can improve health and well-being of ADF members past and present. We support these amendments, both myself and my good mate, Member for Braddon, the Shadow Minister for Defence and other Defence Force members that we have in this place, because we know that supporting our bravest is something that this nation needs to continue to do. The DOHAS is a great scheme. It's a scheme that when you're serving, you have that support that's there to be able to help you get into home ownership. When I joined the Defence Force as a young 17-year-old, I didn't think I would ever own a home. I came from social housing. I was raised by an awesome single mother, raising 3 kids. I was a ratbag, couldn't save. I didn't ever think that I'd have this opportunity. This scheme, when I got into Defence, it was explained to me that this was there as a supportive mechanism to be able to help our soldiers, aviators and sailors get into the home ownership market. I didn't understand it for many years, and it took till when I was leaving to I fully grasp how DOHAS would actually work. And I'm glad I did, because it helped me get into the home ownership market. It helped me get that kind of stable footing to be able to buy my first property. And I know the member for Braddon also has been a beneficiary of the scheme. It is a good scheme, and it has helped so many Australian Defence Force members since its inception in 2008. One of the good things about this bill is it will be retrospective to 2008, which will see people that may have missed out, and some of my friends had missed out because they were wounded or injured from their service without the qualifying period, therefore had missed out on being able to apply for DOHAS. This is a good thing. It will see an excessive amount of people that may have missed out or slipped through the cracks be able to obtain this. And I think that that's a good thing, and it's a good thing. And I'd like to thank the Assistant Minister for Defence and Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs for his collaborative approach in working with myself in going through these amendments, not just in the first brief, but also making his office available to myself and my team to be able to ask questions, to be able to go through it and really nut down into the details. So I want to thank him for his approach there. We do have some questions that I think will need answered, but we'll get to them soon. DOHAS was introduced by the Department of Defence on 1 July 2008 to assist Australian Defence Force members to achieve home ownership. It is a retention initiative aimed at encouraging members to continue serving in the ADF. And as we'll go through later, it is a scalable system, so the longer you serve, the more support that you receive. The scheme provides an incentive to members to stay in the ADF. The longer you serve, the more entitlement you get, and the longer you can receive the assistance. To be eligible to access DOHAS, you need to have served in the ADF within the last 5 years, completed a qualifying period of service, and accrued a service credit. For permanent members, the qualifying period is 4 consecutive years of service. For reservists, it is 8 consecutive years of effective reserve service of at least 20 paid days per financial year. This also that doesn't include CFTS, so current full-time service, that you get assessed then under the permanency, not the reserve side. For all members, if you have a break in your service, you will start again. Continuous, like I said, CFTS can fast-track reservists for the qualifying period. I think this is a good thing as well, because there are many reservists who are on CFTS, whether they're throughout the whole ADF, so this is a good thing as well. The assistance provided by the scheme is not tied to a home loan with a specific value. Eligible banks are the Australian Military Bank, Defence Bank and NAB. We do believe that this can be expanded. We'll touch on that in a minute. So the minimum service for permanent members of the Australian Defence Force as it currently stands, it's 4 years, reservists 8 years, that's Tier 1, that's your subsidy is Tier 1. So that's a subsidised loan limit of $402,159, and that's up to $422 maximum monthly subsidy. Then it goes to the next tier. Tier 2 is 8 years minimum full-time service, 12 years for reservists, and that is a subsidised loan limit of $603,238. And that's up to a subsidy of $633. The last tier, the Tier 3, that's 12 years of minimum permanent service and 16 years for minimum service as a reservist, with a subsidised loan limit of $804,318. And that's a maximum monthly subsidy of up to $845. Changes to the DOHAS Act came into effect from 22 June 2020. The amendments extended the time frame for the ADF members, leaving the ADF to access their final DOHAS subsidy certificate from 2 to 5 years. The changes also ensure that members who leave the ADF and rejoin within 5 years will retain all service credit accrued prior to the break in their service. This is a good thing. A bit of background on the bill. The key change to this bill achieves is to effectively halve the amount of time that a member has to serve before becoming eligible. Now, so when we spoke just before, it was 4 years for a permanent member in the ADF. That's halving to 2 years, and a reserve member that will halve from 8 years to 4 years. And for your Tier 2, 4 years for minimum service, 8 years for reserves. Tier 3, 8 years for permanent service and 12 years for reserves. This is something that will be beneficial to people that have served. It is a quicker time. There are questions that we have around that, around halving and what it will mean for people in retention and the like, but I'm sure that we can all work collaboratively with members in this place to ensure that we can bolster the numbers of our ADF whilst also supporting. The members, this means members can take advantage of the DOHAS to achieve home ownership sooner, which I think is really good, because I know definitely on both sides of the House, but we heard from the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, mentioned DOHAS in his budget reply speech. It's something that we are supportive of on this side and in the government, and we want people to be able to get into homes earlier and quicker. We know through the cost of living, which is getting harder and harder for people every day, that helping people that serve our nation be able to get into homes if they would like to at a quicker rate is a good thing. It also removes the existing 5-year separation timeframe, so that anyone who was in the ADF since the scheme was introduced in 2008 and has left the military will be eligible to access it. So if people have been out, somehow slipped through the cracks, somehow haven't been able to apply, or like some people and friends of mine that have been wounded from their service, wounded in combat, and went through a quite challenging time during service and post-service, they will be able to regain and jump back in and apply and be successful in this. So, like I said, the government, the opposition does support these amendments. We do have some questions that I think we can get answered, but with the collaborative nature that we've been able to work with the government on and the Assistant Minister for Defence, in Veterans Affairs, we do think we can work with them to ensure that this bill, if it does need to be reviewed or looked at or any problems in it, we'll be able to work together. We know that the Australian Defence Force has a retention problem. We're in a period of increased geopolitical uncertainty. We need to do everything we can to attract, retain and train our people in the ADF. The statistics show the ADF has a retention problem. In 2019-2020, the Navy had a 6.6% turnover rate. That has increased to 9.7% in the 2021-2022 financial year. In the Army, it has gone from 11% in 2019-2020 to 13.2% in 2021-2022. In the Air Force, it's gone from 7.3% to 8.8%. Combined, it's gone from 9% to 11.2%. We are losing 11% of our people each year, which we should be adding to our numbers and adding about that every year, not losing them. We need to have as many initiatives in place as possible to ensure that there are reasons for people to join, reasons for people to stay. We know that home ownership, cost of living is a part of why people can either stay or leave the Australian Defence Force. We also note that operational tempo is a way that people keep retained in the ADF. When I served, it was high tempo, get in, East Timor, have a little break, Afghanistan. I got injured, so I was transitioning out, but they had a little break and they went back on into Afghanistan or another training team. So a part of operational tempo, which is a good thing for retention, whether it's a training team or the like, also home ownership and getting your roots bedded down in your community is something that will benefit your retention rate. We have some questions, and while the coalition supports this bill, we do have some concerns that we'll raise here and also in further speeches. Firstly, there does not appear to be any modelling done on the outcomes of the changes. There have been no statistics provided as to how many extra people will be retained as a result of these changes. That's not saying that people won't be, but we haven't seen any data on the modelling. The government must also ensure that there are plans in place to ensure that there are incentives for members to stay on when they reach the minimum service period. Noting that 2 years isn't your minimum service in the ADF. In most cases, it's 4 years, but I do think that the government needs to have a plan for there. We do not want to see people leaving the ADF just because they've clicked over the bare minimum number of days. We want to see people retained, which comes back to a whole gamut of reasons why we keep people, but also why people want to stay in the ADF. It'll be important for the government to monitor the cost of the scheme. The costings over the forward estimate are expected to total $46.2 million. In the context of increased rate rises, this cost may also increase. The subsidy a member receives is a percentage linked to the interest expense of the member's pays. As interest rates keep rising under the government, these subsidies will have to increase as well. Also, I don't think we haven't been provided in the opposition of how many numbers of people that potentially could have missed out on this scheme. And I think that it's a hard thing to really gauge, but there could be a risk of a cost blowout here, but I'm sure that the government has plans to address that as we continue. At present, there are only 3 home loan providers that have signed up to the scheme: Defence Bank, Australian Military Bank and the National Australia Bank. Each of these banks charge interest rates that are traditionally higher than the variable rates. We believe this should be opened up to more players to enable more competition in the market and in turn help to minimise the cost of the scheme. Only having three banks involved, I do think that puts limitations on access. Not everywhere you go, especially say in remote areas, will have all 3 banks there. I know in Townsville we do. However, if you're banking with a different bank and you would like to take part in the scheme, it could be somewhat problematic for you to try and transfer your whole life over into something else or to have a separate bank account. So I think expanding this would be a good idea, and I know I've spoken to the Assistant Minister about this, and I do believe that he'll take a look at it maybe next year to see if we can expand it. I think that in 2008, when it went out to market and these three banks were picked, I do think we're in a time now where it could be broadened quite substantially. Staffing is going to be a question and an issue that the government must keep their eye on. So as the Department of Defence owns it, the Department of Veterans Affairs administrates it. And DVA, as we've seen, has had significant issues with staff retention, but also staff availability. So if you're adding an extra burden, which it could potentially be if this explodes quickly or grows a lot, you will need to have more staff members put on to manage the scheme. And I know that there's a very, very long backlog of claims, and I'd hate to see anyone pulled out of a claims unit to jump onto this, and I'd also hate to see a lot people waiting to get onto the scheme have to wait as well because there's no one available. So I do think the government will need to explain to the House as well as to the people of Australia on how they're going to absorb this extra work and how the department will absorb it. I do think that whilst this is a very well-intentioned amendment to the bill, there are little touch points that we're not opposing, and we're not adding any amendments or anything like that, but we want to work constructively, and this is part of that way. So we don't want DVA to be overburdened. We know they've got significant staff shortages and backlogs of claims. We want the claims to be sorted, of course, because I don't think it's fair on Australian veterans that are waiting a year plus to get their claims approved. It's not good enough, and we've seen what happens when claims get pushed down the way far too long. Myself and the member for Bratton end up attending funerals of our mates. So we want that squared away as a priority, so that if there needs to be extra staff put into the department to make sure that this extra workload will be absorbed by them and not by anyone else, that is something that we'd support, and it's a suggestion that we'd make. The Coalition strongly supports the government's commitment to expand the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme. The Coalition believes that if young Australians are prepared to defend Australia, we should help them buy and establish a home. The amendments or the suggestions or the amendments to this bill are an additional incentive for recruitment and expanding the ADF and meeting existing recruitment targets. However, the suggestion of just monitoring how it's tracking with the minimum service, I think, is a good thing to just be across. And initiatives like this can directly contribute to retaining skills and the talent that we have. And Defence Annual Report mentions the conduct of surveys that identify DOHAS as a key factor in ADF service and retention. So having our brave men and women do surveys and say this is a key factor on me either being in defence or whether they'll stay in locality after, I think is a really good thing, because if you bed down your roots in a place like Townsville while you're serving there, when it's your time to transition at any time that they choose, or if unfortunately they have to transition out medically, they have that foundation already set and already there to stay and grow their family. The Coalition supports measures that will reduce the cost of living for current serving and former ADF members, and measures like this can improve the health and wellbeing of ADF members past and present, because having that supportive kind of wraparound network, whether it's where you want to retire or leave or wherever you get out of defence, having a stable home and somewhere where you can call your own home does promote positive mental health. We do see people that potentially haven't gone through this scheme that, and I've heard about it only last night, veterans living in cars and things like that. That's simply not good enough. That's a national disgrace, and I do believe that home ownership or having your roots grounded is a good thing to promote positive mental health. The ADF is currently facing significant challenges to recruit, retain and grow its workforce. It is thought the bill will improve the ADF's ability to recruit and retain new and existing ADF members. I do think that this would be a very positive step to recruiting future ADF members, whether there's an educational piece that can be conducted throughout school leavers or people that are looking to get into apprenticeships and the like, because there is a good subsidy for home ownership once you've done your minimum time, and I do think that people do look to the future to want to buy a home, and to get a subsidy, to get support, I think is beneficial, and I think that it is a good move that we need to educate and explain. It's one thing that Defence has never really done well, and governments and the like. We don't send out the messaging or the education onto how this would benefit school leavers or benefit young people that want to get into the military, but also, so you watch the recruitment ads and there's rappelling out of helicopters and rock climbing and all that kind of stuff. You don't really get to do a lot of that, but I do think a positive measure and a positive push could be you can get support into home ownership quicker and get the support that's needed to be able to own your own home. I know banks are pretty good when it comes to looking after ADF men and women who want to get loans, because it is a stable, secure job and secure employment. But if young people know that they can also get that support to buy their first home and can kind of bed down the roots where they are, I do think that would be a positive. In housing and home ownership in places around the country can be quite challenging. I know in towns where we have a housing shortage, but I know that building a new home or getting involved will definitely boost recruitment. So in closing, the Coalition supports these amendments. The Coalition has raised questions today, and I've also raised it with the Minister's office. I do think that working collaboratively together in a bipartisan way for veterans and Veterans Affairs and Defence is the best way forward to support our brave men and women who support us. I have had conversations just last night with some veterans here locally in Canberra, and I was talking to them about it, and I kind of means tested it with them, and they were supportive. They liked it. They had questions, but that's okay. We'll get the answers, and I'm sure the Minister will supply them. So the Coalition will work collaboratively, we'll work together, and we want to make sure that our brave men and women are supported.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I move that debate be adjourned.
I put the question that the debate be adjourned. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme Amendment Bill 2022 be referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
I call the Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 6, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Budget Measures Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the 5 minutes being left. I know that the member for Herbert has got to run away to finish off the haircut that he's had half of. This, I think, is non-controversial. We noted back in 2001, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we would look at a modest increase in the TPI pension for returned servicemen and women. This is a nominal amount of a $1,000 increase for the year. which is about $38.46 a fortnight, taking it up to $1,595 a fortnight. We note that there are many groups that wanted more than this, and we stay in close contact with them. It's incredibly important that those who have served our nation are well represented and well respected, especially if they suffer from their service time and incapacity, which is an affliction that impedes in their greater participation in Civvy Street. So, Mr Speaker, we need to get this thing through basically before the end of the year for it to start at the start of this year. Its cost for the remainder of the financial year is about $14 million. It's just shy of $100 million over the forward estimates, and it's a small payment for those who have served our nation. And we will also, I'll have further to say later on in the week as we head towards Armistice Day on the 11th of the 11th. I commend this to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I move that debate be adjourned.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Budget Measures Bill 2022 be referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
I call the Clerk. I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that business intervening before Order of the Day number 8, Government Business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 8, Governor-General's opening reply, resumption of debate.
I call the Honourable Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am extremely disappointed that 3 initiatives funded by the previous coalition government and promised in the Riverina electorate are not going to be honoured by this incoming Labor government. And I refer specifically to more than $20 million for the Wagga Wagga Airport, and I know the member for New England in his previous role as Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development helped me fund that prior to the election. That commitment was going to enable a new airport terminal, a much-needed airport terminal for Wagga Wagga. And if you've flown into the city, you know it is the gateway to the Riverina, but you also know that it desperately needs a new terminal. And it was also going to provide some funding for a potential business park and other things relating to the tarmac, which were desperately needed. Of course, Wagga Wagga Airport is owned by Defence. It is the home of the Royal Australian Air Force at Forest Hill, and long may that continue, because Defence contributes billions of dollars into the regional economy. Also, there was a $20 million initiative announced by Senator McKenzie, which I fought hard for Charles Sturt University. Now, it is the home of agricultural excellence, the home of much farming research done not just throughout southern New South Wales, and certainly it has one of those fantastic drought hubs that the Nationals leader, the member for Maranoa, established, but indeed it has been a centre of excellence since it was first known as the experimental farm way back in 1892. So there's a long history there, and that $20 million was going to provide for an expansion of the Agri-Park, an expansion of, indeed, all of the work that the Eddie Graham Centre does. And Eddie Graham was a former Labor State Minister who was known, in fact, as the Minister for Wagga Wagga. Such was his contribution to our city and agriculture in general. And I acknowledge the work that the late Eddie Graham did, acknowledge the work that Charles Sturt University does, and very disappointed that that work, that funding, is not going to be able to be completed because this government has shunned that funding. And then we come to the Veterans Centre. And indeed I worked with the Minister opposite, and I thank him for his cooperation in this regard, and I'll give Labor another chance at the May budget next year. And I know the new Minister understands the importance of wellness centres and wellbeing among our veterans. We just heard from the member for Herbert, a fine veteran himself, and he talked about his Afghanistan experience in the speech he just gave. We need to make sure our veterans are looked after, and this $5 million was
Thank you, and I apologise that the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and may be resumed at a later hour. And certainly, given you were interrupted, you will be given leave to continue when the debate's resumed. And on that note, I'll give the call to member for Barawa.
Speaker, Mahsa Amini was arrested on the 13th of September 2022 in Tehran by Iran's morality police for allegedly wearing her headscarf too loosely. 3 days later, she died in custody. She was only 22. Mahsa's untimely death sparked widespread resistance on the streets after some 40 years of hardline oppression. The images out of Iran show young people, mainly women, taking to the streets to protest. They're dancing, they're singing, they're removing their hijab and cutting their hair, chanting "Women, life, freedom." These protesters evoke the power of humanity in the face of great adversity. Such images of bravery are absolutely inspiring. Last Saturday, Nasrin Gahadiri, a Kurdish university student studying philosophy in Tehran, died while she was protesting. She was 35. Mahsa and Nasrin are not the only victims of this brutal regime, and indeed more than 300 people have been killed for expressing their need for freedom, including 41 children. I'm deeply concerned about the human rights situation in Iran. Iranians continue to be denied fundamental human freedoms, including the right to protest. The Iranian regime's brutal denial of women's rights must surely bring into question their seat on the UN Commission on the Status of Women. Barawa is the home to the 4th largest Persian community in Australia, and I don't doubt those members of our community are hurting for family and loved ones in Iran. And even though we're far away, we continue to witness the bravery of the protesters and applaud the strength of their spirit. We stand in solidarity and we say, women, life, freedom.
Thank you. Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The continuing conflict all around the world means that there are millions of people who are displaced and whose children are in precarious situations with little or no education. Many of these people have friends and relatives living in the electorate of Werriwa. They constantly hear stories of their family being discriminated against because of their religion or worse. They are Assyrians, Kurds, Yazidis, Uyghurs, and the list of the communities facing discrimination is sadly too long to mention here today. Recently, I met with Mandaean leaders who live and worship in the electorate of Werriwa. I want to thank Jamal Al-Mawindi, Tariq Shigar, Bashir Fulan Luti Al-Abadi, and Ahmed Matasha for their kindness and for talking with me. Mandaeans follow the teachings of John the Baptist, and they are pacifists who speak Aramaic and Arabic. There are estimates of up to 90% of Iraqi Mandaeans were killed or fled Iraq after the US invasion in 2003. There are 10,000 Mandaeans in Australia, many living in Werriwa. They are successful doctors, scientists and other professionals and business owners. I have the privilege of calling so many in these communities my friends, as I have known and worked with them so much over the years. I'd like to thank them again for raising their concerns with me and let them know I have spoken to the Minister on their behalf.
Thank you. Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. West Australians know that when the bush is doing well, then we're all doing well in our state. The Coalition Government's Building Better Regions Fund has been a highly successful program that has delivered better facilities and economic opportunities across my electorate of Durack, delivering the services and infrastructure our communities need and deserve. It is a huge shame that Labor has decided to axe the BBRF, as it has made a positive difference to the many lives of so many families and communities living in rural, regional and remote Australia. As the member for Durack, I could not be prouder of the close to 60 planned, underway and completed projects delivered through the BBRF funding. Projects such as the Two Rivers Memorial Park in the beautiful town of Gascoyne Junction, who officially opened their new visitor rest stop recently, which was accompanied by a community celebration. The park has been developed on what was the caravan park site prior to the terrible floods back in 2010 that flattened the area. Now it features an amphitheatre, a shaded playground, and, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you will love this, they've got the first aerial mustering plane in Australia, which is in this space, and I could not think of a better use of this space. Thankfully, the park received nearly $2.5 million through the BBRF, making this remote oasis a possibility. I'd like to pass on a huge congratulations to the Shire of Upper Gascoyne for their vision and for their follow-through. Thanks to everyone who was involved with the wonderful grand opening.
Thank you, Member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday I attended the annual Jerusalem Peace Prize Al-Quds Awards held in Melbourne. The Jerusalem Peace Prize is an initiative of Australians for Palestine and Australia-Palestine Advocacy Network and recognises the inspirational and extraordinary contributions and devoted efforts of Australians seeking to work alongside Palestinians in their quest for justice. This year's recipient was my friend and former colleague in this place, the Honourable Melissa Park. In the time Melissa served as the member for Fremantle, including as Minister for International Development, we worked closely together on our shared advocacy on many human rights issues. Melissa came to this parliament after working for many years with the United Nations as a human rights lawyer. In this capacity, she served in Kosovo, Lebanon, Gaza and New York. Since retiring from parliament, Melissa has been appointed ambassador to the Nobel Peace Prize-winning ICAN, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, and was also appointed by the UN High Commissioner to the group of eminent experts on Yemen. I want to congratulate Melissa on receiving this very important award. Melissa is a highly principled person who believes that in the world's most difficult areas of conflict, we need witnesses and advocates to defend truth and the values which protect and uphold international and human rights law.
Thank you. Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Parliament I secured $250,000 in federal funding for the Sturt Upper Reaches Land Care Group to create a bandicoot superhighway to boost the recovery of our endangered southern brown bandicoot. And last week I was able to visit them on the ground to see their good work. The initiative connects, protects and improves ecological function, bandicoot habitat between Williamstown all the way down to Deep Creek. Southern brown bandicoots are critical and they're important in our ecosystem because they act as engineers. They move approximately 4 tonnes of soil each and every year in search of food, improving soil condition and distributing fungi and supporting numerous plant species. Their small diggings and soil piles also help to provide environment for the germination of precious native plants. These bandicoots were once right across Mount Lofty, but sadly they're on the brink of extinction. The Superhighway project connects habitats of dense vegetation and cover throughout the Mount Lofty ranges so that bandicoots are able to stay safe from predators. And I applaud the many volunteers and landowners who are working on this exciting project. And I'd just like to do a quick shout out to Stella, a Year 10 student who's doing work experience in my office, who wrote this speech. Thanks, Stella, and thanks for all those involved in this highway.
Thank you, Stella. Give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have excellent schools in our community in Chisholm, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome the wonderful students from Orchard Grove Primary School in Blackburn South to Parliament today. One of the best things about being a Member of Parliament is getting the opportunity to meet with members of the community from all walks of life and meeting with young, bright minds who are the future of this country, just like the kids from Orchard Grove Primary School, is something I really treasure. I hope you all enjoy your visit, that you've been able to understand more about how our democracy in Australia functions. This is a remarkable place, and every time I sit in this chamber, I do think of everyone in my community, including the terrific students at Orchard Grove Primary School, because they and the rest of my community are who I'm here for. Orchard Grove Primary School has the goal of inspiring curious minds and learning together. And through visiting Canberra and the many important sites here in the capital, I'm sure that your curious minds are learning lots. To the students and teachers at Orchard Grove Primary, have a great time in Canberra, and I look forward to seeing all of you back at home.
Thank you. Member for Melbourne.
In May, Australians voted overwhelmingly for climate action, and this month voters in Victoria have the chance to do the same again. The climate crisis is caused by the mining and burning of coal and gas. Yet the Victorian Andrews Labor government has given the green light to a billionaire media owner to drill for gas next to the iconic 12 Apostles. The decision is bad news. It's bad news for the climate, as more coal and gas means more extreme weather. It's bad news for the sensitive marine environment, as heavy industry, drilling and mining under the Southern Ocean will undoubtedly have adverse effects. And it's bad news for the tourism industry around the Great Ocean Road, which is already struggling to cope with rising sea levels, erosion and overuse. However, the new undersea gas project is set to get underway as early as next year. The gas industry has too much power over politics in this country. Gas corporations pay millions in donations to Liberal and Labor, and as a result they get special treatment. And that's not the only special treatment. The gas industry, according to the ATO, is a systemic non-payer of tax. They're making billions in profiting, exporting most of it, pushing up the domestic price. The Greens' policy is simple: no new coal and gas. When Victorians go to the polls this month, they have a choice, and they can vote for the Greens to keep the Liberals out and push Labor to do what they say: reduce emissions and keep people safe.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to congratulate Robertson constituent Mr Mark Champley, who this year received a prestigious Churchill Fellowship from the Winston Churchill Trust to continue his work in reconciliation for First Nations Australians. The Churchill Fellowship provides everyday Australians with the opportunity for fully funded international travel to explore issues of importance to our communities. The Winston Churchill Trust awards up to 100 fellowships per year, and Australians from all walks of life are encouraged to apply. The Churchill Fellowship has a rich history of supporting Australians to enhance their skills in a range of fields, including agriculture, health, education, arts, trades and more. I recently had the pleasure of meeting with Mr Mark Champley to congratulate him face-to-face and wish him well in his endeavours to ascertain greater understanding of reverse mentoring to support reconciliation at Mingaletta in Yamina Beach. It was also an opportunity to discuss the very important work involved with the Uluru Statement from the Heart and how First Nations Australians from the Central Coast can support and ensure the Yes campaign is successful at the upcoming referendum. To Mr Mark Champley, again, congratulations and thank you for all of your work supporting First Nations people around Australia and on the Central Coast. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Friday at Temora, one of the Riverina's best will be buried. Ian Gordon died in his sleep from motor neurone disease last Friday. He packed a lot into his 60 years. Family man first and foremost, but also a farmer, footballer and friend to all who knew him. In spite of his illness, Ian had raised awareness of and funds for MND, just like Neil Danaher, AO, whose famous Riverina sporting family is no stranger to the old area Park Marul Football Club, for which Ian excelled over many years. Neil has battled MND for 9 years, using his considerable footballing fame to ensure everyone in Australia knows about MND and the need to find a cure. Neil's brothers Chris and Terry are former APM players and highly regarded in the region. Ian played for his beloved Brown Bombers as a teenager right through to his mid-30s. He featured in losing grand finals in 1981, 84, 91 and 96. If ever a player deserved a first-grade premiership medal, it was Ian Gordon. But it was not to be. Only last week he celebrated 39 years of marriage to Sharon. They have 5 children who are grieving with a close-knit, small rural community which has lost one of its finest. Area Park is quintessential regional Australia. It indeed is. Ian Gordon was an everyday, knockabout, ordinary good guy who left us too soon. Vale, a good mate to so many. May your efforts and those of Neil Danaher fund and find an MND cure soon.
Condolences to his family. Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My support of aged care workers and my advocacy for a pay rise for them is no secret in this place. So I was really pleased to see Fair Work Commission's interim decision for an increase to minimum wages of at least 15% for aged care workers in direct care roles on a number of different awards. But that isn't all. The Commission has also announced a further process to work out the timing of the increase and to look at possible further increases for these workers, and importantly, whether to also grant a pay rise for aged care administrative and support staff. Aged care workers, their unions and the sector have argued long and hard for an increase. I've been supporting them for a decade to achieve decent pay that reflects the value of caring for our older Australians. Our government promised to fight for a pay rise for Australia's aged care workers, and we did. We made a submission to the Fair Work Commission in August that supported a significant wage increase. The government's submission also made it clear that we would fund an increase to award wages, and we will. If we don't start paying aged care workers properly, we won't attract and retain enough staff to provide the quality care that older Australians and their families rightly expect. We said we'd get wages moving, and we are.
Thank you. Member for Lindsay.
When it comes to cost of living relief, Australians feel that they have been abandoned by the Albanese government. People in small businesses in Western Sydney are raising the alarm that without greater support, lives will begin to unravel. With interest rates reaching their 7th straight rise, more and more households will be under significant financial strain. But it's not just about interest rates, it's a cumulative impact of each and every cost of living pressure, whether it's electricity prices, inflation or interest rates. The pain is felt in Western Sydney. I met with Martin. His organisation, Christ Mission Possible, helps people experiencing homelessness. He's told me that food insecurity is on the rise and that most of the people coming through the doors to collect food hampers aren't rough sleepers. They're retirees, they're pensioners and they are families. Standing on the edge of the cliff is small business. Manufacturers are facing energy price increases of 300%. Where they used to pay $60,000 a month in energy, they are now paying over $200,000. Western Sydney has raised the alarm. They've raised it so loudly the Albanese government surely can't do anything but hear them.
Member for Spence.
I'm delighted to report to the House about an important organisation within my electorate of Spence. The Salisbury Business Association is one of a number of business groups within my electorate of Spence. It represents over 400 small and medium-sized businesses in the local area. Deputy Speaker, as my electorate office is located in Salisbury, one can understand why I might have a bit of a soft spot for them. In fact, they have shown nothing but a willingness to engage and have made me feel extremely welcome since I moved in upon my election to this place earlier this year. On the 12th of October, I had the pleasure of attending the Association's AGM. I look forward to working alongside them over the coming year and the years to come. I'd like to give particular mention to the Association's Executive Officer, David Whalen, who has been in the role since 2016, and its current board, which includes Marty Edwards as the Chair, Kamal Dahal, Deputy Chair, Lee Hannon, Secretary, Kathy Perry, Treasurer, Sergeant Jackie McDonald, SA Police Representative, Tony Ann Smallman, Community Representative, and board members Patsy Callett, Joe Bawaja, Melinda Fremlin, Dr Ranish Garge and Julie Pope. Congratulations to you all, and I look forward to seeing you and catching up soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Flinders.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with acute disappointment for the Mornington Peninsula, the Albanese government used its first budget to cut future funding for the National Centre for Coasts, Environment and Climate. That centre was to bring Monash University and the University of Melbourne together for the first higher education research institute on the Mornington Peninsula, with a key focus on climate science. It would also give new life to a number of buildings within the Point Nepean National Park, which are rapidly deteriorating. This project has been long fought for, not only by academics but also by our local community. Following the signing of a Commonwealth grant agreement in 2020, the universities undertook extensive consultation with Parks Victoria, the Environment Protection Agency, the Mornington Peninsula Shire Council, as well as the Boonwurrung Land Council. Community consultation was indeed well underway, and with the last one held only a month ago, with two renowned academics present, Professor Tim Dempster of the University of Melbourne and Professor Peter Curry of Monash University. Locals met with these two world-leading scientists at the Point Nepean Markets on the 25th of September. The budget papers state that the funding for the National Centre for Coast, Environment and Climate was cut because the project does not align with environmental spending priorities. This is a project that brought together two of the world's top 50 universities for the purposes of climate science. It is a shame it will be no longer.
Member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Of all the disgraceful scandals and rorts of the previous government, robo-debt was right at the top. Fake debt notices to Australians for money they did not owe. The federal court found it was illegal. It destroyed lives. I sat helping numerous people in my office who were pursued by debt collectors for money they did not owe. Now, the shocking revelations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission make clear the depths of the previous government's guilt. The public service told the Liberals that robo-debt was unlawful, but that didn't stop them. Lawyers warned them repeatedly that robo-debt was against the law, but on they charged. Right from the start in 2014, the Liberals were told that robo-debt was likely illegal. Clear advice that income averaging to raise welfare debts was unethical, and black and white legal advice said that robo-debt should be scrapped. In 2018, top law firm Clayton Utz gave catastrophic advice that robo-debt couldn't be justified, but nothing would stop the Liberals. Vulnerable Australians paid the price for their crooked scheme, $1.8 billion court settlement in the end. It's only the first week of the Royal Commission, but those responsible still sit in this parliament. Leftovers, the dregs of the former government. They should front the Royal Commission, then quit in disgrace. Scott Morrison, Stuart Robert, Alan Tudge, Paul Fletcher, Dan Tehan, the whole rotten lot of you.
Member for Wide Bay.
Deputy Speaker, Cloyna State School, about 20 kilometres northwest of Mergen, is one of 193 small schools in Queensland that have less than 35 students. What you first notice about the 11 kids when you meet them is how confident and engaging they are. Recently, when I met up with them, I promised I'd make a speech in Parliament about the school and give their words the opportunity to be in Hansard. So, in their words, small schools are better because we can learn everyone's name in one day and it's easier to remember them. Their classmate said it's easier to play all together in games and it's a bit cheaper to buy school shirts and ink for the printer. Another said Cloyna can feel like a team because we can work together, but we can be competitive and we are kind and polite. It's easy to work out our problems. All enjoy having lots of room to play, fun excursions, less fighting, better negotiating, different subjects from dance to digital design, fresh air and friendly teachers and classrooms. Although the response that captures the school's geography the most appropriately has to be because there are fewer buildings at Cloyna, so we don't have to walk very far. That last one sounds like me when I was at school, Deputy Speaker. So to the kids at Cloyna, thank you very much for the visit and I'll see you next time.
Member for McEwen.
Deputy Speaker, the community of Gisborne has had plenty of recognition, with late being the backdrop for the most recent series of The Block. But as someone who knows this beautiful town and community well, being in our electorate of McEwen, I'd like to make sure that people know of it for the great place it actually is. Gisborne is a vibrant and thriving community with deep connections throughout very different elements of the area. Only last month, the highly regarded local news team at Gisborne Gazette, who are listening today, were recognised twice at the Community News Association Victoria Awards with nods in the Best Editorial Comment and Best History Story categories. The Gazette is the much-loved part of Gisborne, and the value of the community newspapers is shown in publications such as this one and the connection they provide to the community and their service they provide. It was actually through this publication I found out about the Gisborne Men's Sheds Young Shedders program, where Gisborne secondary college students spent time at the shed working on projects they can sell or donate. This program is a great example of developing strong connections within the community that may not be forged so easily in other situations. Gisborne has several great community assets, but the people and their commitment to the community has to be the most valuable one that they have. And the importance of community newspapers can never be underestimated for the stories they tell for locals, about locals, and keep you informed. And it's important that we have diversity in our media, such as having independent, thriving community newspapers who actually do the job on reporting.
Thanks. Member for Bowman.
Deputy Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the Redland Community Centre's Homeless United program and those who are working tirelessly to ensure the success of this initiative despite significant obstacles. The design of the program supports our homeless from both a psychological and a physical perspective. Since the HU program commenced, 323 people have been through their care, with 206 successfully housed by the HU team and another 43 assisted and supported in paid employment. Collaboration with the Queensland Department of Housing has seen a further 117 housed. This program is fortunate enough to receive 22 months of state government funding. However, this funding was taken away at the end of 2021. But where the state government has walked away, the Redlands community has rallied to the cause. My city's real estate fraternity, led by the incomparable Louise Denisenko, has held 2 remarkably successful fundraising dinners to keep the program serving our community. Last year's There's No Place Like Home dinner raised $26,000 for the program. This year, the dinner raised almost $33,000. My wife and I were privileged to be there to witness this outpouring of generous support. The highlight of this year's dinner was seeing HU program leader Haraway Renica serenade the organising committee at the end of the evening. I want to thank Louise and her committee and all involved and all those who sponsored this amazing event. Thank you for all you're doing for our community.
Thanks. Member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I was as shocked as we all were at the allegations levelled against the former government in the 60 Minutes migration story on Sunday. I was disgusted at the implication that our visa system was being used by those opposite to assist criminal syndicates to protect convicted criminals to remain in Australia and traffic young women. The member for Latrobe's relationship with migration agent Jack Tarr resulted in $26,700 being paid between 2017 and 2019 to his campaign fund, the Pinnacle Club. At the same time these donations were being paid, the member for Latrobe was chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration, investigating migration agents. So one might ask, what did he do? The answer, it seems, is nothing. In fact, the member for Latrobe was promoted to Assistant Minister to Minister for Home Affairs Peter Dutton in May 2019. So rather than crack down on this problem, those opposite took donations from its perpetrators and promoted those who were cultivated by them. And of course, all of this happened on the watch of the Leader of the Opposition when he was Minister. How can the Leader of the Opposition justify keeping the member for Latrobe as a member of his shadow ministry?
Member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to express my sympathy for the decent members of the Australian Labor Party who are here in this chamber today. They know that they were elected to office on the back of a promise to cut power bills for households by $275. It wouldn't be easy for them, as it is not easy for any federal MP, to see their own constituents and their own businesses struggle in the face of rising power prices despite that promise. But you see, Mr Speaker, something has happened, and we have now seen a budget from the government that has revealed that that $275 promise is flawed. What's more, we've now seen the relevant department actually disassociate itself from that very modelling by removing reference to it from its website. And so, you see, Mr Speaker, despite my sympathy for those opposite, they now have an opportunity. For every Labor Party MP in this chamber, as of now, since of the budget and since the department's revelation, you have a choice to make. You can either peddle the falsehood of your leadership team about power prices, or you can tell the truth to the very people and businesses who you are meant to serve in this place. The choice is yours.
Order. The member's time has expired. Give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I was honoured to be invited to the Government House in South Australia, where Her Excellency Frances Adamson awarded the Winston Churchill Memorial Trust Fellowships for the South Australian applicants this year. As a former selection chair and national board member, I have found the Winston Churchill Memorial Trust to be an absolutely fascinating and very worthy organisation which recognises passion projects that will make a difference to our country across a whole range of different topics. We had 6 fellowships awarded last week for South Australians on a whole range to empower young people to engage with Parliament, best outcomes in teaching mathematics, the role of the circular economy in minimising waste to landfill, to increase access to mental health services for young people, a study on biomechanical models used in world-leading spinal injury clinics, and an agriculture project that was looking at pulse proteins. I really congratulate all 6 of these South Australians for getting through a very competitive process, and I look forward to seeing their travels overseas next year and their reports back. Thank you.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 31 October 2022 of the Honourable Robert Ellicott, AC KC, a former minister and member of this House for the division of Wentworth from 1974 to 1981, place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, appropriately for someone who grew up with the big skies and broad horizons of Western New South Wales, Bob Ellicott had serious long-distance vision. Indeed, by the tender age of just 8, he'd already decided that he wanted to be a barrister. Then wartime speeches by Winston Churchill and John Curtin fired in him the desire for a life of public service. After a stint as Solicitor General, in which role he led Australia's efforts against French nuclear testing in the Pacific, Bob entered Parliament as the member for Wentworth in the 1974 election. He soon rose to become the nation's top law officer. Standing next to Malcolm Fraser, he outlined his vision as Attorney-General. "My duty is to ensure the law is upheld. My duty is not to be a toady to the Prime Minister." He didn't squander the moment. He established the Family Law Court and the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, which had both been initiated by the Whitlam government. He was also responsible for the legislation which set up the Human Rights Commission. But true to his word, Bob eventually resigned over a disagreement with then Prime Minister Fraser over the independence of his role. Fraser would later lament the loss. But Bob wasn't done with politics. His next chance to leave a lasting legacy came in his role as Home Affairs Minister. The trigger was Australia's quite abysmal showing at the 1976 Olympics in Montreal. No gold medals, 1 silver and 4 bronze. And the cherry on this grim cake was New Zealand beating us in the field hockey, taking a gold medal in the process. It was a time of national soul-searching, and Bob set about creating a solution to this problem, the Australian Institute of Sport. He left Parliament in 1981, but none of the energy left Bob, and neither did his sheer range. He served on the Federal Court bench. He was arbitrator on the Court of Arbitration for Sport, and he was the lead counsel for the Australian Rugby League during the Super League battle. Over the decades, his considerable energies were extended to, among others, First Nations people, Norfolk Islanders and the Methodist Church. And until her passing in 2020, his great partner in life's adventure was his wife, Colleen. Now the adventure is done. Our hearts go out to all of his loved ones. In the words of his son John, Bob was, quote, "a man of great compassion, love and commitment." May he rest in peace.
I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister in honouring the life of Robert James Ellicott. Bob was born in Moree in 1927, the son of a wool classer and a shearer. A determination to succeed saw the 8-year-old boy resolve to become a barrister. Graduating with first-class honours in law, he went to the bar in 1951, making a name for himself in commercial, constitutional and property law, and in 1964 he was a QC. In that decade, and spurred on by teenage memories of Churchill and Curtin's speeches, the allure of politics grew ever large for Bob. The catapult to Canberra came with the position of Solicitor General in 1969, and the foray into politics followed soon after with his Liberal Party membership. Political connections established, Bob resigned as Solicitor General in 1973, purchasing a home in the electorate of Wentworth. There he sought and won pre-selection, soon finding himself in Billy Snedden's shadow ministry. Bob took great pride in representing the people of Wentworth, describing them as intensely individualist and strongly Liberal. For the boy brought up on a farm who witnessed the problems of life and people in the lower to middle class, as he put it, and a man inspired by his Methodist Christian faith, it was not surprising that Bob spoke passionately on the alarming extent of poverty in Australian cities, towns and the countryside during his maiden speech of 1974. He described poverty as cancerous, insidious and preventing people from realising their potential in a free society, citing rampant inflation as a key cause. Bob did not hold back in criticising the Whitlam government's social welfare program failures, saying it was more interested in vote-catching phrases than double talk. He was a man of conviction and standards, whose supporters claimed would never tell a lie. The softly spoken and mild-mannered Bob followed the letter of the law. In 1975, he defended the actions of Governor-General John Kerr in the dismissal, 25 days before Whitlam delivered those famed words on Parliament steps. Bob had produced what the National Times would describe as the most thorough, tightly argued and prophetic legal opinion. But in 1977, Bob's same principle saw him resign from the position of Attorney-General to which he had been appointed under Malcolm Fraser. He believed that the Prime Minister and Cabinet had undermined his discretion and independence as AG in the Sankey criminal proceedings. Despite their disagreement, Fraser applauded Ellicott's achievements as AG, including the restructuring of the federal court system and legal aid, revisions to administrative law, the appointment of the first Ombudsman, expanding the jurisdiction of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal and work to establish a Human Rights Commission. After the Liberal victory in 1977, Bob was given ministerial responsibilities for the Capital Territory and Home Affairs. The legal craftsman would leave a legacy here too, but one he didn't expect. Bob's 1978 referendum for the ACT's self-government failed, but he had set in motion the change which would come a decade later. He cleaned up constitutional arrangements for Australia's external territories, and he was the architect of the Australian Institute of Sport, which he said took off in full flight like a 747. Since 1981, the AIS has nurtured some of our finest athletes and seen Australia emerge as a world leader in sports physiology, medicine, nutrition and psychology. In 1981, after 7 years in politics, Bob returned to the field, which was his first love, when appointed a judge to the Federal Court. Though he coveted the role of Chief Justice of the High Court, Bob's legal opinions in 1975 would see him fatefully dismissed from candidacy. His highest ambition had been thwarted by his past principles. Such was the cruel melting pot of law and politics. Any personal disappointment Bob may have felt is tempered, of course, by the public recognition of his achievements across so many fields of endeavour. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Bob's colleagues and his friends and family, especially his children Suzanne, Penelope, Michael and John. Bob is now at rest with his beloved Colleen. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Robert James Ellicott, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. I call the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. I call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
Leave granted. Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Robert James Ellicott be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I call the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the Coalition has ruled out paying compensation to other nations for the effects of climate change. Will the Albanese government also rule out signing Australia up to compensating other countries as part of the deal being negotiated at COP27 in Egypt?
Member for Hunter. The Minister for Climate Change. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister. Order. Members on my left, the question has been asked in silence. Order. The Minister for Cyber Security. The member for Moreton. The Prime Minister will be heard in silence. And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. One of the things I won't do is, in front of a boom mic, make a joke about our island neighbours down there. That's one of the things that I won't do. I won't do that. And I won't do that because I want to build good relations with our Pacific neighbours. And one of the things that we've provided for in the budget for all there to see,
Member for Hunter.
and if the Leader of the Opposition wants to have a look at the budget papers, we've made it very clear that one of the things that we will do is provide support for our Pacific Island neighbours for infrastructure that needs to be dealing with because of the threat that countries like Tuvalu and Kiribati are experiencing. One of the things that we saw during the election campaign, Mr Speaker, was the Solomon Islands, and was front and centre of the campaign. The fact that Australia, unfortunately, has stepped back, and other nations with the strategic competition that's occurring in our region have stepped in. One of the things we need to be very conscious of is that climate change is indeed a national security issue. That is something that is recognised by the United States. It's something that's recognised by our other partners and indeed our allies. It's something that was recognised in the Quad Leaders meeting. The first thing I did as Prime Minister was get on a plane and visit Tokyo to meet with Prime Minister Modi, Prime Minister Kishida and President Biden. And there we spoke about the responsibility that we have as leaders of developed nations to engage in our region, in Southeast Asia, in the Indo-Pacific. So what we won't be doing, Mr Speaker, is trying to score a cheap domestic political point and at the same time—
Order. Members on my left.
And at the same time actually set back our international relations. So you can't say you care about strategic competition in the region whilst you continue with this sort of position. No wonder that Senator Wong has had to work so hard to restore Australia's standing in our region.
Order. I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. As the COP27 climate change conference gathers, what action is the Albanese government taking on climate change?
Give the call. The member for Herbert. The House will come to order. The member was heard in silence. The Prime Minister will be heard in silence, and I give him the call.
Thanks very much, and I thank the best ever member for Higgins for her question. Can I say this, that the COP27, the UN Climate Change Conference, has begun at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and it will sit for the coming fortnight. And it sits in a context where it comes after the hottest decade on record. And indeed, the past 8 years are on track to be the 8 warmest on record. Think about that. Every one of the 8 hottest years on record is the last 8 years. The last 8 years. And what we've seen, of course, not just the impact of this with the devastating floods in places like Pakistan. We don't actually have to look offshore. We can look here at the increased number of extreme weather events and the increase in the severity of them. Just before question time, I was speaking to the member for Riverina about Forbes in his electorate that we visited just a couple of weeks ago. We visited as the flood waters were going down. Now they've gone up again, and fortunately for the people of Forbes who've done it so tough, they've gone down again. I visited just a week ago Lismore with the New South Wales Premier, where we're actually having to buy homes to move them out of the floodplain because people do not feel safe in those communities. We've had the devastating bushfires, including in areas of rainforests that had never burnt ever before. And we have the Secretary of the UN say last night, the science is clear. Any hope of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees means achieving global net zero emissions by 2050. But that 1.5 degree goal is on life support and the machines are rattling. Well, this parliament, the major parties apparently are all agreed on net zero by 2050. Are all agreed, except for the rhetoric, and you wouldn't know it if you follow the statements that are aimed. So our government is acting. One of our first acts was to sign up to our changed nationally determined contribution of 43% by 2030. We've enshrined in law net zero by 2050, and we're investing in renewable energy. Climate change is a challenge for our generation, but it's also a challenge that we need to work with the rest of the world on.
Order. There is far too much noise on my right and my left, and I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How much will wholesale electricity prices need to fall to deliver the promised $275 reduction in bills for Australian families?
The member for Hunter will cease interjecting. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and I refer, of course, to the government's position on renewables and on taking action, because we do need to act to ensure that we can reduce power prices that are under pressure from the 23 now, if you count the latest thought bubble on nukes energy policy of those opposite over a wasted decade, but also the invasion by Russia on Ukraine. Now, the budget made a significant start on that. Nearly $24 billion investment in clean energy, including Marinus Link, the interconnector between Tasmania and Victoria, Battery of the Nation, pumped hydro in Tasmania, 6 renewable energy zones created, legislating to create Australia's offshore wind industry, 400 community batteries. We've given the ACCC
the Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, you have previously directed a minister to deal with the terms of the question. I ask you uphold that ruling. It's a very tight question. The question was what has to happen to wholesale prices, how much will wholesale electricity prices need to fall, and the Prime Minister should be directed to that question.
On the order, members on my right, I will call the Leader of the House on. I'll hear from him.
To the point of order, the Manager of Opposition Business didn't complete the question that was asked, which, as I recall, went specifically to the impact on family electricity bills, and the Prime Minister is answering quite directly on ways of impacting on that.
Yes, the question was also about wholesale prices, and I'm listening. I was ruling on the point of order, but I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Just to the point of order, the Leader of Government Business has suggested that there was some other part to this question, which is not the case. The question was very tight. How much will wholesale electricity prices need to fall to deliver the promised $275 reduction in bills for Australian families? It couldn't have been any tighter than that, Mr Speaker, and the Prime Minister should be asked to answer the question,
you may resume
how
your
much
seat.
will wholesale electricity prices need
Thank
to
you.
be?
You may resume your seat. The Prime Minister is not halfway through his answer. The question was specific. I'm going to ask him to return to the question. He is setting some context, but I'll be listening carefully to his answer to make sure he addresses the issue of wholesale prices. And I call the Prime Minister.
About wholesale prices. And wholesale prices, wholesale prices will, of course, increase by up to 20% as a result of information that the former government kept quiet. Indeed, they legislated to make sure that people didn't know what would happen with wholesale prices. What we won't do is legislate so that people won't find out anything until
the Leader of the Nationals
after the next election, which is what the government did.
And I give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. What was the former coalition government's approach to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and what impact has this had on Australians?
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Lawler for her question, which reflects her long-standing interest in the very important work of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. If you want to know about the approach of the former government and about the damage that the former government did to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, you can now ask the former government, because they might actually tell you. Over recent weeks, those opposite, including the opposition leader, have complained that the AAT is stacked with political appointees.
He does not have the call. Members on my right, I would like to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business in silence.
Mr Speaker, this question makes no attempt to even be related to the Attorney-General's portfolio. It's specifically worded in terms of the previous government.
Members on my
the
right.
Attorney-General is not responsible for the actions of the previous government. He has his own responsibilities, and that's what he ought to be asked about.
Order. On the point of order, I'll hear from the Leader. The member for Moreton. I'll call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the point of order was not raised at the time of the question being asked. We're now well into the answer. The only point of order would be if he was being relevant to it or not at this point, and he's clearly being exactly relevant to what was asked.
The Attorney-General is being relevant. He does have responsibility for the AAT, but order. I will listen to his answer carefully to make sure it relates to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Over recent weeks, those opposite, including the opposition leader, have complained that the AAT is, his words, stacked with political appointees who can't be trusted to approve warrants for the proposed new National Anti-Corruption Commission. Those opposite appear to have no sense of irony at all. According to the opposition leader, the members of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal lack the independence and requisite level of oversight and intellect to perform the important role of approving warrants, even though, as Minister for Home Affairs, this same Leader of the Opposition dramatically expanded the role of AAT members in issuing warrants. For the benefit of the Opposition Leader, yes, the AAT is stacked with political appointees, and that's because he and his colleagues spent almost a decade stacking the AAT with political appointees. They are attacking their own miserable record. The opposition leader and his colleagues are now openly admitting what many of us have been saying for years. The modern Liberal Party cares so little for vulnerable people who rely on the AAT that they are happy to stack it with Liberal cronies, almost 90 Liberal Party cronies at taxpayers' expense, many of whom they knew were not up to the job. Each year, tens of thousands of Australians rely on the AAT to independently review decisions made by Commonwealth departments and ministers that have major and sometimes life-altering impacts on their lives. Those opposite do not care. about those Australians. Those opposite have never cared about those Australians, and they never will. And just yesterday we heard some more troubling revelations about the internal culture of the AAT after almost 10 years of Liberal Party stacking. 17 current members of the tribunal have faced bullying, discrimination or harassment complaints since the 1st of July 2016, and one of those members has had at least 5 such complaints made against them. That is completely unacceptable and is yet another problem that our government will have to address. The Liberal Party of Australia deserves to be tarnished forever for the legacy of this uniquely disgraceful exhibition of political cronyism, which has come at enormous cost to taxpayers, to the AAT and to Australia's system of administrative law more generally.
Order. The House will come to order so I can hear the member for Curtin in silence. I give her the call.
My question is for the Prime Minister. Australia has a history of complex industrial relations regulation, and the multi-employer bargaining part of the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill is making many employers very nervous. Wages will not increase if businesses and their employees have to navigate an even more complex wage-setting system full of unintended consequences. What does the government think is more important, getting this bill passed urgently or getting it right?
I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question and for her engagement constructively with the government. We had a meeting earlier today in which these issues were canvassed and raised, and I'm always happy to meet with members of the crossbench, as I am with anyone in this parliament who has serious policy issues to raise. The fact is that the government that I lead was elected with a mandate to increase people's wages. We went to an election and can't have been clearer. And we also can't have been clearer either in a speech I gave to the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Sydney during the election campaign. I spoke about the need to get bargaining operating effectively. I spoke about the fact that productivity was flatlining over a considerable period of time, and that, as the Reserve Bank Governor had indicated, that we had a circumstance whereby wages just simply weren't keeping up. And that was actually holding back the economy. That's a constraint on the economy. Now, what we've been doing with the industrial relations legislation is making sure that we consulted not just during that period, not just after we came to office, but at the Jobs and Skills Summit, in the lead-up to the legislation being moved by the Minister for Workplace Relations, and then during the inquiry that's taking place into the legislation, and also prior to the legislation being debated in this chamber. And as a result of that consultation extensively, there are a range of amendments that will be moved by the government. We do want to make sure that we get this right, but we also want to make sure that wages get moving, because we understand the pressure that family budgets are under, and we understand that you can't have a circumstance whereby, particularly it is feminised industries, our cleaners, our childcare workers, our aged care workers, our disability care workers, the heroes of the pandemic who deserve something more than our thanks. They deserve an increase in their wages. And that's why what our industrial relations legislation is aimed at doing, working effectively, constructively with the business community, consulting with COSBOA, ACCI, the BCA, the Australian Industry Group, and anyone else who wants to engage with us on that legislation. So I would encourage the member and other members to contribute constructively to it. We're certain that we'll get it right, and we're certain that we'll get it done.
I'll give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What failures over the last decade have led to defence capability gaps, and what is the Albanese Labor government's plan to address them?
I give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Australia faces capability gaps in our defence because of the complete incompetence of the former coalition government. And it was all based on the way in which they governed themselves. 6, almost 7 defence ministers in the course of 9 years. Started with David Johnson, who served just over a year, when, as the champion of Australian defence industry, he announced to the world that he wouldn't trust the defence industry of our country to build a canoe. Then we had Kevin Andrews, who went off and pursued a submarine deal with Japan, which in turn became a subject of the empty chair challenge on Tony Abbott. Kevin Andrews lost his job as Defence Minister when Tony Abbott lost his job as the Prime Minister. And then we had Senator Payne, and everything stopped. Literally nothing happened. After the 2016 election, Christopher Pyne was brought in to be the human defibrillator machine to shock coalition defence policy back into life. But then we had 2 defence ministers at the same time, and no one had any idea who was responsible for what. That was never going to last, and so Christopher took over the entire show until he got sick of it in 2019. Then we had Senator Payne. Then we had the current leader of the opposition. Over the course of 9 years, 24 different ministers across the breadth of the defence portfolio. Is there any wonder that the result of that was absolute chaos? 28 different projects running a combined total of 97 years over time. The only thing that moved in the last decade was defence ministers, because everything else came to a grinding halt. But you don't need to take my word for it, because last week we had an outbreak of honesty from the Shadow Minister, the member for Canning, when he said, and I quote, "We also squandered a lot of opportunity through leadership changes. It created ministerial churn," one description of it, "which led to inertia." Well, he got that right, because that inertia described the single worst national security government in our country's history. Now, over the last few months, the Albanese Labor government has established the Defence Strategic Review, the single most expansive overview of defence in more than 35 years, so that in the context of a growing defence budget we can have the capabilities that we need to meet a very different world. And we're going to actively manage programs to meet that need, because the Albanese Labor government is absolutely committed to getting defence back on track and keeping Australians safe.
Order. There is far too much noise on my right when ministers are addressing the House. Including the Minister for Indigenous Australians. And I give the call to the member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Before the election, the Prime Minister promised Australians cheaper mortgages. Can the Prime Minister inform Australians how much the cash rate has increased since May 21?
Order. The member for Hume was heard in silence for his question. The Prime Minister. I call the Prime Minister.
I'll ask the Treasurer to answer the question, but we're not going to take lectures from the lightweight on the hill over there.
Order. Order. The Treasurer may resume his seat. Order. Until the House comes to order, I won't hear the Manager of Opposition Business. I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, that is clearly unparliamentary language, and he should be asked to withdraw.
I honestly could not hear what the Prime Minister was saying because of the yelling in the chamber. Order. I'm going to call the Treasurer and I'm going to ask the House to come to order. There is far too much noise. I'm issuing a general warning for the entire House. And I call the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. With questions that bad, is it any wonder he hardly ever gets one, Mr Speaker, in this place? Now, it might not have dawned on the Shadow Treasurer, nor on the dregs of the former government, which are arrayed before us, that—
Order. Order. I'll take— I'm asking the Treasurer to resume his seat, but I'm asking the Manager to resume his seat. I just ask the Treasurer not to use that language when referring to the former government, either as the former government or former members of the government. And I call the Treasurer.
Would leftovers be parliamentary, Mr Speaker?
I'm asking the Treasurer to get on with his answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Shadow Treasurer for a very rare and particularly bad question. Because as everybody else in this House knows, interest rates started going up on their watch. And interest rates started going up for a range of reasons, from the extraordinary lows that they were at 0.1%, and they're currently at 2.85%, as every member of this House knows, except perhaps the Shadow Treasurer. Now, if the Shadow Treasurer had any credibility whatsoever, he would acknowledge, first of all, that rates started going up on the former government's watch, and secondly, he would say what members over there said when they started going up during the election, which was interest rates were not going to be at 0.1% forever. And so what we've done, Mr Speaker, and one of the reasons why we're proud of the budget we handed down 2 weeks ago, and the Shadow Treasurer won't ask me any questions about the budget that was handed down 2 weeks ago. But what we did in that budget was we made sure that we weren't making the inflation problem worse. In fact, we showed remarkable spending restraint, real spending growth was flat, we banked the upward revenue revisions, and we invested in the supply chain issues which were pushing inflation up in our economy. And that's why I was asked about interest rates.
The member for Hume will cease interjecting, otherwise I won't call the Manager of Opposition Business. The Treasurer may resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business, and I'd ask him to state the point of order.
On relevance, very direct question. Australians were promised cheaper mortgages. That was your promise. What are you doing about it?
Yes, and the Treasurer is referring to interest rates, which in my understanding is linked to mortgages. So I call the Treasurer.
Well, you're already far ahead of the Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker, if you make that link, and far ahead of the Manager of Opposition Business. Because the point that I'm making, Mr Speaker, is that the budget we handed down 2 weeks ago was aimed fairly and squarely at this inflation challenge in our economy, which is pushing up interest rates. Inflation was a problem before the election. Interest rates were going up before the election. They have absolutely no credibility if they won't acknowledge that.
I give the call to the order. I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. Aged care workers have long been underpaid for work that they do in support of our most vulnerable people. How important is the Fair Work Commission's decision to award these dedicated workers a pay rise?
Good question. Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Well, I thank the member for Hasluck for her question. This pay rise is vitally important because it will help us recruit and retain the staff that we need to reform a sector left to ruin by those opposite. A wage rise for aged care workers isn't just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do, because the National Skills Commission's own analysis tells us that by a pay rise of 10% going to aged care workers, we will halve the staff shortages that we have in aged care by 2052. Not just the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do. It was a crippling problem. There's a deserving solution, and still the Morrison government did nothing. And they did nothing for years and years and years. Aged care workers were left to languish, earning less than they would have earned stacking shelves at the supermarket. They were left to languish without hope of a pay rise. They were left to languish without any kind of respect, and they were left on the front line of COVID without adequate protection. And like the PM says, they don't just deserve our thanks. They deserve a pay rise. And now, for some aged care workers, after literally decades in the job that they love, they are about to crack the $30 an hour barrier for the very first time. And it's not just those of us on this side of the House that are applauding Fair Work's decision. Aged Care Community Care Providers Association Chief Tom Simonson said this substantial move was a step forward towards long-lasting reform that provides a higher quality of care for older Australians, enabling them to live their best lives. Stuart Brown partner Grant Corduroy said the pay rise would encourage people to join the aged care sector, while Bupa Villages and Aged Care Australia Managing Director Andrew Kincaid said the decision was an important first step towards recognition of the critical role our aged care workforce plays in caring for our elderly. Now, Mr Speaker, despite their newfound concern for the state of the aged care sector, a concern that they looked inside and discovered within themselves on or around the 22nd of May, by my observation, do not think that workers deserve a pay rise. They do not want workers to earn more. Matthias Cormann belled the cat on that years ago, and the Shadow Treasurer was good enough to reconfirm this recently when he said the quiet part out loud. So, those opposite, when they were in government, refused to make a submission to the Fair Work Commission to support a pay rise for aged care workers, and they rushed through changes that scrapped the Aged Care Workforce Compact that would have seen a pay rise for aged care workers. It was one of the very first things that they did. They suspended standing orders. Such was their giddy rush to cut pay rises for aged care workers. It was foolhardy, it was cruel and it was short-sighted. And aged care workers judge them for their actions then, not what they mumble now. Yeah. So I want to thank those staff, the union members in the sector who fought against them for this interim pay rise that they so thoroughly deserve.
The Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How many gigajoules of gas supply will be lost to families and small businesses because the government cut $50 million from gas investment projects?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
None, Mr Speaker, but I welcome a question from the opposition about gas, because these are the guys who promised a gas-led recovery. Remember that? What they left was a gas-led bin fire, Mr Speaker, a gas-led bin fire, because on the day that our old friend, the member for Hume, announced a gas-led recovery, the price of gas was $4.20 a gigajoule. The gas-led recovery went so well, but by the time of the election, the price of gas was $34.75 a gigajoule. Well done, Angus.
Order. Give the call to the member. I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to get wages moving in feminised workforces like the early childhood education and care sector, and why is this needed?
Call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Blair for his question and for his continued commitment to see the wages of women in feminised industries lift. Mr Speaker, you won't hear anyone on this side of the House say that deliberately keeping wages low is a centrepiece of our economic agenda. Yeah. This government went to the election with a commitment to lift wages, and in just 5 months of being in office, we've already made progress to get wages moving. We've supported the Fair Work Commission to lift the minimum wage, including the Children's Services Award by 4.8%. We've committed to decreasing the gender pay gap across a number of industries, including early childhood education and care, where 90% or over 90% of workers in that sector are women, Mr Speaker. We're strengthening the ability of the Fair Work Commission to order pay increases for low-paid, female-dominated industries. We're establishing 2 expert panels, a pay equity panel and a care and community sector panel. We're expanding access to multi-employer bargaining. All of these will help to lift the wages of early childhood education and care workers. But, Mr Speaker, I'm asked why is this needed? I'm asked why is this needed. For one thing, we know that those industries which are female-dominated have been for too long in this country undervalued and overworked. And I commend the Minister for Aged Care and the work that she has done on increasing the wages for aged care workers. It is a demonstration of this government's commitment to pay equity for the feminised sectors, for feminised sectors like early childhood education and care. Again, why is this needed? And I'd like to take a moment, Mr Speaker, to give the example of why multi-employer bargaining works and why it works and why it's necessary. I hear them over there all groaning and moaning, but you might want to listen to this example about why it works for early childhood educators and workers in your electorate. early childhood educators in your electorates. In Melbourne, Mr Speaker, we have the example of a group of 70 not-for-profit early childhood education and care centres who bargained together for a multi-employer agreement covering all of them. Through that process, that agreement set a minimum of 16% above the award, and they have the best conditions for long day care in Victoria. That's what multi-employer bargaining helped to achieve for these early childhood education and care workers. Under current laws, it is too cumbersome. We need to change the laws. Only one government will deliver higher employment and better employment for early childcare workers, and that's this side of the House.
Order. Give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Businesses in my electorate of Lindsay in Western Sydney, like Screaming Beans Cafe, are struggling with the pressure of rising inflation and power prices. Given the budget indicates that power prices will increase by 56%, why are businesses like Screaming Beans having to pay for the Prime Minister's broken promise to cut power prices?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. And this government is extremely concerned about power prices for businesses, small, medium and large, and power prices for industry and for residences as well. And this government has taken the approach of being straight with the Australian people about the pressures on energy prices, the pressures caused by very high coal and gas input costs. That's why we took the approach. We took the approach in the budget, and the Treasurer took the approach in the budget of being straight with the Australian people. There was an alternative approach. The alternative approach is not to be straight with the Australian people. We took option A, to be straightforward with the Australian people. The previous government took option B, of hiding those price rises. They are, in every sense, the B team, Mr Speaker. Option B was the one embraced by the member for Hume.
The minister will resume his seat. I'll hear from the manager of opposition business on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, previously on the 1st of August you directed a minister to be relevant to the question where a minister had strayed and began talking about the record of the former government. They can't help themselves. He's done it again, and he should be directed back to the question.
Yes, the minister has set some context 1 minute in. I'm going to ask him to return to the specific broken promises alleged in the question and also the rising power prices, which was also in the question which he's referring to. And I call the minister.
Mr Speaker, in relation to rising power prices, that's the option they took. And there's been even a development in recent days, Mr Speaker, on this important topic, which will be of interest to the House, because previously the member for Hume denied hiding the power price rises, said it didn't happen. Then he said he didn't know about the power price rises when he changed the law. And then last week at the National Press Club he said, I was acting on departmental advice, Mr Speaker. How pathetic to blame your public servants for your decision, Mr Speaker. That's how pathetic these guys are, blaming the department. That's what they've lowered to.
The Leader of the Nationals.
House, we take the alternative approach. That's why the Prime Minister, the Treasurer, the Industry Minister, the Resources Minister and myself have made it very clear. We will not be standing by and watching the prices of coal and gas just flow through to Australian industries and households. That's what you did, and you didn't have the guts to tell the Australian people that you couldn't help them with power prices. You hid it from the Australian people. That's how pathetic you got, and that's how pathetic you still are.
Order. Before I call the member for Hawke, I just remind all ministers to direct their comments through the chair. And I give the call to the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government's approach to wages in the budget, and why is it so important to get wages moving?
And I call the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Hawke for the question and for all the work that he does on behalf of his community here in this place. Getting wages growing again is a deliberate design feature of our economic policy, and that's why we do need to fix what is a broken bargaining system, which is only delivering stagnant wages, particularly for the low-paid and for industries dominated by women. It's why the budget is all about investing in skills so we can train people for higher wage opportunities. It's about early childhood education, making it cheaper so more parents can work more and earn more if they want to. It's about investing in the industries where we'll get the secure, well-paid jobs, whether it be areas of traditional strength or new industries as well. It's why we have started to provision for the important wage outcome that has been announced, interim wage outcome announced by the Fair Work Commission for aged care workers. And it's why one of the first decisions, if not the very first decision of the Cabinet of this new government, was to support a decent minimum wage rise. Now, in the budget, Mr Speaker, the Treasury has upgraded their forecast for wages growth to be 3.75% this year and next, and if it happens, that will be the fastest since 2012, and that would be a good thing. But what we do know is that when inflation is high and rising, it makes it even harder for Australians to keep up. And part of the reason for that is that for too long in this country, Mr Speaker, wages have been too stagnant. And that has made it harder for people to keep up and harder for people to get ahead. Under the life of the previous government, wages growth was just 2.1% on average, compared with 3.6% under the Labor government that preceded it. And so you can see that for the best part of a decade we've had wage stagnation. Now, Mr Speaker, nothing would make those opposite happier than another decade of wage stagnation and wage suppression. That's what they're here for. And we know this because the Shadow Treasurer was asked on TV why he opposed our industrial relations changes, and he said because it will push wages up, which is kind of the point. And it says it all about the differences between this side of the House and that side of the House, Mr Speaker. We have policies and plans to get wages moving again. We want Australian workers to get a bigger slice of the action when the economy is growing, and they failed on wages, and ordinary people copped it in the neck as a consequence. So, Mr Speaker, there's a very important reason why the Minister for Skills has been investing in skills. The Ministers for Education and Early Childhood Education have been investing in cheaper childcare. It's why the Minister for Industry has been investing in our supply chains and the industries that will deliver secure, well-paid work. It's why the Minister for Aged Care, working with the Minister for Health, has been so supportive of a decent pay rise for our aged care workers. It's why the Prime Minister during the campaign, the Industrial Relations Minister afterwards, all of the Cabinet been so supportive of a decent minimum wage rise. That's because we want to see wages growing again. You would happily see another decade of wage stagnation.
Give the call to the member for Fowler.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer tell the House how can the government offer additional childcare relief for those earning up to $530,000 while removing the low and middle income tax offset for individuals and families earning less than $120,000 who need tax relief the most during a cost of living crisis? How will the government provide immediate relief for struggling families like those in Fowler? Thank you.
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Once again, Mr Speaker, I appreciate the question from the member for Fowler and thank her for the conversations that we've had about cost of living in the past. We do recognise and we do understand that when inflation is high and rising for longer than we would like, then Australian families and Australians more broadly are under more pressure than we would like. When it comes to the low and middle income tax offset, that was a decision taken by our predecessors to end the Lamito, and that has ended. That's a decision that my predecessor, former Treasurer Frydenberg, made very clear. What we have tried to do in the budget and what we have done in the budget is to provide cost of living relief to your constituents and to all of our constituents in a way that doesn't add to inflation in our economy. We recognise that the reason why real wages are going backwards is because inflation is too high for too long. We recognise that interest rates are going up because inflation is higher than we want it to be, and that is largely a consequence of pressures coming from around the world, but it's felt around the kitchen tables of our communities. And so the cost of living relief that we're providing in the budget, whether it be cheaper early childhood education, whether it be expansion of paid parental leave, whether it be the housing accord to get more cheaper rental properties into the market, whether it be cheaper medicines, whether it be our policies to get wages moving again, all of these things are all about providing the cost of living relief that people need and deserve in a way that isn't counterproductive by making the inflation problem even worse. So that's the government's strategy here. The alternative would be to risk making the inflation problem worse, but there is something like $7.5 billion of cost of living relief flowing in the budget. Obviously, as we go through these challenging times, if there's more that we can responsibly do, obviously we will consider it, and we'll always try and do the right thing by her constituents and by all the people that we represent in this place.
The call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Workplace Relations. How will the Albanese Labor government's Secure Jobs, Better Pay bill help close the gender pay gap, and how has this policy been received?
Give the call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and the Minister for the Arts.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Gilmore and thank her for her commitment as well, acknowledge her commitment in taking action to close the gender pay gap. The gender pay gap in Australia sits at an unacceptable 4.1%. It won't fix itself. We need to take action in legislation and action in the parliament to be able to close the gender pay gap, and you will find throughout the Secure Jobs Better Pay bill specific measures designed to close the gender pay gap, every one of which those opposite are opposing. The first thing that we're doing is inserting gender equity as an objective of the Act, so it's there in the consideration of every decision of the Commission. We are then also fully implementing Recommendation 28 of the Respect at Work report, something which was put to the parliament in the previous term and which those opposite voted against implementing Recommendation 28 of the Respect at Work report. But this will allow disputes over sexual harassment to be dealt with at the Fair Work Commission, a cheaper jurisdiction, a more practical jurisdiction, and often where you have workplace disputes, they involve a number of issues. Sexual harassment is one of them, and we've had a situation where people have had to deal with different aspects of the same problem in different jurisdictions. You'll now be able to have that simplicity because of the measures within the bill. Importantly as well, a prohibition on pay secrecy clauses. How many times has it been the case that these clauses have been used quite deliberately? So at the same workplace, women are paid less than men, but no one can find out. People have a right. If they have a clause where they want to keep their pay secret, they have a right. They don't have an obligation to disclose your own pay. But an employer should never say to a worker, you have no right to tell someone how much you're paid. It's been part of the elaborate story of making sure at various workplaces, particularly, I have to say, in the finance industry, where women have been paid less than men. But also, to get wages moving, we need to increase access to bargaining. You look at the moment, we're down to 14% of the workforce that are on agreements that are in date, agreements that get you above the award. The majority of those agreements are in occupations that are viewed as traditionally male-dominated. A minority are in jobs that are traditionally female-dominated. The current bargaining system won't deliver pay equity, and the rules there need to be changed. In terms of complexity, we are using 3 streams which already exist for multi-employer bargaining, but getting rid of the complexity so that they can be available and we can move to close the gender pay gap.
Give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister please explain why NDIS workers and soldiers will be subject to the National Anti-Corruption Commission, but union officials exercising a power under a law of the Commonwealth will have a specific exclusion?
Order. I give the call to the Prime Minister. Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. The member for O'Connor was heard in silence. The Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. He seems unaware that, of course, people in the industrial relations system are covered by the Fair Work Ombudsman as well as the Fair Work Commission. The Fair Work Commission, and they're subject to that. And one of the things that we've done with the National Anti-Corruption Commission, in part, he might want to talk to the Leader of the Opposition about this, because he's made it very clear that what we shouldn't do with the National Anti-Corruption Commission is duplicate systems that are in place already. So if you look at, for example, parliamentarians with IPEA, for example, are excluded from the NAC provisions. They've done that. They've done that as a result of the clear indication from those opposite that I agree with as well, that what you need to do with the National Anti-Corruption Commission is fill the gaps which are there. You don't need to duplicate laws and provisions which are available already.
I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to address housing affordability? How does the budget help Australians manage cost of living pressures?
Give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Macarthur because I know that he, like many people on this side of the House, and I'm sure those on the other side, are concerned about the cost of living and particularly about housing affordability, which is why, of course, in our budget we focused on cost of living measures that will not put pressure on inflation, such as cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, getting wages moving, expanding paid parental leave and more affordable housing, Mr Speaker. Indeed, one of the central parts of the budget was the new National Housing Accord. Importantly, it's been agreed by each tier of government, by investors and industry. It is a commitment to work together to address the systematic problems that we have in the housing market. And of course, it will be guided, as will of course our overall architecture in terms of housing, by our National Supply and Affordability Council. It will be providing advice to governments to make sure that we are dealing with supply to get more affordable homes on the ground more quickly. Indeed, we want to remove the barriers to get more affordable homes on the ground more quickly. And we are delivering right across the housing spectrum with the budget. The Housing Australia Future Fund, 30,000 social and affordable homes across the country, our Help to Buy scheme, and importantly our regional first home buyer guarantee, which was due to start on 1 January next year, which we brought forward to the 1st of October. And I'm pleased to tell the House that since the 1st of October, 574 people have actually taken up the scheme in regional Australia to get into their first home. That is good news for those first home buyers in regional Australia. That is just since the 1st of October.
The member for Deakin will cease interjecting.
We have said through the Jobs and Skills Summit that we would work quickly to get money on the ground in terms of widening the remit of the National Housing Infrastructure Facility, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to advise the House that this week we have indeed set out to amend the National Housing Infrastructure Facility up to $575 million to deliver more social and affordable homes with the money available before Christmas. That is before Christmas. In just a few weeks' time, that money will be available to get more social and affordable homes on the ground. Indeed, it is part of our overall architecture and our election commitments, but also the Accord as part of the budget, and long-term the National Housing and Homelessness Plan. As the CEO of Hester Superfund said, there's no single solution to this housing crisis, but all levels of government have a role to play. That's why it's fantastic to see this framework for all stakeholders to come together to overcome the challenges, because now is the time to get the policy settings right. Mr Speaker, our investments are right for the times, they're right for the future, and they'll deliver more social and affordable homes for Australians to get more Australians into a home.
Give the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Greedy energy corporations are driving up electricity bills by 56% while making massive record profits. Prime Minister, will you back the Greens' costed plan to freeze electricity bills for 2 years at pre-crisis levels, funded by a windfall tax on coal and gas corporations, to deliver people immediate cost-of-living relief?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
What we'll be doing, I thank the member for Melbourne for his question, and I thank him for the constructive engagement as well. I understand that we have different solutions that we would present in dealing with the challenge of climate change, but I don't doubt his sincerity in wanting to deal with it. And that's the starting point, is acknowledging the science which is there. But we went to the election with a very clear plan, our Powering Australia plan, that acknowledges the changes that are required in our economy that will provide for an 82% share of our energy mix to be renewables by 2030. And we understand that that is the cheapest and cleanest form of new energy. I know that on a number of areas, housing, energy in these areas. We have had propositions stating we could just take action of freezing payments as is put forward by the member for Melbourne. But it's completely unclear to me, and upon any legal advice, of how you would do that in terms of intervening in the way in which the member for Melbourne has suggested. What the government has to do is to come up with practical plans that make a practical difference. We did that in June by making sure that the lights stayed on. We did that in the negotiations that took place with gas suppliers to make sure that we secured the greater than the 56 petajoules that was anticipated would be the shortfall by the ACCC, and we'll do that as we're working through the current solutions, working through with industry, working through with our departments, working through with manufacturers as well, because we understand that the increase that is occurring as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in global energy prices, that is feeding into global inflation as well, is a challenge for the economy. We'll deal with it with real solutions rather than slogans. That's the Labor way, and that's the responsibility that we have as a government.
Give the call to the member for Corwell.
My question is to the Minister for Education. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering responsible cost of living relief that is good for families and good for the economy?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the member for Cornwall for her question. The first 5 years of a child's life are everything. What they see, what they hear, what they eat, every smile, every laugh, every friend, every book, every lesson shapes the people that we become.
Member for New England.
And that's why early childhood education is so important. Now, I would hope that the member for New England in particular might know that. He might also know, as I do, as a father of young children, that early childhood education is expensive. That the cost has gone up by 41% in the last 8 years. And that's why the legislation that we've introduced into the parliament is so important, because it'll cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families. For, on average, 6,000 families in each and every electorate represented in this parliament. For a family on a combined income of about $120,000, it means that they will save about $1,700 a year. So it's good for children, as the member for New England knows.
The Nationals will cease interjecting.
It's good for mums and dads, as the member for New England knows. And it's good for our economy as well, because in a skill-starved economy, this will help a lot of skilled workers to go back into the workforce. According to Treasury, the equivalent of up to 37,000 extra full-time workers. It's why our cheaper childcare legislation has won such widespread support. Good Start have called it groundbreaking. Georgie Dent from the Parenthood said it will help improve financial independence and security for Australian women. The BCA said affordable childcare is fundamental to increasing workforce participation of Australian women. And I also want to thank members of the crossbench. The member for Warringah described it as an investment in our future as a nation. The member for Mackellar said not only is it sensible economic policy, it will provide our children with the best possible start in life. And the member for Wentworth said, and I quote, "No other bill gives me greater joy to see in front of the parliament today." The only people that have criticised it are the Liberal Party and the National Party. They've opposed it relentlessly for 2 years. Not one person from the Liberal Party or the National Party in the debate said anything in support of it. They didn't say one thing positive, except for the member for New England, who we can always rely on for support when it comes to early childhood education and care.
I'll ask the minister to resume his seat. And I'll hear from the Manager of Opposition
Again,
Business.
it is on relevance. The question had nothing to do with this government's, with the record of this side of the House, and he's strayed again into the former government's record. I suggest he should be directed back to the question.
The Manager of Opposition Business, the member for Canning, is seeking the call? No. I'll call the Minister to remain relevant for the last 18 seconds of his answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So you might ask, why are they voting for it? Well, maybe it's because only 30% of Australian women voted for them. And they're afraid if they vote against this, then the same thing will happen to them again.
Call the member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence. The Prime Minister said he doesn't want duplication in the National Anti-Corruption Commission. Why is the ADF included in the National Anti-Corruption Commission, but senior union leaders are not? Isn't the ADF Military Code of Conduct and Inspector General good enough?
The call to the order. Members on my left, the member for Canning was heard in silence, and I'd ask the same respect to be shown to the Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question.
Member for Deakin.
The military tribunals have their important role to play. The government has committed to producing an anti-corruption commission which is going to be robust in accordance with the commitments that we took to the last election.
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. The House will come to order, and I'll call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. What were the findings of the Gaetjens report into the Community Sports Infrastructure Grant Programme, and why did it take so long for the report to be released?
Give the call to the I'll just ask the order. Members on my right. The Attorney-General will take a break, and I will listen to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, again, Mr Speaker, it goes to questions being asked about actions of the previous government, which is not an appropriate subject of a question to a current minister.
I will hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, in terms of relevance, the question can only go to the consideration can only go to the words of the question itself. The question refers to a report which has now been released today. That's happened in the life of this government and therefore is completely relevant and within standing orders to ask the relevant minister.
Page 553 of practice. Order. On the point of order, does say that the relevant minister may answer questions they are responsible for concerning public affairs, administration and proceedings pending the House. In light of the information that a report was released today, which the Attorney-General has responsibility for, the question is in order, and I'll give him the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for Pearce for her question. It reflects her long-standing interest in integrity matters. And you've got to say that at the last election it's very clear that the Australian people voted for integrity, voted for transparency and voted for the return of good government. The Australian people roundly rejected the government's record of rorts and cover-ups, and one of the most egregious examples of those rorts and cover-ups was the so-called sports rorts scandal, the report of which from the former Secretary of the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet has just been released. And what we've now learned is that it involved, this sports rorts scandal, the former government ignoring recommendations from the relevant department and using colour-coded spreadsheets which carved up funds by electorate for party advantage rather than on any kind of merits assessment. It was shameful, and that's what we've learned. We find it out yesterday, after years of cover-up, that even the member for Cook's most senior public servant thought that it was wrong. He found that there were significant shortcomings in the scheme and that there was an actual conflict of interest And of course, sports rorts weren't the only example under the former government of behaviour like this. We also had the car park rorts, we had the Leppington Triangle, we had the member for Hume's Grassgate scandal. The Australian people said enough, enough. They elected a government that is dedicated to integrity and transparency, and we've wasted no time honouring our commitment to the Australian people. We've already introduced legislation for a National Anti-Corruption Commission with teeth, which is currently before a joint select committee. I am looking forward to the report of the committee being provided to this parliament this week, on Thursday. We hope to pass the bill by the end of this year and have the commission up and running by mid-2023. And it could not be a starker contrast to the former government, who promised that they were going to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission in December of 2018, and they never even introduced a bill. Unlike them, we promised a National Anti-Corruption Commission, and we will deliver.
And I call the Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Just got to call the Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, I do, Mr Speaker.
You may proceed.
During question time today, the Attorney-General attributed quotes to me which are not accurate, and the aspersions within them are not accurate. The suggestion that I have somehow denigrated the people within the AAT, Mr Speaker, are not accurate, and the Attorney-General should know better.
And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Just to add to an answer, Catherine Murphy picked up during my answer earlier that when I was referring to the gender pay gap, I used a lower number, and I had the right number in front of me.
On my left.
And of course, the correct number of 14.1% only makes the argument stronger that we need to act.
Order, order, and I call the House will come to order. And I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Before we move to the matter of public importance, I'd like to just acknowledge in the gallery we've got Carnegie Mellon International University students which are visiting Parliament today, and they are from the USA, China, Argentina, Pakistan, India, the Philippines and Taiwan. A very warm welcome. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Fairfax proposing order. The House will come to order, and this matter will be heard in silence. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Fairfax proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the lack of a government plan to manage skyrocketing energy prices in Australia. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Firstly, context counts, and at the moment, throughout Australia, we are hearing three key concerns about the government's energy plan. Number one is prices. We know that households, as well as businesses, industries as a whole, are struggling due to skyrocketing prices. Secondly is reliability in the grid, both in the short term due to the lack of gas and in the medium to long term because of the premature closure of baseload power stations. And the third concern is that the Labor government lacks a social licence to unroll the renewables at the speed and scale at which they plan, a plan that includes 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines, 22,000 solar panels every single day up to 2030, and 40 new wind turbines a month through also to 2030. The social licence is not there. But so much as context counts, Deputy Speaker, so too does history. And history says that this story at the moment is a story between a decade of delivery and 6 months of motherhood statements. That decade of delivery, if you look at the last term of government alone under the coalition, we saw prices come down by 8% for Australian households. We saw prices come down for businesses by 10% and for industry by 12%. Yet since Labor has come to office, we all know what has happened to power prices. They have only increased. Now, this is despite every single member opposite on the government benches telling the Australian people, promising them that they would deliver a reduction in power prices to households by $275. $275, a dollar figure that the government now refuses to come to the dispatch box and even talk about, because they know the truth. Since coming to office, not only have they failed to make any march towards that promise, but their budget revealed the fact that prices will continue to go up, over 50% for electricity, over 40% for gas. Now, you could argue, and I wouldn't blame people if they did argue, Deputy Speaker, that this is a new government. Maybe they're just on their L plates, L for Labor, L for Learner, and they're struggling. However, if you go back in history further and you look at the former Labor government, Deputy Speaker, it's the exact same story. Because under the former Labor government, prices went up over 100%. Over 100%. Labor is back, and so are the high prices, Deputy Speaker, and it should come as no concern. So yes, context counts, yes, history counts, but so too does today and tomorrow count, and they count the most. And as of today, we know that regardless of what colour stripe, political stripe, the MPs have in this place, each of us have constituents that right now are in an enormous amount of pain. And it doesn't matter if their MP is a Labor MP, a Green, a crossbench or coalition. We have senior citizens that are struggling to pay their bills right now. Today, how many families are opening up that power bill and saying, how are we going to handle Christmas coming up? How can we pay for the kids' education next year? Power bills are going up. We also know that businesses are threatening to close. The Australian Workers' Union, they say that up to 800,000 workers might lose their jobs. 800,000. That's the AWU. That's not the coalition with that. Everybody in this place should be very concerned about where power prices are going. Yet this government has no plan at all to address this. Now, they did have a plan, and that plan was called Powering Australia. And what's happened to Powering Australia? Why is it that Labor are no longer talking about Powering Australia? I'll tell you why, because Powering Australia was based on economic modelling that has now been disproven. Who has disproven the economic modelling behind Labor's plan? Has it been the coalition? Has it been industry? Has it been right-wing think tanks? The government's own budget. The government's own budget has proven that their policy is wrong. The economic modelling is wrong. The economic modelling of those opposite, of those on the government benches, said power prices would come down. Their own budget, Treasury, says power prices are going up, not down. Not down. If that's not enough, how about the responsible department? Now, 2 weeks ago was the budget. Just last weekend, the very department responsible for climate change and energy removed the Powering Australia policy document off its website. So not only is Treasury disassociating itself from this government's modelling and Powering Australia plan, but the very department responsible for implementing it is now disassociating itself. It too does not believe anything that's come from this Labor government. So when you have your own department leaving you, when you have Treasury leaving you, you know that you have a problem. And the problem is you just don't have a plan. If you look at the reason why the Prime Minister gave for not attending COP in Egypt, What was the reason he gave to the Australian Financial Review? The reason he gave, he wasn't going to attend COP because only merely about implementation, as if that pesky, annoying thing about having an implementation plan doesn't actually count. And this is the Achilles heel of the Labor Party. This is the Achilles heel of this government. They're big on the grand stuff. Give them a vision statement, they love it. Give them a mission statement, they love it. Give them motherhood statements, they love it. But they cannot deliver an implementation plan. And if you lack an implementation plan, well, you have absolutely nothing to guide you other than that big visionary statement. And this is the problem. And it's only human nature. It's only human nature, Deputy Speaker. When you lack a plan, what do you fall back on? Your natural instinct, your natural instincts. And what we've seen in Labor's natural instinct is to demonise gas. We have seen it from the very beginning with the now minister using crude expressions like BS, calling the coalition's plan to have more gas infrastructure a fraud. And this government ripped out over $50 million from infrastructure for gas in their budget. At a time when the rest of Australia is saying we need more supply in the market, this government rips out infrastructure funding to ensure we can have that supply facilitated and transported across the country. The same government that went to the Australian people and said that renewables are the enemy of gas. And whenever we talk about gas, what do they talk about? Oh, well, it's renewables. But again, we heard in the Senate estimates, the officials of the department talk about the fact that gas is a partner for the intermittency of renewables. Yet government will argue that gas is the enemy, which is why they're ripping money out of gas. That's why they're not backing Cooper, they're not backing the Beetaloo Basin. It's an absolute disgrace. The same government, by the way, which is now talking about, well, maybe we do need more supply of gas in the market, took out gas from the capacity mechanism. The minister stood at a press conference and made it very clear the capacity mechanism, which was basically an insurance plan to ensure we had backup, should not include technologies such as gas, doing everything to demonise gas. The Kurri Kurri plant, which was meant to be gas, this government promised it would be 30% hydrogen by day one. 30% hydrogen by day one. How's that going? Guess how much hydrogen will be there on day one of Kurri Kurri? Zero. Not 1 percentage point. But of course, Paul Broad, who was CEO of Snowy, he told the minister this. He lost his job because he was straight with his advice. The budget vindicated this because the government had no money to actually transfer it into being in hydrogen. Again, it is flawed. They have no plan, and each and every member of the government is culpable in this distruth.
Time's expired. Member for McNamara and member for Hawke might like to remind you are not in your seat.
Deputy Speaker, we can all take a deep breath after Radioactive Man turned it right up, didn't he? He turned it right up. He turned it right up. He turned the reactor right up. But I do admire those opposite. I do admire them because they're not burdened by self-doubt, these people. They are not burdened by self-doubt. Or history or a sense of policy or governance, all of those sort of details, it just doesn't bother them. And I think that that must bring some sort of freedom when coming into this place, that you don't really have a sense of history, you're just willing to say whatever you want. So why don't we go down a trip down memory lane, folks? Why don't we go for a journey? It's a beautiful day outside. I'm sure there are many Australians enjoying this MPI on their screens. I'm sure they're all thinking, goodness, thank God that last speaker's over. But why don't we go down energy lane? Because they had a number of different energy policies, the previous government. They had a number of energy policies. The first one was the NEG. We remember the NEG. The National Energy Guarantee. Now, not the worst idea from those opposite. In fact, the former Minister for Energy, the former member for Kooyong, Josh Frydenberg, brought the National Energy Guarantee to the parliament. He He did a few press conferences with the then leader. In fact, the then Labor opposition, proudly now the Labor government, was even willing to negotiate and come to the table and say, you know what, an idea that brings industry together to guarantee supply while also looking at ways in which we can increase renewable energy into the national energy grid. For a bunch of people over there that we don't usually expect good ideas from, that wasn't a bad one. That wasn't a bad one, except there was one problem with the national energy guarantee. It wasn't the Labor Party. It was the Liberal Party's own party room who killed the national energy guarantee. In fact, the only thing the national energy guaranteed, it didn't guarantee any energy, the national energy guarantee. The only thing the national energy guaranteed was that Malcolm Turnbull no longer was the Prime Minister. It took the national energy guarantee to topple a Liberal Prime Minister. Now, there was a few other brilliant ideas that came out of it. Of course, there was the member for Hume, our friend, the member for Hume, who he was busy last term. He was busy as the Minister for Energy. Not much on energy policy, to be frank. No, that wasn't his focus. Which, to be fair, he was pretty busy on the downloading documents from the City of Sydney website. He was very busy on his $14 million of travel at apparently Clover Moore. $14 million. Remember, I think he did a press conference as well, saying that they did $14 million. What, did they go to the moon? Where did you think they went? Anyway, then that must have been it. There's a lot of trips to and from Canberra, isn't it, from Sydney? $14 million. But that didn't trouble him. He was determined to put up that story. And of course, it was his efforts in the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. The thing with the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the hint with the Clean Energy Finance Corporation is in its name. It's about clean energy. It's about clean energy. I know it's shocking. It's shocking that the Clean Energy Finance... Who would have thunk it? But that was something that the member for Hume wanted to take out. He wanted the Clean Energy Finance Corporation not to invest in clean energy, Deputy Speaker. And the other thing that I thought was amazing about the failed attempts of the member for Hume on the Clean Energy Finance Corporation was that the return on investment required for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation was all about good investments. It's one of the most successful government agencies to invest in programs to get a good return on investment. Except what the member for Hume wanted to do was to take out the financially responsible aspects of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. So he wanted to turn the Clean Energy Finance Corporation into a government agency that didn't invest in clean energy and didn't have any financial responsibility. It was just going to be the agency because it had no other link. A colour-coded spreadsheet, yeah, an agency. It would have gone into. They should have. There was a few seats over there that they should have done a bit more colour-coding spreadsheet into. Anyway, then there was the Collinsville coal-fired power station. The former member for Dawson was pretty keen on that, but that obviously was and Senator Canavan and a few of his other band of merry men. Yeah, Canavan getting some chalk and updating his Twitter bio. Yeah, that's what Senator Canavan was up to. Anyway, but then it brings me to the member for Fairfax, who is our new friend and who is leading those opposite and who led the MPI. And I kind of have a soft spot for the member for Fairfax. He's sort of a good-natured character, but He's now the big answer, and we on this side of the House do recognise the fact that there are energy price struggles that Australian people are facing. We absolutely recognise that. We recognise the fact that for too long this country has been crippled by no energy policy. We need to get energy prices down. We need to ensure that gas prices are low as possible, and the work going on behind the scenes by the ministers and by the Prime Minister is extremely important. But you would think that while energy prices are so high, you wouldn't go for the highest and most expensive form of energy in order to be the main policy to rectify those high energy prices. Surely, now I know that they aren't burdened by logic and they're not burdened by sense, but surely that makes no sense. So I thought, you know what? These people, the member for Fairfax, he is the member for Fairfax, which has the Coolum Beach Surf Club, But unfortunately today we're going to have to announce that if the member for Fairfax has his way, the Coolum Beach Surf Club is just going to be transformed into the Coolum Beach nuclear reactor. That's what it's going to be. They're not going to be doing the surf club in Coolum, they're just going to be cooling down the nuclear reactor. That's all they're going to be able to do in Coolum. And of course the member for Maranoa, he is the leader of this new push for nuclear energy. And one of the great things in the member for Maranoa's electorate is the Stockman's Hall of Fame. It's a great part of Australia, regional Australia, but it's going to have to be shut down, unfortunately, for the member for Manoa, because you're going to have the Stockman's nuclear power plant. That's what you're going to have there. Instead, it's not going to be the Hall of Fame. It's going to be the Hall of Uranium in there, in the member for Maranoa's electorate. And of course, there are so many others who are going to have to build nuclear reactors in their electorates. But that's not our another colour-coded spreadsheet. You all get a nuclear reactor. But in all seriousness, nuclear energy is too expensive, and we've had a lot of looks at it. In fact, I was on the committee with the member for Fairfax where we had a good look at this, where we had a good look with the member for Fremantle. We had a good look at what nuclear reactors would mean for Australia for the 17th time, and it was just a clear example that the economics don't stack up. We have, of course, a nuclear reactor in Lucas Heights, which does incredible work creating medicines. There's nothing against the technology, but the economics of this simply doesn't make sense. So we're not going to be lectured by those people who want to make energy prices go even higher. We are going to work on this side of the House on a simple energy policy, 82% renewable energy by 2030. It's going to be the most important thing that we can bring down long-term power prices. It's going to be the most important thing that we can have sovereignty in Australia on our electricity grid. We're not going to have an electricity grid that's going to be so responsive to international pressures. And we're also going to have an electricity grid where we're not going to have people like the member for Hume coming into this place and destroying the energy grid. Now, the member for Hume, in my last minute and a half, Deputy Speaker, the member for Hume and the member for Fairfax like to come into this place and talk about energy prices. And just before question time, in fact, Mr Luke Yeaman, the Deputy Secretary, in Estimates today, did give an alarming piece of evidence. And Mr Yeaman said the following, that the current increases in energy prices this financial year reflects increases in the default market offers published in May by the Australian Energy Regulator and associated market dynamics. In other words, the reason why electricity prices are so high is because of the things that happen under their watch. And of course, instead of Angus Taylor, the member for Hume, being free and open and honest with the Australian people, he tried to hide the regulations to keep the default market offer from the Australian people. Well, we are not going to be lectured by the characters who tried to destroy the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, who brought in the NEG and ended up destroying the Malcolm Turnbull Prime Ministership. We're not going to be lectured by the people who, at high energy prices, want to bring in nuclear reactors, the most expensive and slowest form of energy. What we on this side of the House are going to invest in renewable energy, because it is going to be the thing that brings down power prices, the thing that powers Australian homes and creates thousands and thousands of jobs, 5 of every 6 in Australian regions. And, Speaker, that is exactly what we're going to do.
Member for Hinckley.
Speaker, the member for McNamara has just spent 10 minutes mocking those Australians who are struggling to pay their bills. They are literally losing their homes and going to live in their cars and losing their jobs. I had a local businessman, Madam Deputy Speaker, just this week, in the week just past, and I won't name his business because I don't know he's informed his employees. He had a satellite business in Hervey Bay for what it is that he does. He has an estimate that his power bill will go up by $40,000, and as a result he will be closing that facility in Hervey Bay, and those jobs will be lost. And for those interjecting, well, I'd inform them in Queensland that that price is set by the Queensland Labor government. You should inform yourself. It is set by the Queensland Labor government because they own the retailer. They own all of the transmission. They own 70% of the generators. So for those opposite interjecting, you might want to ring your Labor mates in Queensland and ask them to fix it. So we've seen from the member for McNamara, and I was hopeful at 2 minutes to go, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they'd moved to Labor policy, but it lasted about 20 seconds. So we heard multiple mentions of the member for Hume, the former member for Kooyong, the former member for Dawson, the senator in the other place, Senator Canavan, the member for Fairfax, the member for Maranoa. This is an opportunity to put your policy forward, and I'd say to those other speakers you should come to it immediately in the 5 minutes you have. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a plan from those opposite. It was demonstrated in the budget, and that is an increase in electricity costs of up to 56%. The people that I represent have a per capita income of less than $34,000 a year. They just can't pay. They cannot pay. And what have we seen from those opposite? Well, this is the plan. They do have a plan, and the plan was to cut funding to support to get gas into the market, particularly the domestic market, as quickly as possible. They have cut $23 million from the plan for the Beetaloo. Now, the Beetaloo would have delivered some 6,000 jobs into the Northern Territory. 6,000. Many of those in Aboriginal communities. It would have given them export opportunities, the potential to link into the rest of the network once it was upgraded. We have seen those opposite take away the things that would help drive down prices for domestic gas in particular. They've cut $31 million from the Cooper-Outer Vale Strategic Basin Plan. The reason the strategic basin plans were put in place was to ensure we can get more gas online, particularly for domestic supply. And if you want to know what's happening in Victoria, it's pretty straightforward. There has been a moratorium on exploration for a decade for gas. A moratorium. So if you have depletion in your reserves, and that is what's happening in the Bass Strait, then you run out of gas. It is really straightforward. And yet those opposite want to blame the Ukraine, they want to blame coal prices. Well, most coal-fired power stations have long-term contracts. They have fixed contracts for delivery, and in Queensland, the generator and the mine are generally owned by the Queensland Labor government, who are hooking more than $1 billion in profits out of those GOCs, $1 billion. So it's pretty straightforward. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, just to put the cherry on top, what else did they do? They provided $2.6 million a year ongoing to the Environmental Defender's Office. Now, what are they famous for? Stopping resource projects, and in fact they've just stopped one. Guess what? The Barossa project out off the Northern Territory, a $5 billion investment by Santos, is currently suspended. They have already expended more than $2 billion into this project. They are now parked up, stacked up and stood down. And you want to know why? Well, because they've now funded, the Labor Party have now provided more money for environmental activists to take on more lawfare to shut more projects for gas. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mean, it's easy for the member for McNamara to wax lyrical about everybody else, but we didn't hear anything about Labor's policies. We didn't hear anything about how they were going to drive down prices because their own budget said they were increasing by up to 56%. Now, what else does the Environmental Defender's Office want to do? They want to take on the Scarborough project, one of the biggest offshore projects in WA in many, many years. And if I can recall the numbers correctly, I thought it was around $14 billion US. It gives an extension on the Pluto LNG plant at Karratha. That is more jobs into Western Australia, particularly up in the north, and it also provides more opportunities. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I come back to what I said earlier. I have a local business who I just happened to run into who has been told that the cost for their business in Hervey Bay for electricity alone will go up $40,000 and they will close. And what's that mean? Well, they're going to try and cover. They're going to try and cover those customers by truck with delivery from Bundaberg. That is more trucks on the road, that is more cost to consumers and that is more costs across the road, and the Labor Party should be ashamed of themselves.
Member for Bendigo.
Speaker, a little bit of a 101 lesson for those opposite. Energy prices going up has not just happened since the federal election. The role that federal government plays to set leadership is a core responsibility of the federal government. Making sure that you've got the policy settings right, making sure that you're working with state governments, having a plan on how you're going to long-term secure Australia's energy future is a core role of business. Yet what we saw from the previous government was utter chaos. It was almost a decade of utter chaos that created the situation that we're in today. We inherited the absolute mess that the Australian energy market and the Australian energy industry is in. Not only did they not deliver 1 kilowatt of the 1 billion that they said that they would implement into new generation over over the period. Not did we not see one new kilowatt, but we also saw delays on a lot of their projects. The former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull's signature policy, how proud he was to say he will build Snowy Hydro 2, running 18 months late. Still, it is failing to deliver. The previous government also, right before the election, went to the extent to hide from the Australian people, particularly in the states of New South Wales, Queensland and SA. They delayed the release date of the increase to the default market. How more dishonest can you get than that? They, a decade ago, were ranting about energy prices, got elected into government and then destroyed confidence to invest in the transition that was required. The rest of the world is decarbonising, the rest of the world is transitioning, but what the previous government did was destroy the infrastructure that the former Labor government had put in place, and that is what has caused people to lose their jobs. That is what has put a shake in the confidence of people investing in the energy industry. That is what has caused the chaos and the high prices that we have seen. So what is our government doing since we've been elected? We have started to clean up the mess of those opposite. We know, like the rest of the world knows, that renewable energy is the cleanest, cheapest energy that we have going. That is why we are re-engineering, we are powering Australia through our plan to make sure that we have a grid that is modern and works. We will help get the renewable energy that is generated around Australia into our cities. My electorate will benefit. Just north of me, we have been waiting for the Kerrang link to be built. North of us, around central and northern Victoria, is a great source of possible renewable energy. This link will help power Melbourne. What's happening in Tasmania, the state which has smashed 100% renewable energy, will actually help to power the mainland. I'm sure something that they are quite proud of. Our government is partnering with the Vic government and Tas government to help generate the cleaner, greener, renewable energy that will help power our major cities. What we are also doing at a local level is helping communities power themselves by investing in community batteries. It will allow 400 community-scale batteries for up to 1,000 Australian households to share clean energy. It's a smart plan. It complements our plan to rewire, re-engineer the grid to get ourselves to be a power-sharing grid. It's smart. People in my electorate, in one of my towns, in Maldon, are really looking forward to the opportunity for those with solar power, where they have excess, can share it with their neighbours. It's a smart policy. The Rewiring the Nation, as I've talked about, will deliver the two major projects of $6 billion in Victoria and Tasmania alone. This is the smart forward-thinking that our government has introduced. It's the partnerships with the states that has been lacking. To make sure we get energy prices down, we need a comprehensive strategic plan that has leadership, that's willing to work with states, not fight against them for political reasons, that's hoping to achieve what our Australians need. If you want to help businesses get their energy bills down and households, we need leadership, not what we have from those opposite, which is more and more rhetoric.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to raise the alarm that is ringing loud and clear in Western Sydney. My community of Lindsay in Western Sydney is a microcosm of Australia because it's got families, it's got young people, retired people, it's got small businesses, and it has got lots and lots of community spirit. It is these reasons and the aspiration that is driving people in my community that we are at the epicentre of the cost of living crisis, driven largely by high energy prices. And we should be all worried that if the Howard battler of yesterday becomes a new Albanese abandoned of tomorrow, our whole country is in deep trouble. The member for McNamara talked about a long-term plan, but people in my community and right across Western Sydney need a plan right now, not something that the government concocts in the future. Families are already under immense financial strain. the 2021 census revealed that mortgage stress was already impacting nearly 20% of households in Lindsay, meaning people were spending more than 30% of their income on their mortgage repayments. And with interest rates reaching the 7th rise and continuing to go up, more households are going to be under financial stress, and it's the cumulative impact of each and every cost of living pressure, including inflation's interest rates and energy prices, that the pain is felt in Western Sydney, and people can't take much more. A local homeless and housing organisation that I spoke to just last week told me that food insecurity is on the rise, and people are coming to their doors to collect hampers of groceries, and they aren't people that are sleeping rough. They are pensioners, they're retirees and their families, and the decision to pay the rent or the mortgage or use electricity against putting food on the table is very real. Also standing on the edge of the cliff is small businesses. Manufacturers are facing energy price rises of 300%. They tell me that they may not last beyond Christmas. Where they used to pay $60,000 on their energy, they're paying over $200,000 a month. These are small businesses, small manufacturers, which are the backbone of our country, which those opposite are meant to be having a plan for and supporting. These outrageous costs are about to push them beyond the point of no return. There'll be no more Australian manufacturing, there'll be no more Aussie-made, because they can't pay their energy bills. In an era when we're fighting for the resurgence of Australian manufacturing, business are at threat of not only closing but going offshore and never coming back to our country. Thousands and thousands of jobs lost. Local cafe owners have been struggling to find new staff. They are now struggling to make ends meet. They tell me they can't absorb the increased costs of electricity on top of supply chain shortages, on top of workforce shortages. They're now left wondering how much people will pay for a coffee when the cafe needs to pass on those costs just to keep their doors open. The $275 cheaper electricity that Labor promised Australians during the election is now not only a broken promise to households and small business owners, but just a drop in the ocean when electricity prices are looking at rising over 50%. The underlying impact on all of these pressures, combined with a pandemic and floods, also means we are facing a tsunami of mental health issues. As Shadow Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, I know that mental health organisations are preparing for this. It is now understood that mental health impacts are not fully realised until 2 to 3 years after a significant event. In a time when Australians need support the most, the Albanese government isn't supporting Australians at all. Western Sydney has raised the alarm. I hardly feel that those opposite are listening at all.
Member for Parramatta.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's true that rising energy prices are affecting families right across Australia and affecting businesses as well. And Australians know the reasons why energy prices are rising. They know that Russia is the largest energy producer in the world, and they know that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has affected energy markets across the globe. They know that OPEC's reluctance to increase oil production has exacerbated this problem. They know that climate change right here in Australia is also affecting domestic electricity supply. Unplanned outages at power stations caused by extreme weather over the last 12 months have meant that less electricity is being produced. In May 2022, up to 30% of national coal generation capacity was offline at different times. And Australians know that these factors are causing a perfect storm in energy markets that are leading to higher prices. But the question is, why are Australians so vulnerable to these shocks? What are the factors that have caused these global shocks to have such a terrible impact on Australia's domestic energy market? Why are Australian families and businesses left so exposed? And to answer that question, we need to look back at how Australia has approached its energy market over the last decade. How did we manage not to shield ourselves against global energy markets? How did we manage not to prepare? How did we manage not to make our country more resilient to these shocks? And what should we have been doing over the last 10 years? What are the lessons that we can learn from a decade of inaction, a decade of denial and a decade of delay? The first thing we could have done, Deputy Speaker, is to go back and put significant investment into new generation that increases supply and reduces prices. But we didn't do that. In the last 10 years, 4 gigawatts of energy generation came off and only 1 gigawatt of energy generation came on.
Shame.
And Australia missed the boat on the opportunity to enhance our energy supply and put us in a stronger position to face the type of global shock that Australian families are suffering from right now. The second thing we could have done if we had a time machine and went back in time, Deputy Speaker, was to lift the share of renewable energy in our energy mix. That would have made Australia more resilient to the current global circumstances. It would have kept prices down because renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy into the grid, and it would have helped make Australia more resilient to global shocks because renewable energy sources aren't as vulnerable to the vicissitudes of geopolitics. The third thing we could have been doing if we went back in time, Deputy Speaker, is to modernise our grid, creating new transmission pathways so that we can move energy from where it's generated to where it's consumed. Actions like building linkages between the enormous potential of Tassie's hydro and the East Coast grid. But again, we didn't do that. The fourth thing we could have been doing over the last decade was to prepare for a transition away from fossil fuels. That's because fossil fuels are expensive. That's because fossil fuels are vulnerable to the global shocks that we're experiencing right now. But again, that didn't happen. Instead, the previous government doubled down on fossil fuels in our energy mix. They had the bright idea of a gas-led recovery. Well, aren't we all paying the price for that gas-led recovery right now? That gas-led recovery has become a gas cul-de-sac, as the cost has increased from $4 to $34 a gigajoule. Deputy Speaker, this failure to act, this failure to lift supply, this failure to shift the dial towards renewables, the failure to modernise our grid, the failure to move away from fossil fuels, these are the things that have left Australian families vulnerable. These are the things that have put Australia's energy market in the position that it is so precarious and so vulnerable to global shocks. So when Australian families get their higher energy bills over the next few months, they know exactly who they have to blame. A decade of inaction, a decade of denial, a decade of dithering. And by contrast, this government does have a plan. More renewables into the system, building the transmission, including 10,000 kilometres of transmission lines so that we can move renewable energy around Australia's grid, and building the storage to support renewable energy's efficacy in the grid. This is the government's plan, and the government is working with a range of stakeholders on this plan. We're working with the states through the National Energy Transformation Partnership. We're working with businesses, and businesses in many cases have stepped into the leadership position created as a vacuum by the previous government to set out their own pathways towards net zero. More than 30 of the ASX 200 already have a plan to
Time
arrive.
has expired. I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, the government are taking Australians for fools. Labor is spinning this utopian dream to Aussies about how renewables will solve their energy problems. The government have failed to instil public confidence that they understand the issue or have a plan to address it. The longer they carry on like this, the more this will turn into a crisis. The government must relent on their renewable pipe dream before it is too late for Australia, and we end up in a situation where only rich people can afford to cook their food, heat their homes and turn on their air conditioner. You see, the Labor spin doctors will also tell you, get used to it. Get used to the rising cost of living. Energy prices are going up, and it's just what it is. But this is on the back of those opposite that got elected on a promise to the Australian people of a cut of $275 to their power bills. Now, this wasn't just a slip of the tongue. This was mentioned 97 times. 97 times to the Australian people. But what's happened? In the last 2 weeks, they've just brought down a budget that shows that power prices will increase by 56%. Not our words, their words. In the budget, 56% increase. So this prompted a call from one of my constituents who manages and owns a cool store factory. So his business model is he picks up fruit and veggies from the farm, takes it back to the cool stores, cools it down and then distributes it to the shops. So his biggest input costs are electricity and fuel. Both of these have skyrocketed under Labor's watch. A 56% increase in electricity will send him to the wall. And he said to me, Andrew, what can I do? I can't afford it. I can't afford to absorb those costs. And my customers can't afford to pay any more. What do I do? And I said, well, we need a plan. And I'm not in government, because all I can do is raise these issues with the current government. We need to be, you have to have a plan, son. Energy options need to be all looked at. Hydro, wind, solar, coal, gas, and we need to be having the conversation about nuclear. It is way, way too early and too premature to shut down all the coal and gas. We also need some certainty for the coal and gas-fired power stations so they can keep doing their maintenance. We need power 24/7 that is reliable and affordable. I have solar at my house. I've got a 15-kilowatt system. The most it puts out is 14 kilowatts, and that's in the middle of the day. But I know what happens at night time. It produces zero. And in the middle of the day, when it is producing 14 kilowatts and a cloud comes over or it rains, it produces very little as well. Wind is similar, the same model. It is unreliable and intermittent. When the wind doesn't blow, it doesn't generate electricity. This is the model that the Labor Party is pushing. They're doubling down on unreliable and intermittent electricity. Deputy Speaker, that's like me going out for dinner, going to a restaurant and having the worst feed I've ever had in my life, turning up the next night, taking my missus there as well, and ordering twice as much and expecting a different result. I can't believe it. Talk about doubling down. I listened to a flood victim this morning who was devastated because she hasn't got electricity and gas delivered to her place. Well, get ready, Australia, because under these guys' watch, that's going to be a daily occurrence. I am genuinely concerned that this government does not have a plan to manage the skyrocketing energy prices. It is a bleak future, and they have no regard for the real impacts on all our lives. We are entering uncharted territory here. It's not fun and games, it's unrealistic, and it's plain foolish. If this government doesn't change track soon, we're all going to end up in a very dark place.
Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think we can all appreciate the hypocrisy of the Liberals attacking the government on energy prices after the decade in which they did nothing, particularly Member for Fairfax getting all yeasty over there. Speaker, it is no secret that when in government, those opposite had no effective plan to deliver cheaper energy to Australian families and business. After 9 years, several energy ministers and over 20 different energy policies, the former Liberal government did nothing to secure the long-term affordability and security of our country's energy supply. Instead, they spent years squabbling amongst themselves, neglecting our national energy infrastructure while they were busy arguing about how long they could delay the inevitable transition to more efficient, cheaper and cleaner energy technology. Prime ministers were rolled, deputy prime ministers were removed and energy ministers changed. And whilst there was plenty of action in the Liberal party room, the National Party room and the Coalition Joint Party room, there was absolutely no action where it mattered. And just before the music stopped and time ran out on the former government, the now Shadow Treasurer sought to cover up a decade of inaction. 4 days before the election was called, he amended the industry code for electricity retailers to delay the release of a 19.7% increase to the default market offer until after the election. A shameless and desperate attempt to hide his failure to deliver any new energy infrastructure for the Australian people. As the House has heard, after promising $1 billion for 3,800 megawatts of new generation, the member for Hume was utterly unable to deliver. Deputy Speaker, as we have said time and time again on this side, renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. In fact, the CSIRO and EMO have confirmed that wind and solar are by far the cheapest source of electricity generation and storage in Australia. Delivering more renewables will put downwards pressure on energy bills, which is why, under Labor's Powering Australia plan, the share of low-cost renewables in the national electricity market will increase to 82% by 2030. We also understand that delivering more renewable energy generation is only part of the solution to provide more short-term relief. The government is delivering significant reform to the Australian domestic gas security mechanism, which allows government to ensure that there is a sufficient supply of natural gas to meet the needs of Australian energy users. Most notably, we are moving to quarterly-based consideration of the forecasted demand to ensure that the mechanism is sufficiently responsive to market changes. The Minister for Resources has also announced in September that the Albanese Labor government had signed a new heads of agreement with East Coast LNG exporters to shore up our domestic gas supply by delivering an additional 157 petajoules to the East Coast market next year. These are practical approaches. They're smart ideas that actually deliver outcomes for Australian households, that drive household energy prices down, that support Australian manufacturing with practical outcomes. As part of last month's budget, the Albanese Labor government also asked the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to examine the code of conduct that governs the agreements between gas suppliers and gas customers to improve price transparency. Deputy Speaker, the National Energy Network cannot be overhauled overnight. A decade of inaction, a decade of failure by those opposite have left Australian households and businesses in dire circumstances, but this government is getting on with the hard work that is required to address that. We are ensuring that Australians have access to affordable energy in the long term, but it requires regular and ongoing investment, something that only an Albanese Labor government will deliver. The opposition is clearly obsessed with standing in the way of market forces that are driving the transition to renewable energy. Coal-fired power plants are being shut down ahead of schedule, not by the government, but by business.
Member for Lyme.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, the energy costs that Australia is facing, whether you're an individual family, a pensioner like many of the people in my electorate, or a business or a very large business, a small business, a supermarket, a bakery, a coffee shop, every industry, every job in this country relies on electricity. And the reason they are all screaming is because the electricity dilemma is policy-driven. The other side is trying to make out that that is just because of the Ukraine war with Russia and the lack of oil, gas as a result of Russia and Nord Stream being taken out. It goes far deeper than that. The reality is that policies that the other side has announced well and truly before this election and are now starting to execute will send this country to the wall. We have seen 56% increases in electricity, sure, but some of my factories and businesses have seen 320% increases put to them recently.
Now, why is the electricity market so expensive? Well, I can tell you, because the national electricity market rules and regulations and all the hidden costs and subsidies, as well as regulatory restrictions on trade, means that a lot of the electricity produced isn't paid for because of the kilowatts that are delivered. It's because of all the other restrictions put on the baseload generators, which for years worked efficiently when they were operating at 100% capacity, but regulations generated by renewable energy target and national electricity market rules meant they've been told to turn off when it happens to be a sunny day or a windy day. And these plants aren't designed to do that. To ramp them up and ramp them down is not a facility except in very modern power plants. And the member for Hunter would understand all this. So that's why your cheap electricity has gone out. The renewable energy industry has convinced government after government to subsidise them through restrictive regulations and renewable energy certificates. No wonder they want net zero. It means permanent renewable energy certificates. We end up, consumers pay that price. That doesn't appear in the market, but that means they get a second payday. They get paid for their kilowatts when it happens to be a nice day, not cloudy, not raining, not like La Nina weather patterns where it's cloudy and rainy and wet for weeks on end, but whenever they just manage to generate. So no wonder the bankers are falling over themselves. It's a real scam. It's the biggest bloody Ponzi scheme. Oh, excuse me, Madam Speaker. It's the biggest Ponzi scheme
Don't really
the world
need to
has known.
excuse yourself to me. You might want to withdraw it, though.
No, sorry.
Do you wish to withdraw the remark?
There was a word I used
Yes.
talking about the Ponzi scheme,
yes.
but it wasn't addressed at
Would you assist the House in withdrawing it?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very
withdraw.
much.
Yeah.
That's great.
Anyhow, it is a bit of a Ponzi scheme, but we are seeing policies that are going to double down and triple down on these policies that we have resisted. Now, everyone thinks that the Federal Energy Minister controls everything, but the Federal Energy Minister gets to chair the meetings, but the state energy ministers also have a say, and they appoint most of the people on AEMO. And the concept that your electricity is based on just the generation costs, sure, at a windmill in the middle of a paddock or on a mountain or at a solar panel, sure, it's cheap. But what you get with variable renewable energy is poor frequency control, low voltage and random availability, and that costs a lot to integrate it into the grid. So the grid ancillary services and all the synchronous condensers, all the inverters, all the massive transmission losses because it's low voltage energy, that's why your energy is going up. And the rewiring the nation and repowering the nation will triple and quadruple the costs and really send us to the wall.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity today to talk about the government's plan when it comes to energy. This Albanese Labor government has done more in 171 days than the previous government did in almost a decade. We are acting to fix the mess left behind by those opposite and actually deliver overdue policy certainty and invest in the cheapest form of energy, renewables. Unlike those opposite, we are powering towards renewable energy investment and implementation, not running from it. Renewable energy is cheaper energy, and by moving the energy grid to 82% renewables, we will be reducing energy prices. While the opposition refuses to accept the science, the experts are clear. Renewables are the cheapest form of energy and getting cheaper. CSIRO and AEMO's Gen Cost 2021-22 report confirmed that wind and solar are the cheapest source of electricity generation and storage in Australia. This budget, we announced $224.3 million for the Community Batteries for Household Solar Grants program. to deploy 400 community-scale batteries for up to 100,000 Australian households, including one in my electorate in Warrawong, one of the lowest socio-economic areas in my electorate. These community batteries will ensure that households across all demographics will have equal access to the benefits of renewable energy, no matter what your postcode or socio-economic status. We've also dedicated a $20 billion fund for rewiring the nation, including the Marinus Link, a project that was talked about for more than 6 years by those opposite, but Minister Bowen and the Albanese Labor government got it over the line in less than 6 months. This includes $1.9 billion to the Powering the Regions Fund to make sure traditional and emerging industries in regional Australia, like my electorate, are not left behind. Regions like the Illawarra. It is my priority to make sure my community is well equipped to adapt and benefit in the transition to renewables. I am pleased to have secured $10 million for an Energy Futures Skills Centre at the University of Wollongong. Why would you want to deny the workers an education to upgrade their skills? I just don't understand that. And $2.5 million for a renewable energy training facility at Wollongong TAFE. Do you know how to spell TAFE? We must invest in our local workers to make sure we have the skills we need moving forward. And the Albanese Labor government is doing just that. I know it's getting you angry, I know. In addition to this, the Illawarra has been announced as one of 6 potential offshore wind energy zones, unlocking the path to cheaper and cleaner energy for hundreds of thousands of local residents. The Illawarra is quickly transforming into a renewable energy powerhouse. Companies like Green Gravity, Hysata, EcoJoule, Secona and OceanX are all recognising our local industry capacity, our talent and our enthusiasm for renewable energy. While those opposite spent 9 long years on these government benches, wasting time and announcing over 20 different energy policies, we have already gotten to work on our plan to deliver real action in preparing Australia for our clean energy future. The previous government, including the former Energy Minister, not only knew that electricity prices were skyrocketing, he ordered that the information be hidden from the Australian people before the election. Denial, delay, dishonesty. That's all we got from the previous government when it came to renewables, and now we're stuck cleaning up your mess. But as the budget showed, energy prices are a very real challenge for our economy, and there's no doubt that Australian households, businesses and industry are grappling with the impact. We are currently dealing with the most significant shock to energy markets in 50 years, due to Russia's prolonged attack on Ukraine and an over-reliance in Europe on one type of energy, namely gas from Russia. Energy prices are forecast to stay higher for longer because global energy market disruptions have become more pronounced and are persisting longer than anticipated. And so are our domestic energy market challenges, which have been exacerbated by ageing electricity assets and inadequate policy certainty by those opposite to support
investors. Time's expired. I thank members for their contributions. The discussion has now concluded. And Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. First of all, I'll declare that the following bills are referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration: Appropriation Bill No. 1, 22-23, Appropriation Bill No. 2, 22-23, and Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1, 22-23.
Thank you.
Seek the call again.
And you're seeking the call again? I'm going to call on the clerk first.
Government business, notice number 1, motion for the suspension of standing and sessional orders.
Now I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I won't use all the time, because obviously whatever time is not used on this has a chance of being used on the bill itself. Although I suspect after I finish, some of the time will be used by others, which also could have been used to speak on the bill itself. This resolution works, first of all, for the information of members. I'll just explain what the process is that's involved in the resolution. I'll say a few things quickly as to why, and then let the House get on with the debate.
Leader of the House, can I just check that you've actually moved the motion?
Sorry, I move the resolution. I move the motion relating to the suspension of standing and sessional orders for the consideration of the Fair Work legislation amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022, in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you.
The motion that is now before the House has the following impact. First of all, speaking times go immediately from 15 minutes down to 10, with the exception of the first speech, which is given either by the Leader of the Opposition or on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition. That's a half-hour speech where I think it's inappropriate for that speech to be given anywhere but in the House, and I also think it should always be for the full time. So that's been left as it is. For everyone else, it goes from 15 minutes to 10 minutes. We will continue debating once the bill is brought on. We continue debating it in that way today. Once it's brought on tomorrow, the debating will continue tomorrow at 10 minutes. Speeches, when we get to 7:30, and we've tried this once and it seemed to work, I'm reluctant to, when people have prepared speeches for the adjournment, to then have, and they're often important, people have diarised them, sometimes people have even brought people down for them. I'm reluctant to stop those speeches from taking place. So what the resolution would do, between 7:30 and 8 p.m, we would have the adjournment debate. At the conclusion of having had the adjournment debate, we would not adjourn, and we would go back to debating the bill between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. That would happen with 10-minute speeches, and from 9 p.m. through till 10, speaking times will go down to 5 minutes. So far, when we've done this each time, we've never actually made it to 10 p.m. I've always made sure whoever the minister was responsible for the legislation ended up being the person in the chair. That means tomorrow night that'll be me. The way the resolution is drafted, there's no automatic adjournment at 10 p.m, so if there's still a few more people speaking, then subject to making sure we don't, for the people who work in the building, go for an inordinate amount of time, will be sensible in terms of not using 10 p.m. as an absolute hard cut-off time. The intention is to try to make sure that we can get the bill through this week and have as many people as possible be able to speak. On Thursday morning, the second reading vote would occur, so that obviously means tomorrow night, even though we're sitting late, if you're not speaking from 6:30 on, there's no further divisions. There's no further, no divisions you'll be required for. So from 6:30 p.m. on tomorrow, people would be able to, if they're not speaking, would be able to leave the building safely, subject to the permission of their whip. I'd never recommend against that. And then on Thursday morning, we'll have the vote on the second reading, followed by an in detail stage. There is a provision within the resolution that after the debate's been going for 10 minutes on each amendment, it can be required that the question be put. But once again, if we have a large number of amendments, then we'll have to regulate the time on that. If we don't have a large number of amendments, then I expect the discussion on each of them may well go for significantly more time than that. What this means is when the Senate returns for the final fortnight, this bill will be one of the many bills from the House of Representatives that awaits them. Those opposite, particularly those former ministers opposite, know, as I do, that once things get to the Senate, we never quite understand what the process is from then on. I can see some people nodding. But I want to make sure that at the beginning of their final fortnight, they have the opportunity to have this bill in front of them. The priority for this bill and the reason that we want to be able to deal with this quickly has been well ventilated both within the House and within the media. Australians are facing real pressures. Part of that is prices and part of that is wages. This gives us an opportunity to do something about wages, and I'm hoping that the Parliament, both this House and the other, are able to act on that as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move, as an amendment to the motion moved by the Leader of the House, the following: paragraph 1, omit all words after paragraph 1, and 2, insert a new paragraph 2 to read as follows. 2. The question on the second reading of the Fair Work legislation amendments Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022 not be put until such time as every other member willing to speak on the question has spoken for up to 15 minutes, as provided for under Standing Order 1. Now, Deputy Speaker, the amendment that I am moving on behalf of the opposition is designed to allow all members of the House to participate in a full and proper debate on the government's Industrial Relations Bill. This bill, or the motion before the motion that the Leader of the House has moved, Deputy Speaker, is a cynical exercise in seeking to ram through a detailed and complex piece of legislation and very largely avoid all of the normal procedures and processes in this place. Now, I say to the House, be very wary when the Leader of the House comes in here and uses his most reasonable tone. That should put you on notice. That should put you on inquiry that he's up to something. He is up to something. And let me be clear here, the opposition is implacably opposed to the trashing of normal parliamentary processes which the Leader of the House is proposing, and we are doubly opposed. We are doubly opposed to the use of this motion to ram through the House of Representatives this radical industrial relations bill. Because let's be clear, Deputy Speaker, this bill represents the most radical shake-up of Australia's industrial relations system in decades. It's also been handled very, very badly. We've seen the minister proposing amendments on a near-daily basis. Just last night he put out a statement flagging even more amendments. The process has been shambolic. Just yesterday we saw the government refuse to support a sensible proposal from the opposition, supported, I may say, by a large number of the crossbench, to establish a joint select committee to investigate this bill. And I do express the opposition's thanks to those crossbench members who supported that motion. Deputy Speaker, the only conclusion that can be drawn from the government's cynical attempts to ram this bill through the House of Representatives is that it simply does not want to allow for the proper processes of scrutiny and debate, and for the opportunities for those affected, those who will be affected by this bill, employers, employees and, of course, expert stakeholders, to express their concerns. And equally troubling is the limiting of the opportunity for members of the House to make their views known, to inform the debate and to help all Australians understand the full implications of what the government is proposing, because many Australians will rightly be suspicious of the government's proposals, and the more they learn, the more suspicious they will be. And their suspicion should only be increased by the fact that the government is transparently seeking to avoid proper scrutiny by using its numbers to force this bill through the House of Representatives. Now, why is this amendment required? It's required, Deputy Speaker, because there ought be proper scrutiny and examination of a bill which is exceptionally complex. 249 pages, and let's not forget it was only introduced in the last sitting week. What we've seen from the government to date is precisely the opposite approach to that which is required in relation to a lengthy and detailed bill of this nature. It's clear already that concerns are being raised very widely across the Australian community about what this bill will mean, the risk that it presents, the very real risk of increased strikes, increased industrial action, and the impact on small businesses being exposed to thuggish union behaviour and greatly expanded opportunities for the union movement to come and make small businesses an offer they can't refuse. Because, Deputy Speaker, it's clear that there are very real concerns and well-informed concerns amongst the business community, small, medium and large business alike. They are aligned in their opposition, their very grave and expressed concern about what is contained in this bill. The Business Council of Australia, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Australian Industry Group have cautioned against rushing this bill through. They have specifically cautioned against what the Leader of the House is seeking to do in the motion that he has moved this afternoon. What they had to say was this, quotes, "It is clear that the government should slow down and consult more widely and more meaningfully. They must be open to the amendments necessary to prevent harmful unintended consequences." Close quotes. Innes Wilcox from the Australian Industry Group added, "The process cannot be rushed," and he urged, quotes, "the government to take a breath and avoid rushing to introduce such extreme changes." Minerals Council Chief Executive Tanya Constable said the government was seeking to, quotes, "ram this far-reaching reform through with no real opportunity for scrutiny." And so this is bodies representing a very substantial proportion of the elements of Australia's economy which generate the prosperity on which we all rely, the prosperity that funds schools and roads and hospitals and all the incidents of a civilised society. This government is seeking to ram through a piece of radical industrial relations reform completely in the face of the consistent and clear advice of a whole range of peak bodies and representative bodies across the economy. But it's not just business groups. We've seen similar sentiments expressed in the other place. Senator David Pocock has said that the government's bill is too rushed to be scrutinised. Sentiments echoed by Senator Lambie, who said that the government was, quotes, "trying to hide or rush stuff through." Now, Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve to have their concerns fully heard and fully ventilated, particularly in the face of a piece of legislation put forward by the government which will mean more strikes, it will mean more unions coming into small businesses where they have not been there before. It is a recipe for chaos in our economy. This bill abolishes the Australian Building Construction Commission, meaning that the militant CFMEU will once again be able to ride roughshod on building sites across the country. It means a return to the pattern bargaining that bedevilled Australia's economy in the strike-ridden 1970s. And it is completely unacceptable that a bill of this nature would be rammed through the House in the way that the motion moved by the Leader of the House proposes. The government is clearly dancing to the tune of the union movement, whose donations helped them to get elected, and in seeking to get this through as quickly as possible. Now, the effect of the amendment that the opposition has moved is that, if it were passed, it would mean that normal speaking times of 15 minutes would be maintained, and crucially that the normal consideration in detail process in the House of Representatives is maintained. Because let's be clear, consideration in detail is the opportunity to move amendments to the bill itself, to change the legislation. It is the natural, the ordinary, the important, the basic work of this chamber of the parliament. And the executive government is seeking to turn this House into a rubber stamp rather than allowing it to operate the way it was designed to operate in the Constitution, and they're doing that in cynical furtherance of the agenda of their political paymasters. And all this is in sharp contrast, Deputy Speaker, to what was promised to the Australian people before the election. We heard repeatedly from the now Prime Minister that apparently he'd changed his spots. He was suggesting a new, kinder, gentler politics with more integrity. He said he wanted to, quote, "change the way we do politics in Australia." In a former life, the now Leader of the House railed against what he described as, quotes, "trashing of parliamentary norms," close quotes. He's now a very enthusiastic trasher, ladies and gentlemen, members of the House. He's a very enthusiastic trasher. The very same minister who railed repeatedly when he was in opposition against the supposed trashing of parliamentary norms has repeatedly used the government's numbers to force changes to the standing orders to ram legislation through this House. And that is again what is being proposed here. It is being proposed here on a matter of extraordinary importance to the Australian economy, on a matter of very great significance to all Australians, on a matter which deserves proper scrutiny, not least because of the complexity and length and detail of this legislation. 249 pages, only introduced in the last week of sitting, and so what we need to have is a proper process in which all of those elected to this place can have the opportunity to speak up on behalf of their constituents. That is what the amendment that the opposition is moving will do. It seeks to undo the damage of the motion that the Leader of the House has moved, and I commend the opposition's amendment to the House.
Is the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business seconded? Member for North Sydney?
Yes, I second the motion.
Sorry, I've given the
reserve my
call
right
to the member for North Sydney.
Oh, sorry.
She was on her feet first. You're not seconding the bill? The amendment? My apologies. Over to you, member for Capricornia.
I'll second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Member for North Sydney now seeking the call?
Yes,
excellent. Away you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Today, just 8 business days after the introduction into the House of perhaps the most significant industrial relations reform proposed since the work choices legislation in 2006, we're now being asked to truncate due process around the review of the Fair Work legislation amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022. Coming from a background of small business and having managed, built and grown multi-employee businesses across a number of sectors, I confess that while I welcome discussion around this reform, I am immediately concerned that due process that should support a robust review of this magnitude of legislation is being severely truncated. With my most recent experience, having been in the area of building communities and campaigns to bring people, businesses and organisations along when advocating for significant reform, there is much in this current process that leaves me feeling that despite assurances that this rushed process is in everyone's best interests, there are many, and there will be many in my community, who will be left with significant concerns as to what this legislation means for them, their businesses and indeed their jobs. Unfortunately, I'd suggest that even after a flurry of briefings, for which I am incredibly grateful, and a commitment to personally review every drafted proposed amendment, this bill is still very much a work in progress. Surely, if we are to learn anything from the failed work choices legislation, it is that, if it is worth doing the work, it's worth getting it right from the beginning, rather than rushing headlong into significant reform that is not tested for its unintended consequences. This is the broadest reform to the industrial relations framework that we've seen in more than a decade, and I, as North Sydney's federal voice in the chamber, have had less than a fortnight to consult with my community to ensure its implications are truly considered. I do not support truncating this debate.
So the original question was that the motion be agreed to, and to this the Manager for Opposition Business has moved an amendment. So the question now is that the amendment be disagreed to. I'm giving the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by voicing my disappointment with the government. After having sat in this place and having 3 years where debate was curtailed, and when on a number of occasions we jumped straight through consideration in detail stage, this motion is effectively curtailing that consideration in detail stage. I accept and respect that there is an attempt to move beyond use of suspension of standing orders and gagging debate altogether, and I appreciate that effort. But it is nevertheless a mechanism by which we are curtailing the very important role this place should do in scrutinising legislation in the third reading stage, around consideration in detail, around having the opportunity to question the minister responsible in relation to this legislation, and also in relation to debating amendments. And now we have, under this motion, a proposal where they are all being bundled together under one person and with very limited time for debate on each amendment. Now, some may be cynical and say ultimately government has the numbers. What does it matter? It does matter when courts are later considering the implied or the inference from this legislation. When they are trying to convey meaning, they will look at second reading speeches, they will look at the explanatory memorandum, and they will look at questions raised during consideration in detail stage. And they will take direction from what the minister may have said as to what was the intention behind the wording of legislation. So this is a very important stage. And as the member for North Sydney has said, this is really important legislation to get right. We are absolutely in support of raising wages, but the reality is the urgency with this is being pushed through from a debate point of view is not going to translate to wages. We know enterprise bargaining takes time. And if anything, by adding the complexity of some of the changes in this legislation, it is likely to take even longer. And so the reality for the people on the ground, and I've heard the Minister and others talk about that this is about raising wages for women and feminised industries. With respect, by bundling it all in, we are losing the advantage of some of the good changes that are in this legislation around the boot test, and they are being completely superseded by the divisive debate around the more contentious elements. And so I strongly support and urge the government to consider the separation of this bill and to pass without delay the elements that have consensus, they have social support, they have social licence. Business and unions and everyone has come together to do those good changes to the boot test and other elements. They are not contested. But around the multi-employer aspect, these streams are contentious. They haven't had consideration. They were first exposed only some 8 days ago. And as the member for North Sydney has said, we have all scrambled to get as many briefings as possible and to try and consult with our communities. But there is no way I have had the opportunity to consult properly. So not only through this motion will there not be proper scrutiny at consideration in detail stage, but we also just have not been able to bring the community on board to even understand or even be supportive of all the changes that are proposed in this legislation. So the unfortunate outcome is legislation that may well, in balance, have been really good and introduced really good changes. That message is completely lost to many, many communities because of the desire to rush the final part of this bill. And I think that's a really unfortunate situation to have put the parliament in, and I think the government in as well. And so I don't support the motion, because I do believe that consideration in detail is incredibly important. Scrutiny is important, and I would urge the government to think about the approach. The manager of government business was very vocal at the start of this parliament and during the last parliament about wanting processes of this place of parliament to be respected, that we needed to restore integrity to this institution. I would strongly say that this is not how we go about it. Thank you.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, there was a time in this place when speeches were not timed. And then, when the timing came in, there were many members who were present at the time who were deeply concerned. And now we're in a position today where we have a piece of legislation, it's more than 260 pages, that a draft bill was not circulated to the crossbench, and I assume also to the opposition. And we're being given, for many of us, we'll get just 5 minutes. 5 minutes in this place to discuss that piece of legislation. And over again, this year, we've heard that it's so urgent. And what we're being told is that the urgency of the legislation is more important than the scrutiny of the legislation. Well, when you rush things through, you make mistakes. And the point of this place is it's supposed to be the contest of ideas, and it's supposed to be the place where you rigorously debate. And if the government believes in their legislation, they should be open for that debate, and they should allow that debate to be free-flowing. And that's not what we're seeing with this. This is a gag by any other name, and we're seeing it over and over again for every piece of legislation. And I think that that thwarts the good work that we should be doing in this place, and ultimately it thwarts democracy. And I would urge the government, please reconsider your position with this. This motion, again, I think shows contempt for all of us and the work and what we're supposed to be doing in here, and I think we can be much better. We were all upset in the last parliament when the then government would gag debate, particularly the now Leader of Government Business. And yet, to me, I see this as really very little indifference. Thank you.
Speaker.
So the question is, just reminding the House here, the question is that this amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
I may be wrong here, Madam Speaker, but I think I might be the longest-serving senior cabinet minister, anyway, in this parliament. In another place, mind you. But whenever
we're in trouble, and we had legislation which was, let us say, controversial. We rushed it through as fast as we could get it through. And I have no doubts that's what's happening here. Now, even though I am supportive of the intent of this bill, I remain somewhat cynical about the intent of the current question before the House.
Thank you. I think time is going to expire on us now for this debate. So the question was that the motion be agreed to, and to this the Manager of Opposition's moved an amendment, and the question now is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please.
Lock the doors. The immediate question is the amendment moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of Chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 72, noes 67. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Bean and Werra as tellers for the ayes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 72, noes 67. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 7, Fair Work Legislation Amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is the motion be that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since 2007, the unions in this country have donated $100 million to the Australian Labor Party. Today, in this bill, the government repays them in spades. Mr. Speaker, industrial relations affects every Australian worker, every business operator and industry sector. All in this place have a genuine desire to improve our industrial relations system. But what has been put forward by this government in this bill will take our system backwards. The bill is as much a missed opportunity as Labor's first budget. It doesn't improve the lives of Australians. The inane rhetoric about the coalition being against wage increases or improved conditions is, of course, absurd, Mr. Speaker. The government said it would support workers and that it would work to support all Australians and businesses. Instead, it will sacrifice them at the altar of unionism. Once again, Labor has sidelined the national interest in favour of its niche interests. Peter Strong, the former CEO of the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia, summed it up when he said, and I quote, "The government's approach to the modern workplace is nothing but ideology and cronyism becoming policy. The legislation is a Trojan horse for the empowerment of unions in every workplace in Australia." If this bill passes, Mr. Speaker, in its current form, it will impose the most radical changes on Australia's industrial relations systems in decades. Changes which will complicate the system, create conflict in workplaces and cause delays. Changes which will undermine the autonomy of businesses in favour of agenda-driven collectivism at the behest of unions. Changes, Mr. Speaker, which will usher in economy-wide strikes, the like of which we have not seen in recent memory. And changes, Mr. Speaker, which will kill productivity at a time when increasing productivity is needed to contend with high inflation, rising interest rates and low unemployment. The overlay of this legislation, on top of that high inflation and dramatically increasing cost of living pressures under this government, makes for a potential economic powder keg. Make no mistake about it, it is Whitlamesque in nature. Mr. Speaker, for Australians struggling with cost of living pressures, the changes to multi-employer bargaining proposed in this bill will increase their cost of living further. Strikes will cripple supply chains. Crippled supply chains will lead to shortages, including of essential goods. Shortages will drive up the price of groceries and other products. And, Mr Speaker, this bill again shows Labor's inconsistency. On the 21st of November last year, the ABC's David Spears asked the Treasurer whether industry-wide bargaining was a yes or a no or a maybe. Now, the Treasurer responded in this way, very definitively. It's not part of our policy, David. Now, Mr Speaker, this legislation is bad for Australians. It's bad for the nation and it's bad for our future. Mr Speaker, before addressing the bill specifically, let me say something on the manner in which it has been brought into this parliament. With this bill proposing such drastic changes to our industrial relations system, one would expect the government to afford adequate time to consider its details, not just for this parliament, but for Australian industry sectors and businesses large and small. Instead, we have been given just a few weeks to scrutinise a 250-page bill with an additional 260-page explanatory memorandum. Many of those opposite have little or no experience in running a business. If they did, they'd appreciate that most business owners, especially with a headcount of 1 to 30 employees, are running operations themselves. Typically, they're working 14-hour days. When they're not working, they're managing the family household and caring for their children. Now, I don't know when the government expects small business to examine the over 500 pages of this legislation to truly gauge the impact on their businesses and on their families and on their employees. And as the independents have pointed out in their contributions earlier in this debate, neither have they had reasonable time to examine what it is the government is proposing here. Now, on top of this, the Labor government has done a deal with the Greens to force through a 3-week Senate inquiry on one of the most significant pieces of legislation in our country's history. Time and again, this government sanctimoniously lectures us on how it's the embodiment of integrity, of transparency and of accountability. Now, time and again, its actions betray its words, and Labor's recalcitrance surrounding this bill exposes its true dishonesty and its obsession with pleasing its union masters. In its desire to push the bill through the parliament at warp speed, the government shows its utter disrespect for Australian workers, for Australian businesses and industries. It thinks Australians' lives and livelihoods can be toyed with. Just as we're right to question Labor's methods, we're right to question its motives. The bill is not about consensus, as Labor would have you believe from the charade which its Jobs and Skills Summit, which deceived Australians, now turns out to be. It's about control. It's about Labor handing over control to our industrial relations system to the unions. It's about Labor reimbursing their union paymasters for the millions of dollars that the unions have put into political campaigns. Mr Speaker, the Coalition wants to see wages increase. We want to see workers' wages rise. Of course we do, particularly to help Australians deal with cost of living pressures inflicted on them by this government's catastrophic energy policy decisions, among many other bad decisions that they've already made just in the last 5 months. But there's no evidence that this bill will bring about rises in wages. In fact, it will lead to job losses. Now, let's get back to first principles. Employers in industry and business create the vast majority of jobs in Australia, not the government. If employers are forced to pay unsustainable wages, their employees will soon find themselves without a job when their employer's business goes bust. A balance has to be struck between what an employee wants and what an employer is able to afford so that the business can survive. And that's best negotiated between employees and an employer at the enterprise or workplace level. But that fundamental tenement is still in jeopardy under this bill. In fact, it's trashed. The negotiation of wages and conditions will be taken out of the hands of individual businesses and their workers under Labor's proposed changes to multi-employer bargaining. Mr Speaker, under current legislation, multiple employers can apply to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and the Fair Work Commission to bargain together. They do this knowing that they expose themselves to industrial action which could affect the parties alike. Importantly, this process is voluntary. As it stands, multi-employer bargaining is a choice for employers. It's an opt-in arrangement. But changes under the proposed legislation will compel employers to bargain together, specifically where common interests can be established. And here's the inane thing. The common interest criteria is so broad, the equivalent of vague generalisations, that it will be satisfied on almost every occasion. And that is a deliberate measure within this bill. Let me illustrate this absurdity. Let's say you've got 5 businesses, a restaurant, a cafe, a clothing retailer, a supermarket and a hairdresser. They're all located in the same area, for example, in a local shopping centre. In this case, the common interest test under this legislation is met. Now, despite each business's vast differences, the geographic location is used as the justification for multi-employer bargaining. So here's another example. Let's say you have 2 pharmacies, one in Queensland and the other in New South Wales. In this case, the common interest test is also met. Now, despite operating in different jurisdictions and localities, the service offer is used as a justification for multi-employer bargaining, such as the elasticity of the common interest test. Yet we all know that businesses, even within industries, are unique. They have workers with different qualifications, different experiences, different skills who work different hours, in different locations, with different conditions. Now, these niceties will count for absolutely nothing under Labor's revised legislation. In fact, the common interest test is designed to trivialise the identity of individual businesses in favour of group identity. As the bill is currently drafted, employers can also be compelled to bargain where it's in the desire of the majority of employees across affected workplaces, but critically not within an individual business or workplace. But so rushed is this bill that the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations has already agreed to amend this part of the legislation even before it came into the chamber. Now, under those proposed changes, a majority vote would be required in each individual workplace before industrial action or multi-employer bargaining agreements can proceed. But even with this amendment, a small business can still be compelled to bargain against the wishes of an employer. And the door will be flung open to non-unionised work sites being forced to bargain. So when Labor says its proposed legislation will preserve the ability for businesses to opt in to multi-employer bargaining, it's an absolute lie. At the multi-employer negotiation table, the autonomy of businesses and the aspirations of workers will be crushed as they are coerced to a one-size-fits-all agreement. And what about an employee's flexible working arrangements? Well, under the Fair Work Act currently, an employee can request them and an employer can refuse them on reasonable business grounds. And Labor's legislative changes will instead see disputes managed by the Fair Work Commission, including arbitration. Now, this is absolutely unprecedented in Australia's workplace relations history. It gives the Fair Work Commission the right to determine how an employer manages their workplace. Changes to multi-employer bargaining amount to Labor's intent to kill off enterprise bargaining, and in its place install a new centralised wage fixing system and umpire. But, Mr Speaker, don't take our word for it. Consider what the Productivity Commission has said. In its interim report into labour market productivity released last month, the Productivity Commission highlighted concerns with multi-employer bargaining. It outlined the risk of diminished productivity when wages and conditions are set for a group of firms in a one-size-fits-all approach. It said that businesses would have to compromise their requirements and flexibilities. And it even noted that multi-employer bargaining could give rise to anti-competitive behaviours which would impact consumers through increased prices and reduced quality. Mr Speaker, let's be under no apprehension about the underlying agenda of this bill. Union membership in this country has been in decline for decades. Indeed, union membership across Australia's private sector workforce today is less than 10%. And we strongly support choice. If people decide to join a union, That is their right to do so, and we respect and honour that decision. Since the federal election, the Labor government has been resurrecting and empowering union leaders, and multi-employer bargaining is the mechanism through which union leaders can assert their movement's relevance in the 21st century. Under the proposed changes in this bill, the bargaining process will be heavily influenced by union leaders. Many businesses will have to contend with the union machine and its mob-like intimidation and extortion for the first time. That's exactly what the union leaders want, and it's exactly what this government is delivering on a platter to them. Multi-employer bargaining will allow union leaders to cannibalise businesses, and right now they're licking their lips at the prospect. Here's a hypothetical situation. 5 businesses from a shopping centre are at the multi-employer negotiating table. There are small businesses, 3 of them, each with 15 employees, half full-time, half part-time. Two larger employers or businesses, each with over 50 full-time employees, including HR and legal specialists. Some employees within those 2 large businesses have union representation. Now, what hope do the 3 small businesses have in securing favourable terms? They have neither the time nor can they afford the legal expertise or resources to ensure that their interests are best represented in a joint bargaining position. Terms will effectively be dictated to these employers, such as adopting unaffordable wages. From there, these employers' operations will be constrained and the viability of their small businesses put at risk. If you ever wanted to see what the Monopoly board game looks like in real life, Australian businesses will experience it under multi-employer bargaining. And here's something even more perverse. Multi-employer agreements cannot be voted on by employees without the approved consent or permission of bargaining representatives. In other words, the unions will have, Mr. Speaker, the unions will have a right of veto, believe it or not. Now, the government and unions would have you believe that this bill is about increasing wages and making bargaining more accessible to more people. If that were the case, well, why did Labor and the unions fight tooth and nail against the coalition government's reforms to improve and streamline enterprise agreement making, which sought to balance the needs of both employers and employees? If that were the case, why did Labor and the unions not support our changes to the Better Off Overall test when we were in government? Today, Mr. Speaker, all their rhetoric about wanting to drive higher wages and reduce bargaining complexity is nothing more than a smokescreen. Beneath their words is an insidious agenda. This bill flagrantly seeks to shift power from employers and employees to the unions. And if you think this isn't about union empowerment and control, consider Labor's intent in abolishing the Australian Building and Construction Commission. The industry watchdog has an exemplary track record in cracking down on union intimidation, thuggery and criminal behaviour in the construction sector, especially the harassment and abuse of women on job sites. Labor's move will mean that the CFMEU will no longer have to pay millions of dollars in civil penalties. No wonder bullies like John Setka have been impressed, as he says, by Labor's decision to adopt this bill. The ABCC's abolition will see economic activity decline by an estimated $47.5 billion across the economy by 2030. That's the cost to the economy Labor is happy to bear to appease its own paymasters. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's 2 important features of this bill which proposes changes that must be mentioned. First, it will expand the size and scope of employees who are compelled to bargain. And secondly, it introduces new sector strike rights. Both elements vastly increase the risk of industry-wide industrial action. Any business with a headcount of 15 or more staff, be they full-timers, part-timers or casuals, will be able to stop work and strike. That's tens of thousands of businesses across the country. We know that empowered union leaders will make unreasonable pay demands, which employers and the economy simply cannot afford. When those wage ultimatums are not met, it will be tools down and take it to the streets. Multi-employer bargaining will engender stoppages, shutdowns, walkouts, and protests on an unprecedented scale. Go back and have a look at some of the footage from the 1970s and 1980s under the Whitlam government. That is a taste of what we're about to experience in our country. It will revive the crippling economy-wide strikes of the 1970s and 1980s, and it has the potential to make the disruption and economic damage of those decades look like we're on easy street. Mr Speaker, we should be sceptical about union commitments to conciliation. Indeed, union assurances that industrial action will be a last resort are, of course, vacuous. There's no shortage of strike action right now. For example, the rail union protesting for months in Sydney, causing disruption after disruption for commuters. If this legislation is passed in its current form, we risk normalising that sort of strike action. And here's a pertinent question. Why are union leaders so much demanding worker strike powers under multi-employer bargaining, including the right to strike simultaneously and in sympathy? It's not because they intend to use those powers sparingly, rather because they intend to exercise them readily and at every opportunity. Mr Speaker, the government may not heed our warnings or like what we're saying, but perhaps they should pay attention to the views of many others who have made comment in this debate. Across Australia, business groups, industry groups and employers, small, medium and large, are united in their opposition to Labor's industrial relations overhaul. Now remember, these are the same groups that went to the Jobs Summit in good faith. They met with the Prime Minister, the incoming Prime Minister and the new government and said that they were willing to negotiate, to be part of a conversation, and they have been betrayed. Those at the coalface understand the inherent risks and damage which will come from Labor's proposed changes to multi-employer arrangements and bargaining. Let's consider what they've said. Andrew McKellar, CEO of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, described multi-employer bargaining as, and I quote, seismic shifts to Australia's workplace relations system, reversing decades of tripartite consensus. Innes Willicks, the Chief Executive of the AIG, labelled the bill as fundamentally flawed and needed to be rethought and reworked. He went on to say, the proposed changes risk taking the country down a path of more strikes, fewer jobs, centralised decision-making and less trust within our enterprises. We must avoid extreme changes that risk imposing damaging strikes and harm on the community and businesses. We urge the government to take a breath and avoid rushing to introduce such extreme changes to our workplace relations system. And then Jennifer Westacott, Chief Executive of the Business Council of Australia, who has literally bent over backwards to deal with the government, to negotiate with them in good faith, again a participant at the Jobs Summit, has spoken at length publicly and in private with the government about their desire to see a reasonable arrangement arrived at and that they would support that arrangement. But here's what Ms Westacott has had to say. We want wages to go up, but that won't be achieved by creating more complexity, more strikes and higher unemployment. We're deeply concerned that the new system could see small businesses swept up in a complex system dominated by unions and lawyers. Currently, one large workplace could vote to put smaller workplaces into an agreement. We're staring down the barrel of a more complex system that runs the risk of stifling innovation and fossilising the economy. Now, they're not words from a Liberal Party front bench member or one of our impassioned local members really concerned about small businesses in their electorate. Mr Speaker, they're the words of somebody who is leading the Business Council of Australia on a bipartisan basis. And this side of politics often can have some critical words about what we think is a fairly passive approach by some within the business community toward this particular issue, particularly around industrial relations. But this Labor government has managed to unify them in one voice, has managed to bring them together to condemn this bill. And so when we see in subsequent years, Mr Speaker, the impact of this bill on workplaces, on small businesses, on employees, on an increase in the unemployment rate, there should be no surprise. And the Australian public has not in our living lifetime experienced what we believe will be delivered by this bill. Enterprise bargaining Mr Speaker, must remain the cornerstone of our workplace relations system. Our industrial relations system is far from perfect, but this bill and its proposed reforms to multi-employer bargaining will be a throwback to an industrial relations system of a bygone era, a system which clearly is not fit for purpose in modern-day Australia, a system which will add to, not alleviate, the cost of living pressures, a system which forsakes Australians, businesses and industry in favour of unions, and a system which will cause catastrophic economic damage at a time when we can least afford it. This bill must be defeated, and failing that, it must be significantly amended. And many of the independents in this place and in the other place were elected on a platform of integrity and accountability, and the coalition seeks their support on that basis. This is their opportunity to stand for their values, values clearly absent from this Labor government, as the independents, to their credit, have pointed out in this chamber only today. A government which has haphazardly put forward one of the most unprincipled and damaging pieces of legislation in the history of the Australian Parliament. And so, Mr Speaker, I move an amendment in relation to this bill. It's an amendment which has been given great consideration. It provides balance. It attempts to do some good where the Labor Party at the moment seek only to do harm to businesses and to the relationship between businesses and employees across the country. The unprecedented preferment on the union movement through this bill is something that is not in our country's best interests. And I said in my opening remarks that this bill delivers a very significant dividend to the union masters who have paid $100 million to the Labor Party since 2007. Now, they would have considered that to be a large amount of money, and in anyone's terms, $100 million is a lot of money. But the dividend on that $100 million investment is going to be felt every day by way of benefit to the union movement at the cost of workplaces and the viability of businesses across the economy. Don't be expressing any surprise about this, Mr Speaker, because that is the reality of what we're debating here today. So, Mr Speaker, in relation to this bill, I move the following amendment, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. The House declines to give the bill a second reading and calls on the government to 1. Give the Australian Parliament 3 months to review these significant changes, rather than trying to force through legislation this year. 2. Amend the legislation to exclude changes to multi-employer bargaining, which will lead to more strikes and fewer jobs without increasing productivity or wages. 3. Admit to the Australian people that these extreme industrial relations changes will result in significant red tape and higher costs for small, family and medium businesses. 4. Work with the opposition, crossbench and other stakeholders to make improvements to the Better Off Overall test and changes to enterprise bargaining, as outlined in the former coalition government's legislation introduced in 2020. 5. Abandon the move to abolish the Australian Building Construction Commission and the Registered Organisations Commission. 6. Redraft this legislation to ensure matters are dealt with separately rather than as an all-or-nothing approach. And 7. In the event the bill is passed, an independent review to be conducted of the operation of the amendments made by this Act as soon as practical, but 12 months after the bill receives royal assent, and cause a copy of the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament. Mr Speaker, there is no more urgent matter that requires the attention of this chamber and the other place. There are businesses that will face viability questions within a short period of time of this bill being passed. The impact on employees and their families if they lose jobs because those businesses close will be significant. It will be felt by them not just in small businesses but in medium and larger sized businesses across the economy. The government, in terms of their process, should be condemned. They stand condemned, and by any reasonable commentator in this place or who's contributed to the public debate on this bill has been at one in condemning the government for their course of action and the intent within this bill. The House should vote down this bad bill.
Is the amendment seconded? And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. And I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill makes clear that we finally have a government that wants to see wages move after 10 years of deliberate, harmful, shameful wage suppression from those opposite. This bill means more money for people in my community of Chisholm to spend in the community, to spend in small businesses that are such an important part of our local economy. In rising today to speak in support on this bill, I want to acknowledge those people who have worked so hard to push for pay and gender equity and a fairer bargaining system, who have been committed to advancing the ambitions of our nation. I acknowledge those who have fought for wage justice in our own time and who have been part of this struggle through history. I think of the low-paid women workers in the Tailoresses Union in Victoria, my home state, who took action in the 19th century after being excluded from industrial laws due to their work in sweating houses undertaking piecework. I think of brave, bold Zelda Deprano, who in 1969 famously chained herself to the Commonwealth building, protesting the failure to deliver equal pay, and refused to pay full price for tram fares, reflecting the pay gap between women and men, paying a fare proportionate to her wage rather than that charged for men. I think of the early childhood educators, care workers, United Workers Union members who will see their wages improve as a result of this legislation. That we are putting forward legislation to change the way workers, including women workers, are able to win fair wages is significant. As history shows, this is part of a long struggle. Where are we at today? The gender pay gap is at 14.1%. The care and community sectors, including aged care, early childhood education, disability care, health and a wide range of social and community services, are some of the fastest growing sectors in Australia. In the next 5 years, it is predicted that Australia will need to fill over 300,000 jobs in the health and social assistance sector, far more than in any other sector. In aged care, a recent report by the Committee for Economic Development in Australia found that 65,000 workers are leaving the sector each year, which shows just how grave the crisis is that is facing aged care residents and aged care workers. In early childhood education and care, recent research shows that 30 to 48% of educators leave the sector each year. Now, those rates are double the national turnover average and triple the average rate of turnover for primary school educators. People are leaving or under extreme pressure in vital sectors because their work is not properly valued and remunerated. As it stands, there is currently no simple, effective and fast mechanism to properly value the work of care and community sector workers. Enterprise bargaining is difficult and largely ineffective in the care and community sector. These are highly fragmented workplaces where single enterprise bargaining doesn't work. In early learning alone, there are over 17,000 individual centres, over 7,200 providers, and 80% of the sector is operated by single centre providers. In aged care, unions can't currently bargain employer by employer because the main funder doesn't sit at the bargaining table. Work value and equal remuneration order cases are expensive, take years to progress and have been largely unsuccessful in addressing the undervaluation of care work. The current system makes it almost impossible to bargain in other low-paid sectors, such as contract cleaning, where around 2/3 of the workforce is reliant on the award. Contract cleaning and contract security tenders by companies normally involve a range of cost inputs. The highest cost is usually the cost of labour and wages. To win a tender for a contract, contractors compete on price, generally locking in an estimate of wages of the life of the contract. The result is a race to the bottom. The lowest estimated wages wins the contract. This means that those companies that are willing to provide better paying conditions to their workforce are unable to compete in this terrible race to the bottom. To enable low-paid workers to participate in multi-employer bargaining will be life-changing and make it easier for companies that want to provide good wages and conditions to do so. This bill is about getting wages moving and building a better future for all Australians. I'm so proud to be part of a government that is ambitious for my community of Chisholm, for their wages, for all communities across Australia. There is so much to be said about what this bill means and what it does, but at the heart of it is this: respect, fairness, dignity. These are principles that mean something to this side of the House, and we will put these into action through delivering secure jobs and better pay for workers across Australia. Thank you.
Yeah. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Kennedy.
Speaker, we have a saying in the bush, when your neighbour starts preaching religion, reach for your branding iron. And when your politician starts preaching religion, God help us all. I found that saying very true. And it's not a socialist government, but it's in the socialist tradition, this government. And their aspirations are always laudable. Previous Speaker, we admire her aspirations for people who are on very lowly paid jobs, but their implementation is deplorable. And I suspect that that's the way this bill is going to turn out. Small business, will be backing very strongly amendments that will be coming in every single one of the crossbenchers. I understand it will be voting to exclude small business. And I can't see why the government doesn't want to go down that pathway of excluding small business. And if they want some overall catch-all base wage, I think everyone here would agree with that. But just to turn small business into a jungle in which they're the little guys, and I think that that's what is going to happen here. And as for farmers, well, we're particularly worried. They employ a small amount of people, but in some industries, like the banana industry, they employ, 100, in some cases even 200 people. When Paul Keating said that we are going to be the freest economy on earth, we are taking all protection and support levels will be removed, and this country will no longer be a sort of an extended sheep run or some sort of extended coal mine. Well, if you take away the protection, then your farmers are up against the farmers throughout the world who get 48% of their income from the government. Our farmers only get 5% of their income from the government. So, how can they possibly stay alive? So when Keating made that announcement, it was on the ABC one morning, and I threw a shoe at the wall, and I said, is the bloke mad? Either we close down all industry in Australia or we go to slave labour wage levels. So the architect of slave labour wage levels in this country was no other than Paul Keating. But I was sort of wrong, because I said it was an either-or. Well, it wasn't. It was both. We lost the industries and we lost the pay scales. We lost both in what happened. And let me be very, very specific. Our cattle numbers are down 23%. Our sheep herd is down 72%. Our dairy production is down 15%. And our sugar production is down 16%. That's your big four. Absolutely disastrous. So that now, since we have to import everything from overseas, Because, as I said, either you're going to close down all the industry in Australia or you're going to go down to slave wage levels. So we closed down all the industry in Australia. 72% of the motor cars in the 80s were made in Australia. Now, no cars are made in Australia. And the ALP can take the full blame for it. And they don't, no, it's fair call. No, I take the interjections. Fair call, because it must be shared by the Liberals. You're absolutely right. I withdraw that statement because you must share the blame with this mob over here. But you hold on. You removed 25% of the support levels for the motor cars. The other mob removed 25% as well, right? Doesn't matter when it was, you did it, right? You did it. You were the free marketeers that did it. You completely destroyed the wool industry. I wouldn't be laughing. The lady in the second row there thinks it's funny that the wool industry in Australia vanished under their deregulation. She thinks it's funny. I don't know her name, but I hope it's recorded in Hansard that she's laughing at the idea that the wool industry in Australia was completely destroyed. Now, no, let her talk, because the more she talks, the more people are going to understand who she is. Now, the food prices in Australia, in fairness to the initiative by the federal government, right? Woolworths and Coles were allowed to grow from 50.1% of the food market to nearly well over 80% of the food market, right? Now they have a duopoly position. And I'm not blaming them, they're there to maximise profits. So food markups went from 130% back in the 90s, 130%, to 240% today under your free market policies. Medical insurance has gone up 400%, almost exactly 400%. Electricity's gone up 412%. Housing's gone up 811%. And motor cars gone up over 500%. I mean, there has to be an increase in wages. I mean, in light of all that, there has to be an increase in wages. But if you don't increase the protection, then vast industries in this country are going to go broke. I mean, you already wrecked about half of agriculture is gone, and now you're going to wreck the rest of it. What is not true? No, you're questioning that the cattle numbers are down 23%. Are you questioning that? Well, go and have an argument with the ABS, because they're not my figures. They're Australian Bureau of Statistics figures. And I will quote again, dairying is down 15%, sugarcane is down over 15%, and of course the wool herd, the biggest of all, is down 72%. So when you say it's not right, well, tell me what's not right about it. I'd like to know what's right, not right. But if it's not right, take it up to the Bureau of Statistics, not me. Now, Mr. Speaker, electricity, under the much maligned Jockey-Peterson government, was $674. That's what you paid. And for 2 or 3 years after Labor took over, they left everything in place, and then they introduced free market policies. So the price that had been $674, I speak with authority because I was the minister, there was no justification for increasing the electricity prices by $1. No justification. All the power stations were paid off. We had plenty of reserve up our sleeve. We didn't need any new power stations. There was no. But when we went to free market under the incoming Labor government, when we went to free market, the ex-leader of the opposition, this is one of the reasons why he's ex, is laughing. He thinks it's funny, right? When they went to free marketing in electricity, the price went from $674, where it had been for 11 years, straight through the roof, up to over $2,500, and now it's gone, with the Greenie implementation, up over $3,000 to a householder. And who's to blame? Oh, the ALP government, Queensland's to blame. Undoubtedly, they've been there for most of the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, you know, in all probability, I will support this legislation because I know the enormous cost of living rises that ordinary people have had to sustain. But I will most certainly be aggressively supporting the efforts by the crossbench to eliminate small business from the ambit of this legislation. I will most certainly be very strongly supporting those moves. I would take them myself, but other people take them and I will support them. But, Mr Speaker, honestly, the modern power station will be an algae power station with zero emissions. And I pay tribute to the Minister Plibersek, that she actually knows the name of the algae that you use. So CO2 will not be an emission. It will not be a pollutant. It will be a product. We want to produce as much CO2 as we can humanly possibly produce to put them into algae ponds. You can't do this everywhere, but you can do it in North Queensland. We've got a lot of flat country and a hell of a lot of water. So there's the modern future. And we can produce electricity out of that for around about $27 a megawatt hour. Currently, I don't think you're going to get electricity much under $100 a megawatt hour anywhere in Australia. But because you're making more money out of the algae, which is stock feed or diesel.
I thank the honourable member for Kennedy for his contribution, and I give the call to the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's a problem for households and working people in Australia. It's that everything's going up except people's wages. This is what this legislation is designed to deal with. When we take away all the sound and the noise and the fury and the rhetoric of the opposition, they fail to address the question, how would they actually get wages moving in this country? The fact of the matter is the bargaining system is broken, or if not broken, on its last legs. The number of enterprise agreements that are being signed each quarter are falling. Agreements are now too easily terminated where workers and collective bargaining are presented with you'll either go to the award or you'll cop a wage cut. The pendulum has swung too much to wage reduction in this country. The wages are stalled. The previous coalition government presented budget after budget where they promised wages to move at a certain percentage, and they never succeeded once. It always came in under that. There is a gender pay gap in this country. Productivity has stalled. The working person's share of the national output is frozen. Irregular employment is at an all-time high. And we saw under the coalition government institutions like the Trade Union Royal Commission, the Registered Organisations Commission, the Australian Building Construction Commission as political weapons to diminish the rights to freedom of association. And furthermore, if we don't pass this legislation, the share of real wages will fall further against inflation. So this is not a consequence-free vote where the opposition can say if we pass this, certain things will happen. I say to the people of Australia, if we fail to pass this legislation, then certain things are guaranteed to happen. Real wages will fall further. This bill tackles all of the issues that contribute to everything going up except people's wages. It is well past time to deal with this issue. There has been a cry by those opposite who failed to take a wages policy to the last election and have failed for a number of elections to do it, that now we are rushing. How long do working people in this country have to wait to be able to get a wage rise? When is the right time for this coalition for a wage rise? Do we truly believe that if we wait another 3 months that somehow they will change their mind? I think not. It is not a surprise that this government, is putting these policies forward. At the 2015 ALP National Conference, at the 2018 National Conference, at the 2021 National Conference, these policies and similar policies were debated. At the 2016 election, at the 2019 election, at the 2022 election, wages policies were put forward. This area of wages policy has been discussed by Labor and the new government in a much more authentic, detailed and credible fashion than many policies have been debated in the national parliament in the last 10 years. And let's talk about timing. And I say to the crossbench, and I couldn't interpret the member for Kennedy's speech, but we'll look at the rest of the crossbench speeches. They say we need more time. Well, what I say to them is that when inflation is low, the previous government said now's not the time for wage rises. We need to help dismantle the bargaining system. Now inflation is high. Now that apparently is not the time when we can debate wages. The truth of the matter is, to Australians listening to this parliamentary debate, those critics of this bill never have the right time. It is never the right time for us to debate wage rises in this country. This bill is not going to create the wages tsunami which apparently is going to increase the price of everything. This is not the early 1980s. In the early 1980s, we had a clumsy industrial relations system. We had an economy which was very highly based around manufacturing. There were different problems in the wages system and the productivity system in the country to now. The fact of the matter also is that the unionisation rate in this country is far below what it was in the early 1980s. We are not going to return to the early 1980s, and it's spurious of the government to offer that as some sort of prediction of the future. The reality is that employers today and business today and people today have different challenges. The truth of the matter is what's holding back productivity in this country is a lack of skilled staff. It's not how much you're paying the skilled staff. What we see in this bill, essentially, when you strip away a lot of the angst and the pearl-clutching and the finger-pointing of the now opposition, is that this will essentially provide greater access to bargaining and arbitration for feminised and low-paid sections of the economy. This union bogeyman rubbish is just what I said. It is rubbish. History repeats. I say to the new members of the crossbench, if you read the parliamentary debates for the last 120 years, whenever there was an effort to increase the standards for working women and men in this country, unpaid maternity leave, the 40-hour week, the 38-hour week, 4 weeks leave, occupational health and safety standards, award increases, compulsory superannuation, 3% superannuation, 9% superannuation, 10% superannuation, the coalition has always said now is not the right time and that the sky will fall in. What is the actual trauma that the coalition is so worried about? The union they love to hate, the CFMU, already has multi-employer bargaining. It doesn't change. The problem is that they seem to be worried that award increases will somehow change the economy. The truth of the matter is that in many sectors of the economy, even with the award increases, we're not going to catch the market rates that are currently being paid, but we will increase the safety net. People who have never argued for a wage rise in this country are now arguing they want more time to not argue for a wage rise for Australian workers. At the end of the day, people clothe industrial relations in the great issues of communism and capitalism, blah, blah, blah. The fact of the matter is workplace relations, which I've been proud to work in for all of my adult working life, is a lot more simple. Employers need employees and employees need employers. Industrial relations is not the World War I battlefield of the black and white television images that this opposition want to present. The biggest problem is actually getting staff. The biggest problem for employees is being able to get enough wages to be able to pay the bills. These laws, when you take away the sound and the fury, are actually sensible and moderate. I'll tell you who doesn't need these laws. Surgeons, they set a rate. Lawyers, they already have rates. Barristers already have rates. Doctors already have rates across employers. Plumbers already have rates. Electricians already have rates. The C-suite of directors will always tell you that we must pay directors and CEOs more to deal with international standards of competition. They have industry standards and they have multi-employer bargaining. The fact of the matter is it's the disability carers who tonight will be looking after people with dementia. It's the students riding through the rain to deliver food so we can have some takeaway food. It'll be women overcoming the motherhood tax where they've had to have broken income. It'll be the people of our COVID experience, the drivers, the shop assistants, the regional workers who manage to help keep supplying the food to the cities, the cleaners, the security, the aged care attendants. The fact of the matter is we have a two-speed wage economy in this country. If you're strong enough to bargain, you already get the good gear. But if you don't have access to the bargaining system, you fall further and further behind. Simple fact of the matter, I say to the people of Australia on this bill, is the sun will come up tomorrow. The chickens will still lay eggs. The dogs will still bark. Business will still continue in this country. But this law is a continuation of the great Australian experiment of a fair go for all. Australian workers, Australian people are not commodities. They can't just be left to market forces. Australian workers are entitled to a system which respects their labour much more than a bare minimum. I look forward to this legislation being passed in the form it is in. I encourage the crossbench to pause and reconsider. After 10 years of argument, why should Australian workers who are doing everything to help the economy wait a bit longer, while those who hate wage rises continue to hate them?
I thank the honourable member for Maribyrnong for his contribution and give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Today, just 8 business days after the introduction to the House of perhaps the most significant industrial relations reform proposed since work choices legislation in 2006, I rise to speak to the Fair Work legislation amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022. Coming from a family of small business owners and having managed, built and grown multi-employee businesses across several sectors, I confess that while I welcome discussion around this reform, I am immediately concerned the due process that should support a robust consideration of legislation of this magnitude is being severely truncated. With my most recent experience having been in the area of building communities and campaigns to bring people, businesses and organisations along when advocating for significant reform, there is much in this current process that leaves me feeling that, despite assurances this rush process is in everyone's best interests, there will be many in my community who will be left with significant concerns as to what this legislation means for them, their businesses and indeed their jobs. Ultimately, I'd suggest that even after a flurry of briefings, which I've been grateful for, and a commitment to personally review every proposed drafted amendment, this bill still has a long way to go. Surely, if we're to learn anything from the failed work choices legislation, it is that it is worth doing the work well right from the beginning, rather than rushing headlong into significant reform which has not been tested for any of its unintended consequences. There are elements in this bill which I support, such as measures to improve job security and gender equity and enhancing the anti-discrimination framework. I'm also satisfied with the simplification of the Better Off Overall test, which unions and employers worked together to improve. There are, however, elements in this bill which currently concern both myself and the people of North Sydney, including the potential for small businesses to be caught up in what may be a complicated multi-employer bargaining agreements, and how the construction industry will be regulated following the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Disappointingly, what is also clear is that this process of legislating is a far cry from the Prime Minister's pre-election promise of leading a government that includes more Australians in politics and restores trust in our parliament. Under the guise of a pre-election promise to get wages moving, Australians, including those of my electorate of North Sydney, have been blindsided by some of the measures in this bill. To be clear, the people of North Sydney did not grant the minister a mandate to ram through a piece of reform as substantial as multi-employer bargaining, and while there have been assurances of large organisations having been involved in negotiations around this legislation, it remains the case that most ordinary people in my community have not had a voice when it comes to true engagement on the shape and form of this bill. As a recently elected independent MP, I've also now had a glimpse at the so-called backroom deals which seem to be done in this place. We have seen here and in the media intense lobbying from the big end of town, those with the power and resources to access the parliament. And in this, I count large employer groups, businesses, but also large union representatives, individual employees, small and medium-sized businesses and workers in the low-paid industries who the government are wielding out in advance to push their arguments forward, are largely absent. I have heard from them in North Sydney, and I'm bringing their views to you here today. But the fact remains, this is a deal being done largely behind closed doors, and that's not good for our democracy. The overwhelming theme coming from my community is that reforms such as this should be duly prosecuted and duly reviewed. To do that, we need time to consider the implications of the bill, and it is disappointing that in this case our government has chosen not to heed that call. One thing is clear, we have wicked economic challenge ahead of us. In the government's issue paper for the Jobs and Skills Summit, it outlined that to support full employment, stronger economic growth, sustainable increases in real wages and higher living standards, we need to prioritise productivity growth. With unemployment now down to 3.4% and wage growth still low at 2.6%, we do need to look at mechanisms for driving wage growth, and improved productivity is a key driver of that. Ultimately then, though, to drive wage growth, we need a gamut of changes, not the ideological pursuit of a single reform. We need improved workforce planning. We need to strengthen education and skills to meet the needs of employers in our ever-evolving economy, and we need to support business innovation and investments in new technology. To address the cost of living concerns, we must also tackle the root cause of inflation and consider where the government's mantra of getting wages moving sits in the broader economic circumstance. If wage increases driven by increased bargaining are not backed by productivity gains, the result may well be a weaker economy and there will be no benefit for workers. Fundamental to our current industrial relations environment is the award system, which here in Australia has been progressively streamlined from 1,000 to 122 awards. While streamlining may have seemed desirable, the reality is many of these awards are now far more complicated. As such, navigating them can be challenging, particularly for businesses who do not have a human resource function, which, let's face it, is the majority of small businesses across our country. So we must continue to work to ensure the awards we have in place are unambiguous and transparent, so businesses and employees can get the true benefits of this foundational aspect of our industrial relations system. Ironically, the recent success of the government's position supporting a wage increase for aged care workers shows that this pathway of reform, that it actually does lead, that is, lifting underlying awards, is indeed the fastest way to move the dial on wages in Australia. I warmly welcome the recent decision of the Fair Work Commission to lift the award wage in aged care by 15%, and in particular the acceptance during that hearing of expert evidence that the care work has been historically undervalued, and the reason for that undervaluation is likely to be gender-based. We know that over a third of all Australian women are employed in healthcare and social assistance and education and training sectors, with their average weekly earnings below the national average. Improving their pay and conditions would help close the gender pay gap. Arguably, government-led advocacy around increasing the award wage is going to bring about wage increases at a faster pace than this new proposed process of negotiated EBAs, which, by the minister's own admission, may take 12 months or more to get wages moving. I call on the government to back an increase to the minimum wage for all low-paid workers by committing to fund the increase in its submission to the Fair Work Commission. Moving now to Part 3 of the bill, which abolishes the Building and Construction Commission, or the ABCC. The construction industry, which employs roughly 1.15 million people, is operating at close to full capacity, with increased residential housing investments and infrastructure spends right across the country, including my electorate of North Sydney. It faces challenges like many other industries of disruptions in global supply chains and shortage of labour. I've spoken to residential builders in my electorate of North Sydney who are fearful that the abolition of the ABCC will drive negative cultural changes in the commercial sector, which, due to the high levels of overlap with subcontractors, will flow through to the residential building sector, that there's an unseen consequence flowing down the line. Furthermore, the Master Builders Association estimates the abolition of the ABCC may result in an 8.8% increase in labour costs and a decline in nearly 10% of productivity. Allocated to the Fair Work Ombudsman, which the government describes as a full-service regulator, but I am yet to be convinced that the Fair Work Ombudsman has adequate specialist construction competency or industry knowledge. We must also ensure there is not a vacuum left in the regulatory environment which will address safety and productivity on work sites. Finally, I'd like to reiterate the danger in the speed at which some of these measures have been pursued. I support the inclusion of the review period, but think that a 5-year review period is far too long, and this should be shortened to 2 years at the most. I would encourage the government to take a collaborative and constructive approach to the review, keeping a watching brief on the implementation of the bill. In the words of a constituent of North Sydney, develop a plan that makes Australia more productive, equitable and happy. I'd like to work with the government to develop that plan, which needs to go well beyond the scope of this current bill. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of the Fair Work legislation amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022. This is an important reform of our industrial relations system, one that works to mend what is broken. These amendments to the Fair Work Act have been flagged and have been on everyone's radar since August this year, and many of those provisions have been flagged several months and years prior to then on the other side of the recent election. This is, in amongst reforms that fall in line with the election commitments, things that nobody should be surprised about. By now, and of course, Acting Deputy Speaker, I am referring to the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission and the Registered Organisations Commission. These are two entities that its staff were so cognisant of its own demise, likely started updating their LinkedIn profiles as soon as the votes started being counted on election night back in May. I've said it once before and I'll say it again. The ROC and the ABCC should be dead, buried and cremated. This is as explicit of a government legislating an election commitment as you can get. The Albanese Labor government has been upfront with the people about where it stands on industrial relations reform. It isn't about being pro-business or pro-union. It's about fixing a system that is broken. The Albanese Labor government has also widely consulted, whether it be with state governments of all political persuasions, business lobby groups of both the big and small varieties, and unions, a very scary word for some in this chamber, and not to mention outside of this chamber too. We can all parrot the same tired lines that wouldn't be out of the place at a first-year commerce study group. Acting Deputy Speaker, the real effect of those opposites' animosity towards unions and the union movement is that wages of working people would simply continue to stagnate. If those opposite consider this an unfortunate byproduct of a broken system, then they can join with the government on a unity ticket and make these reforms happen. If not, then at least we know exactly what's behind the mask. This is despite what you may have heard in the member for Dixon's address and reply speech and from others. I know I won't be standing in the way of a pay rise for those that need it the most. The government is coming into this place and introducing legislation to fix wage stagnation. These plans and solutions those opposite keep asking for. Well, here it is. There's nothing quite so scary as they would have you believe. Businesses and workers who successfully negotiate single enterprise bargaining agreements can continue to do so. You have to bargain in good faith before you can think of going into arbitration. Perfectly reasonable. Those opposite seemingly condone the practice of pay secrecy at a workplace, something that is often used to suppress wage negotiations. They seem to be also for workers on insecure, perpetual fixed-term contracts, which we want to limit their widespread use of. This is a system where low wages have been baked in for quite some time now. This is a design feature. I am, of course, cognisant about inflation, Acting Deputy Speaker, but I dare anyone opposing wage rises right now to give me a set of circumstances over the past decade they felt comfortable with employee pay rises. I wouldn't hold my breath, not for everyday working families that are just trying to get by and feel as if they've improved their lot, their family circumstances, after a long, hard year at work. But that's just simply that. Put our election commitments first. We put our big reforms first, and we put working people of Australia first.
Yeah. Thank the honourable member for his contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
Thank you. If there's a lesson from this year's federal election, is that voters were sick of how politics operated in this country. They were hungry for change and wanted a new politics, one characterised by fairness, integrity, transparency, accountability and by proper process. That's what voters were promised, and that's what we wanted, and that's what they deserved. And that's what we have seen on a number of issues from the new government. In general, they have been consultative and have been guided by proper process. It has been a welcome change. But there's a jarring contrast between those processes of good government and how this government has proceeded with industrial relations reform. Some aspects of this bill are the accumulation of constructive negotiations between employer and employee organisations over a number of years, and I commend those. But others, including were not. It is those aspects which failed the government's own test of proper process. These aspects of the bill weren't in Labor's election policy. They were not canvassed at the Jobs and Skills Summit, and they were not subject to consultation. And now they're seeking to guillotine debate and force this bill through this House, without time to understand the bill or talk to those who will be affected or identify unintended consequences. This isn't a way to make policy or pass legislation, particularly not for a policy area like industrial relations, which is notoriously complex. Even well-intentioned changes can end up backfiring, like the Better Off Overall test, which was introduced by Labor in 2008 and is being fixed by Labor in 2022. This is why government legislation needs scrutiny and input from stakeholders from right across the spectrum. Without it, we are going to repeat the mistakes of the past rather than learning from them. It's disappointing that the government has gone down this path so far, but it's not too late for them to do the right thing and change course. Looking at the provisions of the bill, there are some aspects that are really welcome and which I support. I particularly support changes which assist in securing wages for low-paid workers. I was really heartened by Fair Work's recent decision to raise aged care wages by 15% and would love to see it rolled across about other areas in underpaid workforces, particularly in the caring sector. There could be tweaks made to the supported bargaining stream to make it more effective. Defining low-wage workers would help overcome one of the past. But these are quibbles, and I have no wish to delay these parts of the bill. I also strongly support the changes which would make it faster and more certain for enterprise bargains to get approved by Fair Work after they have secured backing from employers and employees. This is crucial. This includes reforms to the Better Off Overall test and removing some impediments to the approvals process. But there are other aspects to the bill which aren't as welcome. The most concerning is changing multi-employer bargaining from a stream where both parties need to opt into a stream to a stream where employees can compel the other side to join a negotiation or an existing agreement spanning other workplaces. Where this occurs, an employer doesn't get to choose whether they want to bargain with other businesses. They don't get to choose which other businesses participate, and they don't have the right to stop their workforce joining in an existing agreement which may not be a good fit for the business. This sort of change should be subject to wider public debate. It is not something that was widely discussed or understood during the election campaign, during the Jobs and Skills Summit, or in subsequent discussions which I or the business community have had with government. Should engage the community on major reform before embarking upon it. Set out the problem the country faces. Tell us the solution you think is best and why the alternative options are inferior. Make your case. Engage in the debate and convince the community to back your ideas. That's what I want to see, and it's what most Australians want to see. Australians would rather see lasting policy reform than have an industrial relations ping-pong, with each changed government as a coalition undoes Labor's policies and Labor unpicks the coalition's policies. That is no way to run a country. One benefit of a national debate is that people know what to expect and can have their voices heard. It really troubles me that this bill is going to have a huge impact on thousands of smaller businesses around Australia, but most of them aren't even aware that it's coming. I've spoken to business owners, a number of business owners, who simply don't understand the bill or what it means for them. When they learn it could mean that certain decisions affecting their business will be taken away from them and given to their workers or to the Fair Work Commission, they become truly alarmed. And if I was still running a small business, I would be alarmed too. This isn't a piecemeal change, but a transformation about how businesses interact with their staff, particularly smaller businesses. Even experienced industrial relations specialists aren't sure how it's going to work in practice, which means no business person can possibly know. I don't think anybody knows. Small business owners have made it through incredibly difficult times of COVID, gotten past lockdowns and restrictions, only to be faced with labour shortages, rapidly rising interest rates, rapidly rising electricity prices, a potential recession, and they've struggled to hold on through perhaps the most difficult commercial environment in this country's history, and it's about to get a whole lot harder for them. We can do much better than this. The best thing the government can do today is to split the bill into two parts. One part could encompass the support for higher wages in low-wage industries. This could easily pass the parliament, immediately supporting immediate wage rises for low-income workers, which I 100% support. The other part of the bill could undergo further consultation. Concerns are heard and resolved, and exploring all the possible consequences of the bill. This would not hold up wage rises. Most contentious parts of the bill until they could undergo appropriate scrutiny. Splitting the bill is the best thing this House could do to improve the IR bill, and so I move a motion in the terms circulated in my name. I will also move substantive amendments to the bill reflecting other concerns. I believe multi-employer bargaining needs to be compulsory. I believe that multi-employer bargaining should not be compulsory or should be voluntary, or if the government insists on its approach, that it changes the common interest and public interest tests so that workplaces cannot be roped into a bargain that has no merit. I also believe that the threshold for small businesses needs to be more than 15 people. A cafe or a retail outlet in Wentworth often has more than 15 employees, but these are not big businesses. They're not Coles or Woolworths, and they should not be treated as though they are. I also believe disputes over flexible work arrangements shouldn't go straight from a discussion between an employer and employee to a fair work arbitration, an exercise that can cost tens of thousands of dollars and ruin the relationship between an employer and employee. Let's put a step in between where both parties can engage in conciliation with guidance and support from Fair Work before we bring in the lawyers. And I believe there should be an independent statutory review of the change to mitigate some of the harm the bill might impose on our economy, but they're not my preferred approach. Productivity growth, but award modernisation would have to be the top of the list. Make awards simpler. Make awards simpler. We'll be able to call out right from wrong, and it means all the time. Awards should be simple that this isn't possible. It should be so simple that a 15-year-old working their first job can understand an agreement, can understand their rate of pay and whether their boss is following the rules. That's not currently possible with a General Retail Award, which runs to more than 100 pages. Mr Speaker, I promise you, if you modernise the award, you will get support in employment, wage and productivity growth in this country. It will not be an easy process, but it will certainly be worthwhile and making lasting impact on this country. As it currently stands, I cannot, in good conscience, support the bill. The policy process has been flawed and the legislation itself is flawed. I think it will harm our economy and the workers that the government wants to support. That's why I've proposed amendments, and why, if they're not successful, I will vote to oppose and will be encouraging others to do so.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. And during that contribution, were you moving an amendment?
Sorry, yes, I'm moving a second reading.
Reserve my right to speak, Mr.
I
Speaker.
thank the member for Goldstein for that. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Dixon. Words after reading be admitted with a view to submitting other words. The question is now that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Dixon be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Fair Work Legislation Amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022. The Secure Jobs, Better Pay legislation will deliver more secure jobs, better pay and a fairer workplace relations system for Australian workers. How Labor is that? That's light on the hill stuff, modern day light on the hill stuff, so LED lights obviously. Because Deputy Speaker, I want to talk briefly about two things that this bill is designed to do. Firstly, for the Independent Education Union, particularly dealing in the Christian schools sector, where you sit down and actually look at awards First Nations schools in Queensland that I did enterprise bargaining with many years ago. One of the key objectives of this bill will be to help close the gender pay gap. Women should not be paid less than men. But we need to move from cannot prohibit staff from talking about their to be discriminated against, wouldn't we? I'm sure we could all agree. Banning pay secrecy clauses will improve transparency, reduce the risk of gender pay discrimination and empower more women to ask their employers for pay rises. Over the weekend, I attended the Queensland State Labor Conference on the Sunshine Coast. The conference was addressed by many people, including the Prime Minister and the Premier, but particularly by a woman with professional experience in both the public and private sector. Her first job was in the Queensland Public Service when she was 17 years old. As an AO1 in the State Public Service, her salary and conditions were known and aligned with people doing the same work. The pay of her co-workers and bosses was made public and transparent, and staff were free to discuss their salaries openly. Leaving the government some years later to work in the private sector, she soon learnt that transparency around pay and conditions did not exist. Over the years, she has had contracts that prohibited her from talking about her pay. She's had to negotiate her own employment contract, salary and conditions, unsure of what deals her colleagues and peers had secured, fearful of asking for too much, anxious and always unsure if she was underselling herself, and completely relying on the goodwill and blind hope that her employer would do the right thing by her. In her own words, she made this very clear point, and I quote, "If we can't see something, if we can't talk about something, if there's no transparency, it inhibits our ability to organise, to advocate and to get a better deal." End quote. Multi-bargaining is already possible under the Fair Work Act through those three streams: single interest, multi-employer while profits have actually soared. And productivity has increased. I wouldn't say soared, but it's increased. So something is not working. Under this bill, we aren't creating new streams of bargaining. We're varying the existing streams to make them workable and to get wages moving, something that we took to the election loudly and proudly. The largest aged care provider in Queensland, Blue Care, has offered workers a 2% wage increase and has made no attempt to lift the offer despite being forced by workers to the bargaining table.
Shame.
Now, I just want to touch on that bargaining table for a second, because when I did do enterprise bargaining, I sat at a table with employers, with the workers I represented, sat at the table, and I'm sure the member for Blair would have done the same thing, sitting at a table. Nowadays, I'm told, I've been here a while, but nowadays there's no table because people actually meet virtually, and there's no bargaining anymore. No, because of that gap between EB and awards, bosses basically say your wages can fall off a cliff if you don't take what I'm giving you. Basically, one step away from coercion, where your wages fall off a cliff, your conditions fall off a cliff, so there's no more bargaining, no more table. We need to bring back the bargaining table. Now, back to Blue Care. The aged care provider, run by Uniting Care, employs thousands of aged care workers who do incredible work, but they've steadfastly refused to improve its offer, despite inflation running at about 7% in Brisbane and other major aged care providers giving workers pay rises well north. After months of protracted negotiations in stalemate. That's not the way to run an industrial relations system. You think of all that effort, all that goodwill for nothing, all that goodwill and innovation curdling the workplace. In early October, Blue Care workers voted down the company's continued 2% offer and are now waiting for negotiations to resume. Care workers demonstrate across the nation the difficulty in bargaining when the bargaining does not involve the ultimate decision endlessly, with no actual obligation at any stage to come to a final acceptable position. Labor's Secure Jobs, Better Pay legislation will deliver on a range of commitments that we made . Don't be misled by people saying that we did not take this to the election and that we did not take it to the Jobs and Skills Summit. We want our reforms to modernise Australia's workplace relations system, get wages moving and achieve gender equity for Australian workers. Because we all know that Australian workers have been doing it tough. And for the last 10 years, Australians had a government that deliberately kept their wages low. Remember that? Shame. Remember that? The former Finance Minister belling the cat and saying that's a deliberate design strategy. National Party, the sort of reform friend of the workers from the 22nd of May. The Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison because the Albanese government believes in on the Hill.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I haven't been in this parliament for long, but already I feel like a broken record. Women want to work, but they want their work to be respected. And we do have to take care that we make the overdue changes in ways that produce the right result. This is a massive piece of legislation produced in a short period, and there's been almost no time for community consultation. An amendment to the Fair Work Act it may be, but at 243 pages with an explanatory memorandum to match and further amendments to come, it's much more than that. The amendments have the potential to create vast and positive change, but the process is fraught. How to balance what are the clear upsides of the bill against the concerns of business? This quandary has literally kept me awake at night this last week since the bill was tabled. I represent a community with upwards of 17,000 small businesses, including cafes, small manufacturers, residential builders and skilled individuals who work as sole traders, as well as others who work in high positions in some of Australia's biggest companies. Also in Goldstein, I represent thousands of women who work in the care sector, aged care, early childhood education and disability care. Almost 2,000 nurses, midwives and carers live in the suburbs of Bentley. In being elected to this place, I vowed to speak up for those women, those who are not in the room and those who do not have the loudest voices as individuals. and I vowed to advocate for our prosperity as a nation. Wages, productivity and prosperity intersect, yet the share of GDP going to wages is at an all-time low. Base of real wages over the last 2 decades. The fastest growing sector of the economy is the care and service sector. Of the economy, this sector has been widely undervalued. The care sectors are encumbered by critical workforce shortages resulting from high levels of and more than 4 million Australian workers are now in insecure work. Many are women, an untapped resource, in part due to their lack of power. Not only are they saddled with the bulk of society's unpaid work held back by lack of childcare, paid parental leave and super, they're undervalued when they do work. Often they're sandwiched between children, elderly parents and employers, rostered sporadically, disempowered, underpaid and, frankly, run ragged. Award wages merely keep them down. In turn, their children can be affected by intergenerational transfer of disadvantage. Predictable shifts. Several of these concerns are addressed in this bill. I wholeheartedly support the provisions for supported bargaining for care industries. This would help unchangeable. Currently, women earn on average $472 per week less than men. The gender pay gap sits at 14.1% and, disgracefully, it's only narrowed by a miserable 5.1% since 1983. These supported bargaining provisions will allow women to negotiate for better paying conditions. The women who work in our care sector deserve this. And it's not only low-paid working women who stand to gain. A new study by the ILO found that pay transparency measures can help to address the gender pay gap and reduce broader gender inequalities in the labour market. Potential pay discrimination. Additionally, the capacity to not only ask for flexibility, but to be able to ask the Fair Work Commission for a review suggested to the government that small business with less than 25 full-time staff should be exempt from this. And this goes to one of my some unintended consequences, and there is much to clarify before this bill passes both houses. As it stands, in Goldstein. How they fare not only matters for those who own these businesses and those who work for them, but also to the community that depends on them. Already, these businesses are grappling with the higher input costs resulting from the spike in inflation, especially energy costs. This alone threatens the viability a headcount of 15 would potentially drag in every cafe, small independent store and some early childhood education businesses into the net and subject them to mandatory multi-employer bargaining. I've suggested it does not have the consequences that I've outlined. Based on what the small businesses in Goldstein that I represent are telling me, a figure of more than 25 among businesses in Goldstein about the flexible work provisions, 2-year staff and providing a staged change to the other provisions. On the question of single enterprise multi-employer bargaining, I support explicitly directing the Fair Work Commission to preserve the primacy of single enterprise agreements and providing a 6-month buffer period after expiry of an agreement before an employer can be forced into a multi-employer negotiation. Common and public interest definitions need to be clarified to avoid competition issues, and a reasonable review period, less than the 5 years proposed, is needed in my view. Finally, I return to what I believe to be one of the most important elements of this bill. In its definitions, the legislation should make it clear that what we are seeking is gender equality in the workplace, not merely gender equity, as requiring an outcome. If we are to get beyond our miserable long-term record on equality of pay for equality of work, if we are to get more women who want to work into the workforce, if we are to prosperity, if we are to be able to look our daughters Equality Act all say gender equality means substantive equality between men and women. The women of Australia have waited too long, and I stand here to say this on behalf of those in Goldstein and elsewhere who are not in the room. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for Goldstein. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government was elected with a mandate to deliver a better future for all Australians, and core to that is to get wages moving for working Australians. We know that wages have been deliberately held back for almost a decade by those opposite. We know it because they told us. They said low wages were in fact a deliberate design feature of their economic plan. Let's think for a moment what that means. It means less money in your pocket. It means over this entire past decade, while prices went up, food, petrol, energy, childcare, healthcare, no more money in your paycheck. For those opposite, no matter how much they claim to care about the cost of living now, that was a situation they did nothing to address. All Australians. Specifically, it will get wages moving by modernising what the evidence of the past 10 years shows us to be a broken bargaining system. Pay. Deputy Speaker, unlike those opposite, I attended the government's Jobs and Skills Summit, and there I heard business and unions agree on this point. While the current system certainly isn't delivering the real wage increases that Australians deserve, it is also complex and cumbersome for businesses, particularly small businesses without extensive HR departments and resources. Isn't it therefore time we did something about a system that isn't working for anyone? And this bill also protects workers by banning job ads that advertise for below the relevant minimum pay rate. A fairly common-sense course of action to me. It will help close what is a stubborn gender pay gap by banning pay secrecy clauses and expanding access to flexible work arrangements. And my colleagues, the member for Spence and the member for Moreton, both mentioned this. Deputy Speaker, my personal experience is that pay secrecy is absolutely used to underpay women because it happened to me. And I don't say that because I'm special, I say that because it's really, really common. Minister Burke has consulted exceptionally widely on this bill, and I know he remains
in the national interest. And we will continue to consult with stakeholders and engage in the Senate's important inquiry process. But of course, as the Prime Minister is fond of saying, we don't want to waste a day of the privilege of being in government. And we don't want to waste any time before making these sensible improvements to our workplace relations system to make it work better for everyone. Australians have already sat through a wasted decade watching their real wages go backwards. Now is the time for action. Deputy Speaker, crucially, this bill also continues this government's focus on addressing gender inequalities. Just yesterday, I was proud to vote in favour of our legislation to deliver the recommendations of the Respect at Work report in full. And last month, to vote to make childcare cheaper for 96% of families in the system and to extend paid parental leave to 26 weeks. The Minister's approach to this bill has been underpinned by recognition that some forms of work in You'll be surprised to know, or maybe not, are powered overwhelmingly by women. For too long, they have been, whether That was the finding of the Fair Work Commission when it ruled in favour of giving aged care workers a 15% pay rise just last week. And this government values the work these Australians do and is going about creating a workplace relations system that reflects that. We are taking action to deliver on our commitment to the Australian people to get wages moving, to deliver more secure jobs, better pay and a fairer workplace relations system. And ultimately, Deputy Speaker, giving hard-working Australians who care for our kids, nurse us when we are sick and provide support to our most vulnerable, the respect and recognition and, yes, the pay that they deserve seems like something that all of us in this place should support. Because I hear nice words in this place about how much we value frontline workers in the caring professions, and yes, largely women. But then there's always the buts. Buts. They want all these things for workers, buts. So put your money where your mouth is and enable these hard-working Australians to get the money they deserve. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Boothby. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've heard a lot about mandates. We've heard a lot about what the impact of this proposed bill will have, even from the independents who recognise the risk to the Australian economy, the risk to small business, the risk to our country. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I did a little bit of research because there is an entire generation of Australians who are not aware of what it looks like when the unions run this country. They just have not seen it. They don't understand it. Now, I want to check my memory because I was only a young child and then worked through until I commenced in the late 80s, 13th of January 1987 as an apprentice. And I thought I should go and check some of the previous reports on just what it was like for industrial relations when pattern bargaining and union activity was is the headline. Mr Deputy Speaker, my personal favourite, 22nd of September 1970. Melbourne have been free of disputes for only 2 weeks in the past 18 months, most stoppages caused by demarcation and poaching. It is just quite incredible, Mr Deputy Speaker, that they lost more than 131,000 working days on the waterfront in disputes in 1970. At the container terminal at White Bay said 1979 should have been a quiet year because they weren't due to negotiate their awards until the next year, 1980, and that certainly hasn't turned out. In the Australian, and we've moved forward to March 87, Mr Deputy Speaker, unions on the march Australian building industry and a warning of further militant activity to come. This is what happens when the unions are running the original cost estimate in 78 was $220 million, and when the first shovel of dirt was turned, it had $8 million. Well, here's a big part of that. The final has continued. This is what this type of activity does. It drives up the cost for and a couple of the types of things that were happening. 1989, Mr Deputy Speaker, Sydney Morning Herald. About 200 angry building workers halted the national wage case yesterday by invading the court and jeering at the wage bench. They commandeered the building lifts and poured into the court on the 39th floor. Wild brawl over dockyard plan. A policewoman was bitten on the arm and 6 striking Cockatoo Island workers were arrested when a demonstration outside the New South Wales Labor Council building yesterday erupted. More than 50 police, including tactical response group officers, had to swarm and respond. This is the type of activity in 1972, 2 million working days were lost as a result of strikes. In 1973, it was 2.6 million. Then in 1980, this country only had 14 million people in its population, just 14 million. Whitlam sacking, more industrial action, more industrial trouble. But Mr Deputy, and this has been provided to me, so we went back to have a bit of a look. So let's have a look at what those opposite, now in government, the comments that Leader Albanese and others one. Not a single mention of this proposal. No wonder industry and business think this is being dropped. Speech to the national, sorry, the Prime Minister's speech, now Prime Minister's speech to the National Press Club, and I apologise to the Prime Minister Albanese, 18th of May 2022. Nope, wasn't in that either. What else have we got, Mr Deputy Speaker? Well, perhaps it's on their policy page. Perhaps that's where we can find it. I want to talk about the first 8 elements of Labor's Secure Australia Jobs Plan, is what it says. No mention of industry-wide bargaining in Labor's policy on their website at that time. None. So no one expected this, Mr Deputy Speaker, certainly not business, certainly not small business, certainly not those who are out there and will be directly impacted. Even Minister Burke didn't rule it out in the questions that were put to him by the Australian. But the Treasurer, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Treasurer, makes a lot of noise in question time, but he didn't quite get this one right from what we can gather. David Spears, I'm asking you about industry-wide bargaining. Is it a yes or a no or a maybe? Mr Chalmers, the member for Rankin, the current Treasurer, it's not part of our policy, David. I've just explained. It is no wonder that even the independents are up in arms about well, as the Leader of the Opposition outlined, it is to pay off those unions that have supported them. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we cop a lot of flack from that. At the Ferrymead Sugar Mill, and I can tell you it was a heavily industrialised workforce, heavily industrialised. My first experience of a strike was when 200-odd plus workers from that mill walked out and wandered off and left the apprentices behind because Apprentices don't strike, Mr Deputy Speaker. You continue to go to work. And my first experience was the 4th year front saying, "Solidarity, brothers, solidarity." And I said, "Mate, what is going on?" He said, "Well, they're going fishing and we've got to stay here and oil the drill machines and the pedestal drills in the workshop." With a number of individuals who I'd worked with for 4 years was if I didn't get my union ticket the day after, I was black banned. Black banned from the place I'd been at for 4 years as an apprentice. Demarcation prevented me from learning. It's a skill I would love to have, and I'm really pleased that the current crop of apprentices don't have this sort of nonsense to deal with. Mr Deputy Speaker, Rabbit, Brother Ross, Les, Davey Pick, Hiscock, whose nickname I won't use because it's highly inappropriate. They were always willing to do what was necessary to keep their business running, particularly a sugar mill, which, as you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, has to run continuously when it's on. But they would be appalled at anything that would change the risk to this country, that would decrease our level of security, that would impact business and mean less employment, not more. Needs of the employee. And I can see those opposites shaking their head. They don't think it's about balance. If the business is not making enough money, they can't pay the wages, and it is gone. So you have to get this. House of Representatives. These are big changes, they're difficult changes. We have seen industry come out and absolutely attack you, which is really unusual. The fact that they have all lined up and opposed these changes should say something to the Labor Party, that this is not the right decision. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll come back to the people I used to work with. They were good, hard-working Australians, and they were union members. They were proud of it, and that is great, but they are more proud of their country. And there are a number of them who are gone now, and I miss every single one of them. But I know they would not support this because it is the wrong decision. It is the wrong decision. Labor should reconsider what they are doing here. Listen to the crossbench if you don't want to listen to us. Listen to business. Listen to small business. Listen to the people who have to pay the bills. We have to get the balance right, or quite simply the country will suffer and the outcome is bad for all Australians.
The honourable member for Hinkler. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, I had the very great honour of sitting in this House to hear a remarkable speech. Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill 2022. I heard a minister of this House speak of gender equity. And undervalued. He spoke of the gender pay gap that is stubborn. Society. That means workers sit by the phone waiting for a because missing an offer of work or turning down an offer of work means you don't get offered another shift. It means working 2 and 3 different jobs just to make ends meet. It means no ability to get bank loans for that desperately needed new car because of the nature of your work. And owning a home is only a dream. You have no power to ask for a pay rise or to raise occupational health and safety issues at work because it means you won't get another shift. The minister stood there in this House and he spoke of flatlining wages. Despite company profits businesses failing, what they don't seem to acknowledge is that workers' share of national And in this bill, in tabling of this bill, the minister spoke of a Labor government ready to change all of that, because that is what Labor governments do. They make big reforms that benefit all Australians. Deputy Speaker, I have to say I almost cried listening to the minister give that speech in this House, in this chamber, because we have not heard words like that spoken by a minister for a... Finally, Australians heard a minister of their government speaking the truth about what it is like to struggle to get by, even when you have a job. The reforms outlined in this bill, which so many of my colleagues Again, it was music to my ears when the minister spoke of the power of organised labour, coming together in a union and working with multiple employers. We know it does. The data is evident. Wage outcomes are better when organised workers stand together and bargain with their employers. Listening to the previous speaker fear-mongering, chicken-littling about the sky falling in, about the world of strikes coming at us in because of this legislation is absolute nonsense. It shows complete ignorance about the real world. Deputy Speaker, I worked in the union movement for 20 years. Striking is rare. It is a last resort. I can tell you, only once in my whole working life did I go on strike, and we as nurses cried our eyes out as we walked out those doors and laid down our tools. But so important was the issues that we had to do that. The vast majority of bargaining ends in agreements. That's what happens. Making it easier to bargain is not about industrial action. It's about being efficient and getting wages right. Making it easier to recover unpaid entitlements, flexible arrangements that work for workers, not just employers, allowing the Fair Work Commission to tackle insecurity, and for women, introducing a ban on sexual harassment, making it easier for the Commission to order pay increases for workers in low-paid feminised industries, and more. I was so proud to be here when the minister spoke his historic words, and I ask the members of this House, those who are determined to amend this or even to vote this possible. Don't be duped by scaremongers. This is not radical legislation. It is practical, it is workable, and it will benefit businesses as well. We know that. Don't tell workers you just can't take it all in. Don't delay their wage rises. Don't delay this bill. The chicken littles are out there crying the sky is falling, and this legislation is far too important to be gazumped by chicken littles. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Cooper. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I and every other member in this place was elected as part of a democratic process that is the envy of many countries around the world. Our internationally respected democracy does not and should not stop on election day. However, the treatment of this bill, in my view, is undemocratic and seriously undermines the parliamentary process. The government is deliberately rushing this bill through the parliament. Members have had their opportunity when introducing the bill. A bill provided with a copy on the day of introduction and given less than 2 weeks to review, to explore the implications or to meet with industry. $250 pages long. If this bill is as urgent and as important as the government suggests, where was the exposure draft? I think we all know the answer, because exposure drafts provide scrutiny and discussion, and it becomes part of the public discourse. Close the gender pay gap, address gender equity and improve job security. I don't think there's anyone in this place that disagrees with that. Not one that will unleash known and unknown consequences that I believe will return Australia to have very short memories in this place if we are to think the removal of the ABCC is a good idea. The to Roger Giles, who found numerous illegal activities from physical violence to theft. The Terence Cole Royal Commission between 2001 and 2003 found a disregard for enterprise bargaining, unlawful strikes and the use of inappropriate payments. At the time, Cole said, these findings mark the industry as singular. They indicate an urgent need for structural and cultural reform. At the heart of the findings is lawlessness. It is of intimidation, violence and lawlessness on our building sites? I think not. And as such, I do not support Part 3 of this bill. There are many elements The parts that I do support comprise parts 4 through to 10, parts 12 to that the intended outcome will not be achieved, and that may simply result in employers choosing to not pay more to staff that they find to be of greater value to the business for fear of accusations of unfairness or an onslaught of requests from other employees that, quite simply, may not perform or be as valued. One of my main concerns in this bill is the disproportionate effect on small business. Such enterprises do not have the financial In South Australia, there are 3,502 businesses employing between 20 and 199 employees, and 50,584 businesses with 1 to 19 employees. Combined, they represent around 36% of all businesses in the state. The potential impost on these businesses cannot be understated. In contrast, only 0.1% of businesses employ 200 or more employees. Enterprise agreements favour these large employers with resources, with huge HR departments to negotiate with employee representatives. The cost-benefit is that the investment in time and resources versus the risk associated with bargaining is worth the outcome. In this context, it's not difficult to determine why enterprise bargaining the Fair Work Act as overly prescriptive and legalistic, resulting in enterprise agreements falling over if a hypothetical worker is worse off in the future or a third party that is not even a part of the agreement complains. Keating cited this as the reason for the dramatic decline in enterprise agreements and employers' avoidance due to fears of protracted negotiations. to result in industrial action, greater complexity and even more onerous responsibilities on employers, particularly small businesses. That are here, all we are going to be doing is making Commission to arbitrate when their employer has refused to grant their request for flexible working arrangements, or in the circumstances where the parties could not agree over an independent decision of a business owner. There are many circumstances where businesses are legitimately unable to accommodate requests for flexible working arrangements. For example, in a small fruit and vegetable store in my electorate, workers are needed between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. That's the busy time. That's when they need staff, not times that may suit the employee outside of their rostered hours. Now, I do acknowledge that employees who are experiencing family and domestic violence need all the assistance and flexibility that can be afforded. Business with respect to this bill, COSBOA, just trying to meet with as many businesses and lift it up to 100 employees, because quite frankly, 15 employees is so small. That's a local They have an HR department. They're lucky if they have a payroll assistant. More common than not, it's the owners of the business that are spending their Saturday nights doing the payroll themselves. If this amendment is not passed, we will be pitting small business against the might and the power and the money of the unions. And I've got to say, I think much of this whole bill is actually about building the union movement rather than seeking to assist employees. What we need to do is we need to improve the award system, and that's what we recently saw with respect to aged care workers. We don't need to force most businesses in Australia to go down the enterprise bargaining agreement when they don't have the capacity or ability to do so. And so I move the motion as circulated in my name and would ask all members in this place to consider it very thoughtfully. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Mayo. Is the amendment seconded? I call the honourable member for Fowler.
I second the motion and reserve my right to.
I thank the honourable member for Fowler. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Mayo has moved words after that reading be omitted with a view to substituting other words. I call the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to stand here today speaking in support of this bill. This bill goes to the core of why I put my hand up to represent the people of Holt and why I got involved in politics in the first place. I stand here today because I believe the conditions of workers in this country need to be improved. For too long, wages have not kept up with the cost of living. Insecure work has been on the rise and gender equity has gone largely unaddressed. I saw this as a worker, as a health and safety before the Parliament this week is the beginning of the Albanese Labor government's reform to modernise the work. helped by those opposite when they were on the government benches. For nearly 10 years, their government's policy of deliberately keeping wages low suppressed workers' pay and made it harder for Australian families to get ahead. Working people in this country have clearly had enough, which is why they had an instant effect on wages. We made a submission to the Fair Work Commission calling for a substantial increase in the annual wage review, and this resulted in a 5.2% increase. Just last week, we saw the fantastic news that there will be a 15% interim pay rise for aged care workers. Yeah. Need big picture reform that addresses deep-rooted issues in our workplace relations. A key part of this reform is boosting enterprise bargaining. For the past 10 years, under the watch of the Coalition, Australia's enterprise bargaining system has been in decline. We know that when the bargaining system is working as it should, it lifts wages, reduces wage disparity, and leads to lower unemployment, particularly for young people, women, and low-skilled workers. Around half as many new agreements were made last year compared to 2013 and 2014 financial that need to be met by an enterprise agreement for it to be approved by the Fair Work Commission. Both unions and business agree that the current requirement be satisfied that an enterprise agreement has been genuinely agreed to. This change will make it easier measures to tackle gender inequity. Our wage system places a lot of emphasis on the independent industrial umpire, the Fair Work Commission. But currently, the Commission does not have to consider gender equity when it's making its decision. The Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill changes this. The bill will make gender equity a central objective of the Fair Work Act. This means addressing the gender pay gap will be at the heart of pay decisions made by the Commission. Yeah. This is a big change and an important one. Over the past week, we've read comments who seem to have found common ground in attacking some of the most pro-work legislation this bill. I commend this to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Holt. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And let's be clear, this bill is the Labor government's payday and payback and power for the unions, the most militant of Australia's unions, unions that pour multi-millions of dollars into Labor's campaigns and control the Labor Party itself. This will come at the expense of small and medium and large businesses, courtesy of the Labor government. And measures in this bill are going to cost the economy as well as the individual small, medium and larger businesses. The abolition of the ABCC alone is estimated by EY to cost the Australian economy $47.5 billion between now and 2030. The report also said there will be a decline in the output of the construction sector and a fall in manufacturing output. And the expansion of multi-employer bargaining and increased strike rights will come on the back of rising inflation and rising interest rates, with absolutely no productivity gain or the broader economy. There will be extensive and protracted strikes, as we've seen previously, increased costs for business and consumers. Of the ABCC effectively gives control of Australia's fifth largest industry to FMMEU's history. There will be even more union aggression, thuggery, bullying, intimidation and strikes on building sites. And we can see that especially through some of the sectors. But it also runs counter to the monetary policy efforts of the Reserve Bank. And the Reserve Bank Governor has also said we need to preserve the flexibility in the labour market. Now, we all know that pattern bargaining totally ignores the differences and complexities faced by businesses in various locations and markets around Australia. And local workers in each area or community have a very sound understanding of the capacity of their business and the business they work in to pay and come to agreements around terms and conditions. And the businesses themselves value their employees, knowing that they are critical to the success of that business. No longer will the businesses be the decision makers with their employees. Along with their employees, the Labor government, via the unions and Fair Work Commission, will dictate terms and conditions, particularly in areas of common interest, for businesses, whether they be in Augusta, in my part of the world, in Sydney, in Perth or Donnybrook even. Great diversity there. The Fair Work Commission will not have any idea how their unilateral multi-employer bargaining decisions will impact, in practice, in real terms, on the great complexity of businesses located in rural, regional and remote parts of Australia. But the Fair Work decision will be penalties for companies. And the battle lines are already drawn, and we've seen John Setka on the warpath already. Building and construction sites are in the firing line, and won't there be a free-for-all at the ports? The impacts on logistics, supply chains, imports, exports, the impact on perishable products are all ahead in Labor's rush to go pre-Hawke and Keating years. We've even seen the NFF come out concerned about what this will do to the ag sector. A recent Productivity Commission report into lifting productivity at Australia's container ports stated that productivity growth has been one of the primary drivers of increasing living standards for Australians. The costs of producing a service are higher than needs be. Also, the and that ultimately the broader community bears these costs through pricing rises or temporary shortages of supply. And for the first time, we see small businesses concerns me greatly, as it does those small businesses. Labor has frequently quoted defined as those with under 20 employees or less. Forced to stay below the 15-employee threshold to limit their exposure to unions, or they will limit their business growth to stay below the 15. They cannot afford to be in the firing line. So fewer jobs and fewer flexible jobs. It's often small business that gives people their first and often their last job in life. Now, small to medium businesses employ 97% of people employed in Australia, and many of those will be caught by this legislation and will have the unions knocking on their doors. These are the businesses that don't have a dedicated HR department. They're often small businesses with 20 employees or less who work their hearts out in their businesses in our communities in rural and regional areas. But what is equally concerning is the 60,000 businesses that are currently employing between 20 to 40 people that will now be dictated to by Labor and the unions. How many of these will reduce their workforce and businesses to sit below Fair Work Commission? And I've met a number of businesses that are particularly concerned about this. We know that this is bad legislation for inflation, bad for productivity and bad for jobs. And what the unions will actually have now is extraordinary and uncapped power and demands on businesses for continuous pay rises, changes to terms and conditions, all determined by Labor unions and the Fair Work Commission. And in one particular business, Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the employers, who has over 15 employees, makes a special effort to make sure that as many women who have kids at school are employed by that business between school hours. And she employs people beyond earlier shift, and then she employs these particular employees during those hours to give them a great opportunity, and then there's essentially another group that comes in after that. This is going to affect her. It's going to affect bakeries, it will affect restaurants as well, because if you're serving lunch and dinner, this will put you above that 15 head count, and that will put you fairly in this firing line. There are a number of other sectors. I'm loath in this parliament to actually mention businesses by name. Will happen as a result of this in various sectors, and it will happen. We have seen this previously. Jobs. And Mr Speaker, on those comments, I will complete my remarks.
I thank the honourable member for Forrest. The question now is that the amendment moved by
circumstances of working Australians, especially low and middle income working Australians, have been getting harder. Wages have been flat and stagnant. Work has become more insecure. The gender pay gap has remained stubbornly wide, 14% less in average earnings for a woman than for a man. Mostly women who undertake some of the most important work in our communities, educating and caring for the very young, providing dignity in care for the very old. The conditions for those means that for no good reason, Australia as a whole has fallen away from our core ethos, our core value of fairness and egalitarianism. And now, at a time of relatively high inflation, has left Australian households suffering from sharp cost of living pressures. And there's no reason for that to have occurred, but there was. When the economy is properly managed in this country, when the market is shaped by responsible policies that flow from our values, from our commitment to fairness and social inclusion and shared well-being, then wages rise in fair proportion to profits, to productivity and to workforce demand. But all those threads were cut by those opposite. All those sensible connections and mechanisms of fairness were severed by those opposite. Low wages and insecure work was inflicted on the Australian people by a coalition government that more or less bragged about how that was a cornerstone of their economic approach. Low wages and insecure work was inflicted by the people in the Australian community, in my electorate of Fremantle and everywhere else, should be crystal clear in understanding that there was no reason and no justification for stagnant and falling real wages in this country. In recent years, we have seen profits. We've seen growth in productivity. We have seen workforce shortages, yet wages have gone nowhere. And share of the economy have been at a record low. That is wrong. It is a perversion. And Deputy Speaker, we know wage growth is possible. We know it's possible because last year the average wage of CEOs, just to take an example across the 20 companies in Australia, rose on average 17%. That's 9 times the increase received by average ordinary full-time wage earners whose real wages went backwards last year. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government twisted into dysfunction by the coalition. The bill puts job security and gender equity at the heart of the Fair Work Commission's decision-making process and creates 2 new expert panels, one on pay equity and the other on care in the community sector. It enables the Commission to help resolve flexible working arrangements. It provides greater access to bargaining for low-paid workers. It will ensure that multi-employer bargaining, which is already contemplated within the Act, can actually work properly when it's the right approach to take. And of course it follows on from this government's successful advocacy for a 5% rise in the minimum wage and a 15% rise in the pay for aged care workers. The bill will put a sensible framework around the use of fixed-term contracts, acknowledging that the number of workers who deal with that kind of rolling insecurity has increased 50% since 1998. And the bill gives immediate effect to the recommendations of the 2019 Migrant Workers Task Force, thereby reducing the scope for exploitation and the potential to undermine local work. Deputy Speaker, despite the enthusiasm by those opposite for an exercise in collective amnesia, Australians will not forget. We will not forget. They're not going to forget that the hopeless Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government went out of their way to break the social compact in this country. They went out of their way to break our bargaining system, to dud workers and to demonise workers' representatives. Australians are right to expect a fair deal when it comes to wages and working conditions. That is core to our way of life. Australians, young and old, should expect safe and secure and properly paid jobs. Women, men and non-binary Australians should absolutely expect gender equity and freedom and profits and productivity, but instead deliver to workers their share of effort and enterprise. That's what this Labor government is about. That's what this Let's accentuate the positive, Deputy Speaker. Let's accentuate the positive. This bill is what it says. Secure jobs, better pay.
The honourable member for Mayo be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Parliament, it is our responsibility to put the people of this nation first, not make decisions for the union movement and congratulate them, because in exchange for the tens of millions of dollars that they donated to the Labor Party at the recent election, they have achieved a is exactly what the union movement would want. It is not about workers, it is not about employers. Would be to repay the union movement for the financial support that was given to the Labor Party at the recent election and many elections before. Paul Keating thought he'd change the Labor Party, and he had learned how a modern industrial relations system needed to work, that is in fact not the case. And poor Paul Keating, who did so much hard work to bring the Labor Party's attitudes on industrial relations into a modern era through these reforms, is seeing that hard work evaporate before his eyes. And we're seeing industrial relations system in this country, and I suppose you would think that it was a system created by the Liberal Party. They're attacking the Fair Work Commission. Your system, Deputy Speaker, it's the Labor Party's system that they legislated and created that they're now attacking and blaming for the regime put in place by the Rudd-Gillard government that they're now suggesting is leading to all these terrible, through crocodile tears, these terrible outcomes for workers. Themselves have legislated that they're now attacking and tearing apart. And stop trying to suggest that it's in any way the blame of the previous have any discussion about sensible industrial relations reform whatsoever. So the system laughable. Now, union membership in this country, of course, has collapsed over the last few decades, and I think the most recent data from the ABS was membership was down around 14%. Now, you would think that if the logic of those opposite held true, that workers in this country were so poorly treated and hardly done, union membership would go up. Because employees who, according to the arguments opposite, that thought that they were being dealt such a poor hand, would of course naturally join unions, not leave unions. If they were unhappy with their conditions, unhappy with their wages, unhappy with their representation and their employment, they would be joining unions, not leaving unions. So again, it's completely ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous, to suggest this is ultimately what this bill is about, turning Australians against each other. That's what it's about. In an employees, your enemy is your employer. They are out to screw you over. They hate you, they don't want to look after you, they don't value you. The only way for you to improve your circumstance is to go to war with your employer. I have not ever dealt with an employer or met an employer that doesn't value their employees as the greatest asset in their business. So to suggest that we need to create a regime in our industrial relations systems that turns harmony into warfare, that says we want employees turned against their employers, is absolutely, absolutely disgraceful. And we need to fight against this and stand up against it. Particularly the suggestion that the last few decades of relative harmony that we have had in the workplaces and on the shop floors of the businesses of this country is something that we need to fight to cling on to. And I acknowledge Paul Keating and his government and the reforms with Bill Kelty, a great union leader that understood the value of productivity being central to industrial relations reform and that understood that enterprise bargaining at the business level was a way of letting employees and employers come together, talk about the specifics of the business, improvements on the award structure that were better for employees and better for employers. And we have had, compared say that the Fair Work Act brought in by the Gillard-Rudd government is anything fantastic, because it took us we have had such a reduction in enterprise bargaining agreements in our economy because of the stringency of the boot test that meant that so many agreements were not worthwhile negotiating. So we could be going back to that but that's not what the government's proposing whatsoever. The government is repaying the union movement for millions of dollars of donations to their political campaign. They are trying to help the union movement rehabilitate their relevance, because the employees of this nation have turned their back on the union movement, evidenced through the collapse of decades. This is not about workers. This is not about gender pay equity or anything like that. This is about giving back by triggering a new war in workplaces between employers and we saw in the 70s what the economic outcomes are of that. And they are not good for employees, they are not good for employers, they are not good for our economy, but they are good for the union bosses. And we in this chamber need to be a lot better than passing laws that are not about the people of this country, but are about a vested interest like them. And that is why I implore the House to defeat this bill.
It being 7:30, I propose the
Last Friday, I had the privilege and honour of attending Holsworthy Military Barracks in my electorate to witness officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Engineers receiving their berets. I thank my colleague and friend, the member for Menzies, who attended with me, and acknowledge his service within the Special Operations. Operations and Commando regiments form a crucial strategic component of the Australian Defence Force and our national security and defence overall. The Special Operations Engineers Regiment provides counter-chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, explosive mobility and survivability capabilities to our Special Operations soldiers. Within my electorate, residents of the neighbouring suburbs of Holsworthy and Wattle Grove know that the barracks provide protection. In a terrorist event. They've also been our frontline troops serving overseas to neutralise threats and provide support on live incident sites. It was which they now hold. Part of the Special Operations Command, the 1st and 2nd Commando Regiments conduct large-scale offensive, support and recovery operations beyond the scope and capability of other Australian Defence Force units. These regiments and their predecessors have been involved in support or conflict overseas. The receipt of their berets on Friday was the culmination of 18 gruelling months spent training for the honour to serve as a commando. These are the elite within our Defence Force. Many others did not make it through. I learnt on Friday that their training was both physical but also explored their mental fitness for the role, as well as both their leadership but also their fellowship. It is also one of the most important army and tri-service training institutions in the country. In that context, I pay particular thanks and acknowledge the cleaners, the logistics and transport workers, all those involved in our defence provide a great support and enable our servicemen and women to conduct the very important our Defence Force. However, being able to attend these ceremonies friends of our veterans, and particularly those who supported our command. Whilst it is the greatest honour to serve one's country militarily, the sacrifice of veterans' spouses, partners, children, parents and siblings is real. They have all given a lot to see their loved one join the Defence Force. Often, because of the confidential nature of the Defence Force, the officers and soldiers are unable to fully share their training and journey with their closest supporters. Mr Speaker, many have had to move their family close to Holsworthy to allow them to undertake this service to their country. To these families, I say thank you. To the newly qualified Special Ops engineers and commandos, I say, in this place, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Businesses and families in Mackellar and across Australia are being pummeled is alarming to say the least. For the average family in New South Wales, this price rise would increase their energy bill from $300 or the lights on. These soaring energy prices are crippling for individuals, for families, for businesses and for industry. They are especially galling because at the same time companies are making exorbitant profits by shipping our natural resources overseas. Across the sector in Australia, oil and gas companies pay corporate tax of around just 2% of the PRRT at just 1% in 2020. And yet these companies have their hand out for subsidies. And Santos are making exorbitant profits. Australians around the country know that this is far from fair and overwhelmingly want the government to address this and urgently. So how can we ensure that oil and gas companies pay their fair share of tax in this country? It is not reasonable to simply say that more gas supply is the answer. Gas supply tripled in the last decade and prices did the same. The PRRT is overly complex and riddled with loopholes, providing companies the opportunity to use accounting tricks to avoid paying tax in this country. For example, the PRRT isn't collected on LNG export profits. Instead, process where the majority of value is added. This is a mega loophole that costs the Australian public billions. Now it collects just 1%. In 2021-22, the windfall profits on Australian $6 billion. Rod Sims, the former chair of the ACCC, bluntly said that the PRRT patently does not work. The government could also introduce a temporary super profits levy on the extra profits made by fossil fuel companies. The UK has done it, President Biden is considering it, and this has been long been the process in Norway. In Norway, oil and gas export profits are taxed at 78%, and since the 1990s this has raised a staggering $1.7 trillion for its sovereign wealth fund, which is equivalent to 350,000 Australian dollars for every citizen. When compared to the tax arrangements of Norway, Australia barely taxes our resource profits at all. The natural resources profits, 78% goes to the public. While Australian taxpayers subsidise fossil fuel companies to the tune of $10 billion a year, in Norway it is estimated $209 billion Australian dollars. It's time the government acted to ensure the PRRT is fixed so that Australians public services such as education, health, NDIS, as well as the transition to clean petroleum resource rent tax. Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the many residents of Nathan, Salisbury and Maruka who attended the recent public meeting at the Clubhouse Maruka, organised wanting to stop the LNP Lord Mayor Schrinner's plans to allow the destruction of character homes as set out in his draft. Salisbury and Maruka has caused significant concern in my local community. These leafy suburbs are right in the middle of Moreton and are within 8 to 12 kilometres of the Brisbane CBD. The suburbs are filled with beautiful Queenslanders, large backyards and greenery. There are a number of issues to consider with the changes in the land management and land use around these three neighbourhoods, which developers have described as a gold mine. If the plan goes ahead, then it will allow for upzoning in areas where current character homes exist. When an area is rezoned, it loses its protection of those character homes built before World War II. This means that those homes can be removed and or demolished to make way for new multi-storey developments. Upzoning will mean loss of backyards and greater density. Some of these houses have survived for over 100 years, but they may not survive Lord Mayor Schrinner's neighbourhood plan because his plan could allow developers to demolish Queenslanders. Don't get me wrong, the residents who attended the meeting are not against sensible density. However, they believe that you don't have to destroy character homes to make way for density. Destroying the character of a suburb. And residents don't feel as if they're being heard by the LNP-dominated council. This draft neighbourhood plan and the overall message from my residents is that they want to preserve character homes. Residents also view the consultation process as flawed. The Brisbane City Council do not hold public meetings where all residents receive an invitation. Rather, they consult with a selective group of around 30 people who were selected by the LNP-dominated council with no apparent guidelines as to how these residents are selected. And the local councillor, Councillor Steve Griffiths, long-serving councillor, is not allowed to speak during these consultations. But, Speaker, do you know who is allowed to speak? The members of the Better Suburbs Initiative Board. Opportunities for renewal in suburbs that are outside the city's inner 5 kilometres. That sounds like code for development. The members of this board are selected and appointed by the Liberal Party. They get paid around $200,000 a year, and these board members apparently meet directly with council planners to talk about what they who have a say about our suburbs. It's outrageous. The Brisbane City Council should not be an organisation for only developers. The Brisbane City Council should be an organisation for the residents of my suburbs. It's extremely unfair that residents have a limited say in what happens in their own neighbourhood. At the meeting I attended, the following resolutions were overwhelmingly agreed by residents. They want the Brisbane City Council to maintain and protect all existing character homes under the Nathan Salisbury-Maruka Draft Neighbourhood Plan. They want sensible and sustainable development that is genuinely shaped by residents' feedback. They want the Brisbane City Council to commit to additional and upgraded services infrastructure such as more green space, a library, more community spaces and connected and safe bikeways and footpaths. That's what the residents want. They also want transparency in the decisions made that affect to take place in an Olympic city, but surely the Liberal Lord Mayor and his council, rather than relying on the advice given to him by the and have development that reflects the views of the community rather than something imposed on them by the Liberal Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Maule.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Population growth in Perth's northern coastal suburbs is occurring very rapidly. Metropolitan suburbs north of my electorate each and every year for the next 10 years. The government's first budget has failed to deliver the necessary funding that our community requires to provide the infrastructure required to service this unmet higher grocery prices at the supermarket as a result of policies which have allowed inflation to get out of control and committed Australia to over-ambitious international treaties on emissions. Patient waiting times at our local Joondalup hospital have continued to escalate, with ambulances containing patients ramped outside. I'm proud to be part of a government which delivered $158 million yet no provision has been made in the current budget for future health facilities to meet anticipated population growth. This is short-sighted when we know that the population in the region is growing at the rate of 10,000 residents per year. It will only mean greater pressure on an already overstretched Joondalup hospital with longer waiting times for patients. Labor needs to commit funding to a new health facility in our northern suburbs to alleviate the demand on Joondalup Hospital from rapidly growing outer metropolitan communities. Prior to the May election, the Liberal Party committed $20 million in funding for the realignment of Nangara Road with Whitfords Avenue. This key road upgrade will 8,000 more residents safer and more direct. However, the recent budget has failed to honour this commitment. Expected to cost $100 million. When in government, the Liberal Party initiated the project by delivering $2 million to progress the business case. To the Balcatta industrial area, Northlink, Perth Airport and beyond for many residents commuting to work each day, including the many FIFO workers in my electorate. Local road infrastructure projects, estimated to cost $120 million to better connect our suburbs to the economic development centres. Grant to build an iconic memorial arch for our local impending civil construction works associated with the redevelopment of the Ocean Reef Marina makes it necessary to relocate our treasured Anzac Memorial Arch to a prominent, suitably landscaped and more permanent site overlooking the redeveloped Ocean Reef Marina. More than 1,000 local location and provide meeting facilities for the Joondalup City RSL. The funding is now very urgent as earthworks are due to commence on-site within weeks. Partisanship. Another community project, which is an election commitment, is a $180,000 commitment towards the installation of a synthetic bowling green at Sorrento Bowling Club. I call upon the government to match this commitment on behalf of the local seniors.
The member's time has expired. The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the Honourable Member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, it is no exaggeration to say that we love our rural fire service on the New South Wales South Coast. We've been through a lot together, and our firefighters are true heroes to local people. They helped us, protected us, and put their lives on the line for us during the horrific bushfires of 2019-20. Not only that, but they, along with the SES and many other emergency service workers and volunteers, and firefighters for granted. We celebrate them at every opportunity. Recently, I attended 3 very special RFS presentations at national medals and long service medals at these presentations. Class, representing a total of 483 years of service. A further 60 each and every one. Too many to name here, but all very worthy of our thanks and recognition. I'd like to briefly acknowledge a few key members of the brigade for their awards. I wish I could name them all, but there just isn't enough time. David DeCourt received a National Medal First Class for 33 years service. Frank Hopkins received the National Medal Fourth Class for 29 years. And Barbara Smith and Bruce Smith received the Long Service Medal Fifth Class. This is incredible. Barbara for 50 years service and Bruce for 61 years service. Amazing. Congratulations to you all. Then on the 16th of October, I was privileged to attend 2 of these ceremonies on the same day. The Shoalhaven Rural Fire District held its medal presentation at Vincentia RFS. Absolutely incredible. Again, I wish I could name you all, but I would like to acknowledge Andrew Catt, who received his national medal first. To all the Shoalhaven RFS members, and thank you for your incredible service to our community. Later that afternoon, I also went to the Jamberoo RFS Brigade special presentation. 12 brigade members received the National Emergency Medal for their service during the Black Summer bushfires, and another 3 members received their Jamberoo Brigade was also celebrating life member and stalwart John Downs, who received the RFS Commissioner's Commendation of Service. John joined the brigade at the age of 21 and has now given 55 years of service to the Jamberoo Brigade. Like so many, John selflessly volunteers his time for the brigade. As a hard-working local farmer, he would often tend his farm during the day and then relieve other RFS members overnight before returning to his milking the next morning. I often talk about the amazing farmers we have on the South Coast. John is a shining example of what they do, making ends meet on the farm during the day and helping his community at night. He is a role model and mentor to other brigade members, sharing his knowledge, experience and passion with others. He has even managed to recruit his kids and their partners. How great is that? What's John's attitude? That it is all part of being a member, the true blue South Coast attitude. Thank you, John, for your dedication and service to our community. Once again, I would like to sincerely congratulate all of our RFS members on their medals this year. Thank you for allowing me to celebrate this achievement with you. I want to truly thank each and every member of our RFS and emergency. Lucky to have you.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For thousands of years, they have been the custodians of Mparntwe Alice Springs. They deserve respect and the cultural authority that comes from this. Of this challenge running back decades. It has reached critical levels, with the town feeling depleted, homes and businesses being broken into and people's sense of safety being threatened. Many people and community leaders have reached for solutions, with progress being made. Every day, every night, dedicated people, traditional owners, youth workers and Aboriginal organisations have worked tirelessly to address systemic challenges. Let us remember that whilst we are facing this challenge as a town, it is our frontline workers who are personally sacrificing so much to keep us safe. Your work is appreciated, and it is crucial to long held. Our young people are not engaged and in many cases do not feel safe themselves. Cannot support long-term aspirations of people. There are not enough homes, there is limited access to power and water, and meaningful jobs are scarce. Since the intervention over 14 years ago. The Community Development Economic Program, or CDP, was broken by the Coalition. Yet our communities and residents of Central Australia have persevered. We are a hardy people who are determined and who love our home. Our home is beautiful and with some of the most stunning natural landscapes in the world. Our home is unique, and there is a reason so many people are captured by it. What I say to the people of Mparntwe, Alice Springs and Central Australia is the federal Labor government is at the table. We will work tirelessly to patrols, youth programs, better housing out bush, and we are rebuilding the community development program. Lighting and better facilities. We are investing $20 million in the Gap Youth Centre so that it can offer the needed and necessary Recently, the Northern Territory Government announced its social order response plan. This plan will be implemented by a committee. The group is chaired by Mayor Matt Patterson, which includes a number of senior traditional owners represented by Luratipa. Our business community, represented by the Chamber of Commerce, the tourism industry and, more important, government. Already they have set to work addressing crime and community safety. As your local member, I will be working hard to support the Implementation Committee and offer it all the support that I can. Thank you.